Fernan Fallenberg was born the heir of the Fallenberg house, one of the wealthiest families in the Armian Empire, a student at the Imperial Academy, a prosperous family, prestigious education. Filthy rich, yet Fernan was insanely money-hungry. No one could match his greed and his obsession with cash. At the Armian Imperial Academy debate contest, the top prize was 1,000 vials of premium potions. Fernan loudly declared, "I hereby state that nothing in this world is worth more than money." From then on, people started calling him the money hound. This money-mad fellow, Fernan, was enjoying himself as usual, receiving reports from the Merchants Guild run by his family. As soon as he took the report, he asked, "So how much this month?" If the staff replied that earnings were down from last month, they were guaranteed to get a severe dressing down. Fernan would mark the names of those who failed to meet his expectations, just another ordinary day for him. But they say tragedy often strikes when you least expect. That day Fernan was walking in the courtyard, grumbling about when people would finally work properly and earn their pay. Hyde glanced at the report and said, "Hasn't he already improved?" Fernan remained unsatisfied. "Sure, it's better than before," but suddenly he looked up at the sky, sensing something off. On a clear day, without a single drop of rain, Fernan was struck by lightning. As Fernan's consciousness drifted from the shock, a strange soul took the chance to slip into him. On seeing it, the soul blurted, "Oh, what's this?" and Fernan, surprised, asked, "Who are you?" It laughed and said, "Who am I about to possess?" He felt puzzled. "Possess? What are you talking about?" While the soul babbled things he couldn't make sense of, Fernan's instincts recognized that the spirit intended to steal his body. He used the last of his mana to strike back at the intruder. Fernan clenched his fist and punched him once. The guy wailed, "What is this? It hurts, help me." Although that soul was easily defeated, Fernan absorbed part of it. In that instant, unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. Fernan felt like a bolt of lightning zipped through his brain. He hastily sat up. Hyde anxiously asked, "Young master, are you all right?" Fernan saw strange words before his eyes. Prophecy of the world's end. The ending is near. 72 demons will rise again and bring souls into the world. The descendant of the founding emperor, Ain't Armian Will, Fernan Fallenberg, heir of the ducal Fallenberg house, will be expelled from the family for collaborating with, lose all his money and become homeless. Seeing him stunned, Hyde called loudly, "Young master, young master." Fernan stood frozen. The prophecy pointed to a future worse than death. Fernan Fallenberg, heir of the ducal Fallenberg house, would be expelled from the family for collaborating. He inwardly panicked, "What, me expelled? And lose all my money too? What the hell is that?" After that day, he tried every possible way to track down the strange soul and why it had tried to possess him, and why he had received those memories. The result was he found nothing. But one thing was certain. The prophecy was real, its accuracy 100%, at least so far. Because of this, he could exploit the prophecy for profit, yet he didn't feel happy. After all, if it's true, his downfall was drawing nearer, so he had to be absolutely sure the words were real. Fernan returned home after class. Hyde asked how the lesson went. He replied curtly, as always. The servant hung his master's coat on the rack, then offered, "Would you like some coffee?" Fernan reached for the newspaper on the table and replied, "Yes." Seeing him staring at the paper and digging for news, "Where's the Academy news?" Hyde pondered for a moment, then asked, Young master, have you been feeling unwell lately?" Fernan denied it. "No, why?" He continued, "I feel like you've been more anxious than usual." Fernan turned in surprise and asked, "Since when?" Hyde answered, "About half a year ago, sir. Sometimes you seem to be in the clouds, calling you over and over with no response. Other times you make very impulsive decisions, even though you normally fuss over every little thing. Are you sure it's not a complication from being struck by lightning?" He really had been watching closely. Fernan searched for an excuse. Those weird choices did bring profit. What complication? Suddenly he spotted a blurb about Ain't Armian, the heir. He's really enrolled at the academy. Hyde blurted out, "Do you have another source?" Before he finished, Fernan quickly left. "I'm heading south a bit." Hyde wondered, what about the coffee? The Imperial Academy sits on an island called Bardian. The environment is largely magically constructed. The southern part of the island is a marshland. Fernan rode to that area to scout. He thought to himself, "This way I can confirm the prophecy's authenticity." Among the prophecies, 3 things were etched into his mind. First, a future where Fernan Fallenberg is expelled from his family. Second, a future where Fernan Fallenberg has not a penny to his name. Third, a future where Fernan Fallenberg is homeless. These terrified Fernan. He urged his horse to run fast. Muttering no, he reconsidered once more. First, the future where Fernan Fallenberg. Second, the 72 demons that Colomo summoned will rise again. Third, the future where Ain't Armian saves the world from the demons. Ain't Armian, a name everyone in the Empire knew. A descendant of the founding emperor, Carlinos Armian, the Armian clan built the Armian Empire with 5 neighboring kingdoms. but after 1,000 years that clan lost power. The prophecy only says that Ain't Armian is the protagonist. After passing the entrance exam, Ain't headed to the southern marsh instead of returning home. He enrolled to find the map left by the founding emperor, hence all the events surrounding him since entering the academy. It's written in detail as if it were a novel. So if he acts exactly as the prophecy says, that's the best way to verify it. He's not only the focal point of the prophecies, but he also has a direct link to Fernan's bleak future. It seems someone handed Fernan the expulsion documents. Fernan stopped his horse and looked around. He worried even more that he didn't know why Ain't Armian hated him. He couldn't read the prophecy fully. The prophecy had blurred sections, so he could only grasp the general events, not the detailed relationships. According to the documents, it seemed he had colluded with demons. Nonsense, me, colluding with demons. Fernan searched thoroughly. He must be around here. Ain't was looking for a dungeon hidden in the marsh. Because the founding emperor left a sword here, along with the essence of the empire's first royal knight, Gardner Fenpars, he calculated that if the prophecy was accurate, then this guy would be the perfect candidate to save the world, a proper hero. Suddenly Fernan sneered. If it weren't for that important role, I'd have killed the bastard already. How dare he seize all my money? He suddenly detected a strange smell. This smell was blood. A thought flashed through Fernan's mind. I recall he was wounded by a croaker while searching for a dungeon. Makes sense, destined hero or not, he's still green. Surely a top hunter beast like that is a bit much for him. Fernan followed the blood trail to a small cave, wondering if this was the dungeon entrance. Fernan stepped closer. The scene still matched the prophecy. He intended to go inside to check, thinking to see if Ain't remained, but suddenly he froze and let out a gasp. Ain't emerged from the other side, his stomach spattered with blood. Fernan was inwardly surprised. Why is he here? Did I arrive too early? Play it off as coincidence, he warned sternly. Ain't Armian. New students aren't allowed here. Ain't asked, you know me. Fernan shot back, is there anyone in this empire who doesn't know you? He said politely, pardon me, but you are. Fernan replied, Fernan. Ain't jumped Fernan Fallenberg. Fernan put on a cold face and barked, how presumptuous, I'm a year above. He hurriedly corrected himself. Right, my apologies, Master Fallenberg. Fernan played dumb and asked, were you hurt by a lizardman? Ain't answered honestly, a croaker, sir. Fernan feigned surprise, croaker. That's rare and unlucky, you've got bad luck. Then he shoved a vial at him. This is a top-grade potion, definitely better than 10 low-grade bottles. Ain't exclaimed top grade. Fernan not using honorifics, Fernan snapped, Master Fallenberg. He paused, then explained, I have no money. Fernan replied calmly, I don't need money. Your family isn't as powerful as before, but I'm fairly sure you'll become talented. You carry the blood of the founding emperor. Consider this my investment in you. Ain't was slightly surprised, thinking to himself that Fernan Fallenberg might not be the money-obsessed man of rumor. Seems he's better than I thought, Ain't replied. Thank you. Actually, Fernan's insides were bleeding. That vial was expensive. He wouldn't hand it over if not for the prophecy. He changed the subject. Consider yourself lucky. When I was a new student, anyone caught got punished. I'm going easy on you, understand? Ain't was truly grateful. Yes, Master Fallenberg. Fernan said, all right, see you later. Ain't bowed, thank you, I'll repay you. Fernan pretended to leave, but hid nearby to watch him, still lamenting the precious potion. Ain't drank the vial Fernan gave and entered the dungeon. After a while, Fernan followed him inside. Fernan looked around, mumbling he had been skeptical, but there really was a dungeon. There's nothing here. Ain't must have cleared it all out. He reached for a lamp, puzzled. Why can't I sense any trace of mana, with so many magic lamps here? Fernan observed a moment and realized, it absorbs mana from the environment, a permanent magic lamp. He thought he left these behind. Do you know how valuable these are, heavens? He felt Ain't looked a bit naive. Unlike the prophecy's description, can the future really be entrusted to him? According to the prophecy, Ain't was injured entering the dungeon and struggled after falling at the entrance. Ain't gritted his teeth from pain all over, so he drank all his potions. Yet the wounds didn't heal due to their severity, and because the potions were only low-grade. Still, he kept moving forward. It was simply instinct, pulling him onward. A sword stuck in an altar, an ordinary long blade at first glance, yet he couldn't take his eyes off it. Its call echoed in his mind, resonating through his very soul. When Ain't grasped the sword, a brilliant light flooded the pitch-black chamber. When Ain't opened his eyes, he was no longer in the dungeon, but in an alley of the Imperial Academy. Fernan suddenly noticed a faint streak on the stone altar, subtle, but definitely a trace of magic. This must be where the sword was placed. Ain't had vanished, which proves the prophecy was accurate, meaning. Fernan recalled his own doom prophecy, the expulsion papers, everything the head of House Fallenberg had bestowed on him, and everything he owned under the Fallenberg name would be taken away, not a single thing left. The patriarch said, "Don't appear before me again. No, don't appear before anyone. This is the greatest mercy I can grant you. My future is real too, undeniable." Fernan clutched his head and groaned. "I will end up penniless." He ground his teeth and snarled, "What a damnable future this is." Ain't Armian, the protagonist named by the prophetic book, the destiny-chosen hero to protect the world from demons. And the one who will leave me penniless. Fernan sat at his desk crunching numbers, yet Ain't was a rising stock. Maybe I should leap on him and wag my tail like a loyal dog. But Ain't, as depicted in the prophecy, is nothing like the current him. He's the sort who values honor over riches. If I'm not careful, it could backfire. Fernan suddenly thought of Ain't's temper. He'd surely order, "A shameless fool trying to buy me off with money. Eliminate him. I don't know how to approach him." Fernan sighed. This is tough. Hearing that, Hyde asked, "What's so hard about it?" He said, "Hyde, imagine a merchant's guild that's always thriving. If you could invest, what would you do?" Hyde set his coffee down and replied, "I'd invest immediately without hesitation." Fernan wondered, but what if the guild's motto doesn't suit him? Hyde answered solemnly, "Is that a problem? Doesn't the young master always say that with money any motto can be followed?" Fernan felt Hyde had a point. He kept obsessing over demons and saving the world, but at the core it's simple. Invest, hedge risks, then reap massive returns. Personality differences mean nothing when huge profits are at stake. But I still need more specific info on Ain't. He sprang up, grabbed his cloak, and headed out. "I'm going to see him now." Hyde hurriedly warned, "Whom, sir? You're about to have a visitor." He sighed, looking helpless. "Same as yesterday. Where did he run off to this time?" At the academy, dorms are assigned by entrance rank. Ranks 1 to 10 occupy the top tier, the Ravidos Hall. Ranks 11 to 30, the Bless Hall. The rest, from 31 downward, are the bottom of the social ladder. Ain't was assigned to Debes Hall. The essence of Gardner O'Fenparson, dwelling in Ain't's sword, was furious and shouted, "Debes Hall." The heir of Armian ending up in Debes instead of Bless or Ravidos. Unbelievable. If the late emperor were alive, he'd crawl up and choke the lot of them like a demon. Hearing this, Ain't asked in surprise, "Why are you suddenly bringing up demons?" He replied, "Because if not for demonic interference, how else could such absurdities happen? You feel criticized, don't you?" Ain't said, "What can I do? I'm here because I'm weak." The persona of Gardner O'Fenparson roared, "Descendant of Armian weak," as if that's believable. He suddenly observed, "To be fair, the first emperor bears some blame too." He burst out, "What? Ain't reason, think about it." He abolished the succession system and switched to an emperor election system, with 7 noble houses as electors. He also gifted territories and assets to the empire. For a century, the throne has effectively belonged to other houses. Territories were no longer Armians, the clan declined, and even part of their secret sword techniques were lost. Though nominally still a princely elector, I haven't even finished learning swordplay. Gardner cleared his throat, cough, "Still, you have talent, Ain't. I'll support you fully so you can reclaim Armian's glory." Perhaps the late emperor foresaw this, which is why he entrusted me to you. Suddenly a voice called from outside, "Ain't Armian, are you there?" Gardner wondered, "Who's here to see you?" Ain't asked, "Who is it?" The voice replied, "Your senior." Ain't thought for a moment, senior. He stepped out to open the door. Could it be? At the sight of Fernan, Ain't, a bit surprised, asked, "What are you doing here?" Fernan smiled and asked, "Busy?" He answered, "No, nothing urgent." Fernan quickly proposed, "Then may I have a little of your time?" Seeing the hallway crowded, he said, "This place is a bit public. Shall we go somewhere quieter?" Ain't exclaimed, "Right now. Wait 10 minutes, I'll get ready." Fernan put on a mock stern lecturing tone, "Leaving your senior to wait outside for 10 whole minutes. Back in my day, if a senior called you, even if you were sleeping, you dash out in your underwear. New students are spoiled now." Ain't hurriedly corrected him, 5 minutes, I'll be ready and out in 5. Fernan patted his junior's shoulder. "Fine, I'll forgive you this time. I'll wait in front of the door." The door slammed shut. Gardner exploded in fury, roaring, "What's wrong with that spoiled little rich brat?" Ain't explained, "That's Fernan Fallenberg, eldest son of House Fallenberg." Gardner scowled, his tone full of disgust. "Fallenberg, that nouveau rich lot. That moneyed crowd thinks they're somebody. Daring to summon a royal descendant like that. Has the world gone mad?" Ain't, while changing, wondered what he wanted. Hopefully he's not here to demand repayment for that potion. He said it was an investment. Fernan waited for Ain't in the great hall and asked, "Did you bring the sword?" He scratched his head defensively. "Ah yes, I feel calmer holding the sword. I swear no ill intent." Fernan nodded in understanding. Most knights wouldn't part from their sword. He thought inwardly that the sword was surely Gardner O'Fenparson's ego. Ain't suddenly asked, "So, why did you want to meet me, Fernan?" Fernan replied slowly, "Ah, nothing really. I just wanted to have a meal with—" Ain't exclaimed, "A meal?" Fernan nodded, "Yes, order whatever you like." Ain't waved it off, "I'm fine, and this place is expensive." He frowned, using the old trick again, "Don't refuse a senior." In my day, Ain't quickly complied, yes, I'm looking now. The two of them looked over the menu to choose. Fernan silently judged him naive and compliant. Why was I being pushed aside by this kid? The thought angered him more. Ain't, seeing the menu prices, broke into a cold sweat. Everything was exorbitant. Fernan suddenly asked, Ain't, do you have any goals besides graduating? Surprised by the senior's question, Ain't looked up and answered with a nod. Fernan said bluntly that most people enter the academy to build connections, but your house avoids social gatherings under the pretext that House Armian needs to be rebuilt. So I found it strange that you enrolled. Ain't replied in a low voice that he was tired of being treated like a spent royal. Even if only in name, Armian is still royalty. Fernan froze at the tone. Look at that. He declared, I will become a royal knight and restore my family's honor. Fernan realized the look in his eyes when he spoke of that dream was different. He had strong will and a hunger to achieve his goals. Fernan dipped his head and answered perfunctorily, I see. Have you chosen your dish? Ain't returned to his usual manner. Please wait a moment. Armian is extremely proud of his bloodline. It seemed Ain't wasn't as easygoing as he appeared. Fernan changed the subject. Ain't, do you avoid anything? He answered, not really. Fernan pressed on, what's your MBTI? Ain't looked puzzled, MBTI. Fernan returned home right after the meal. He thought to himself that he now roughly understood Ain't Armian's type. He had intended to flatter him and lure him with sponsorship. Luckily, he didn't. Fernan began analyzing the stock. Ain't Armian, from appearance, potential intelligence, assets, standout traits are pride in his family, confidence, honor conscious. Notes, underestimated, super blue chip, long-term investment preferred, top-tier hedge against the world's end. He thought that if he shoved money in his face immediately, Ain't's pride would be hurt. With this kind of person, a gentle, affectionate approach is better than charity. Now he needed to build trust slowly, insert himself into Ain't's life. With patience, when the time came, Ain't would seek him out. Then pull the lever and scoop up the gold, an entire massive catch. I'll turn him into an ally, then drain him dry. At that moment, Hyde suddenly entered the room and asked, the young master is back. Where did you just go? Fernan answered casually that he met an acquaintance. Hyde, curious, asked if it was Berchef. Fernan wondered why the name came up. Hyde repeated, Luna Berchef. She came today to discuss that debt. Fernan suddenly remembered, is it today? Hyde sighed that if he'd known the master would be late, he'd sent her away earlier. He had told her to wait, but after 3 hours she left. Maybe Berchef thought the master was standing her up to discourage her. Fernan reached for his coffee and replied calmly, discouraged is better. So much effort went into tying them down, so hold on tight. Suddenly he felt dizzy. Fernan grabbed his head and let out a cry. Hyde worriedly asked, young master, are you all right? He replied, I'm fine, just a sudden headache. Strange lines of writing suddenly appeared in Fernan's mind, and he was astonished. This is a prophecy, and the part I couldn't read before at that. How did it just appear now? Brown hair like drifting clouds, aquamarine eyes, only enough to describe a fragment of that girl. Her swordplay was exquisite, beautiful, noble, more vivid than anyone, and Ain't had been captivated by that dance under the moon. She certainly had the talent to become a royal knight, but there was a shadow in her heart. If those chains were broken, she could spread her wings wide and fly free. Those chains, I want to free her from House Fallenberg. Isn't that Luna Berchef? Fernan wondered if that was the reason Ain't hated. He grabbed his head and swore, damn it. Hyde stood before him, frozen at hearing that. Fernan hurried to explain, I wasn't talking about you. Luna Berchef sat waiting in the lower hall, thinking to herself, Fernan Fallenberg. He deliberately stood me up yesterday, and now he calls me here. I'm the one anxious about that debt. Luna wondered if he intended to crush her. Fernan stood behind, observing the girl for a moment. He felt that even from behind he could see how uncomfortable she was. The Berchef counts were originally border margraves. They were once a powerful house, guarding the empire's northern front, one of the 7 elector houses, but then a wave of giant monsters swept through. Their solid legacy collapsed, and their glory vanished. To rebuild the house, Berchef had to sell everything they owned, including the official charter and the imperial signet proving the right to elect a margrave. But it still wasn't enough. At that time, the one who helped Berchef was Duke Ivan Fallenberg, head of House Fallenberg, my father. Was it because father pitied Berchef's misfortune? No. House Fallenberg lacked swordsmanship talent and always wanted to obtain extraordinary sword secrets. Berchef's tragedy was the perfect opportunity. Fallenberg blocked other nobles from providing financial aid and gradually pressured Berchef into taking on massive debt. That way Berchef could avoid vanishing, but the annual interest still made them suffer. Fernan calculated that if he pressed them a bit more, he could extract the secret techniques. Yet fate painted Luna as Ain't Armian's future lover. The analysis on Luna Berchef showed that from appearance, potential, assets to intellect, notable points were debtor, talent to become a royal knight, Ain't Armian's future lover, connected to Armian. Fernan calculated. Restore the house, save the world, romance, do whatever ain't likes. He told himself to forget the secret techniques. If Luina had ties to Ain't, he must ensure she didn't hate him. Fernan stepped forward and politely said, Luina Berchef, you're just in time for dinner. To be honest, I'm sorry about yesterday. I was too busy and forgot the appointment. It's really not on purpose, the girl protested with indignation. Well, the weaker party must endure injustice. Fernan repeated, I told you it wasn't like that. Luina snapped, fine, I'll pretend it wasn't. He replied, no, don't pretend. The girl looked at him seriously and cut to the chase. Fine, so why did you want to see me? Fernan smiled and answered, you probably know already. Inside, he began deploying his plan to make a good impression. Fernan's plan to win over Luina Berchef, Phase 1. But as soon as he said it that classes for magic and knights will be joint starting year 2, Luina immediately replied, no. Fernan blurted, I haven't even said anything. How did you know? The girl gently rotated her teacup and said slowly, you want me as a partner, right? Why would I do that? What's in it for me to cooperate with you? I'm ranked 2nd, you're 10th, I have far better options. Seeing her resistance, he proposed, if you agree to be my partner for 3 years, I'll waive your interest. However, on the condition that you accept me as your sponsor. Luina asked in surprise why he wanted that. Fernan explained that the joint class was important, worth 5 credits. The girl shook her head, no, that's not my point. Why not just want to partner with me and also sponsor me? If you don't know, I have a scholarship. Fernan replied gently that she had to send nearly all her money home to her family. Everyone knows that aside from dorm expenses, she must live more frugally than commoners. Sponsorship isn't anything special. I just want to invest in your talent. Luina was slightly surprised. It's the first time I've heard of a noble sponsoring another noble. Fernan felt that Luina Berchef was like Ain't, someone who values honor and integrity. He smiled softly and said, yes, Fallenberg and Berchef are both noble family. But they're not equals, are they? He was certain inwardly that however proudly Berchef held his head, it could never match what it once was. Luina snapped angrily, are you insulting me? Fernan smiled, certainly not like Armian, I've already got her under control. Even if she hates it, she'll accept it, even if she holds a grudge against Fallenberg. He told Luina this isn't the time for pride to stand in your way. Your talent isn't a lie. Fernan's plan to win over Luina Berchef moved into Phase 2. He shifted topics. Actually, I've seen you sword dance recently. He relied on the prophecy. Brown hair like drifting clouds, aquamarine eyes, enough to sketch a fragment of that girl. Her blade work is exquisite, graceful, noble, beautiful, noble, and more vivid than anyone. He painted an enchanting scene, their swordplay refined and alive. Luina was utterly astonished. Reading the girl's expression, Fernan was sure she wouldn't refuse someone who recognized her talent. Luina froze for a moment and blurted, are you saying? Fernan jumped up to cut her off. I can't forget the first time I saw your sword dance. The Ode of Luina Berchef's Swordsmanship by Fernan Fallenberg began, her sword art, oh how exquisite, flowing, noble and righteous, swift as light yet gentle as butterfly wings. Each of her moves torments my mind nightly, how could I sleep? These cheesy lines made Luina cry out, gross, stop it, please stop. Fernan shouted, no, I can't. Luina's face darkened, why can't you, pervert? He lunged before her and repeated the ode. It's because I couldn't find words to describe the beauty of your sword art. Luina, exasperated, yelled, fine, I'll be your partner, please. Fernan's plan to win Luina Berchef had succeeded splendidly. After returning to the dorm, Luina told Nurse Serena about it. The nurse exclaimed, 3 years interest-free and sponsored, plus a clause that the sponsorship will be kept confidential. And ending upon graduation. In return, you must be his partner for 3 years. The girl smiled and said, yes, how could I refuse? He said he saw potential in my sword arts. Serena asked in surprise what he saw, and Luina excitedly recounted. Potential, he said, exquisite, flowing, noble, and righteous. And also that he couldn't find words to describe the beauty of the sword art. Hearing this, Nurse Serena's veins bulged on her forehead. She burst into anger and said, my lord, that money-obsessed man is plotting something, but I must admit he has an eye for talent. Luina cautioned her nanny to speak carefully. He is still the heir of Fallenberg. Serena fumed precisely. Now that Fallenberg even uses flirting tactics, I'm sure he's trying to seduce you with those sharp, deep eyes. And don't forget that lecherous smile. Luina thought inwardly, nanny, that expression, don't tell me your taste is him. She laughed and said she didn't feel he was trying to seduce her, though it was suspicious. But 3 years interest-free would ease the family's burden, so she'll try to tolerate it. Serena still felt resentful. After all, Luina is class rank 2 while Fernan is rank 10. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Serena opened it to find a tall man. She asked what's the matter. Hyde reported that Master Fernan Fallenberg wished to see Miss Luina. He said he's waiting at the training yard and requests Miss Luina come as soon as possible. Serena frowned. Must she drop everything and run over? Luna was surprised. The training yard. The nurse replied, I'll ask Mrs. Opinion. Luna worried inwardly. What does he want me at the training yard for? I don't understand what he's scheming. Fernan hoisted his magic staff on his shoulder and stepped into the arena. From his knowledge, Luna Berchef always ranks second in class. First place is a second-year knight named Almond Donor. She has never managed to beat him, but people say she has the makings to become one of the 10 royal knights across the continent. She certainly has the talent to become a royal knight, yet there's a shadow in her heart. Today he wanted to test whether that was true. Luna stepped forward with her sword and asked puzzledly, I don't understand. What is this about? Fernan smiled and replied, I don't want you to think I'm just a burden, so I'll show you I'm not weak. Luna asked, you mean by proving it by defeating me right here? Even though he's only rank 10, he has the right to live in Ravido's tower, so I acknowledge his skill. However, the gap between rank 2 and 10 is obvious. Fernan insisted anyway, let's just try. The girl drew her sword. Fine, as you wish. I also want to see you prove yourself. I'll let you strike first. Fernan raised his staff in reply, more than willing. He began casting magic. The orb atop the staff flared brilliantly, mana radiating power. Fernan muttered the incantation, and Ba Nai Bat Nai Rai Hong, and the Crimson Stone formation formed, charging to attack Luna. The girl swung her sword in a heavy chop. A thudding crash rang out. Luna's strength was indisputable. Her blade was decisive and lightning fast. She destroyed nearly all the flying boulders heading her way. But just when it seemed she had it under control, she noticed Fernan's magic changing. She had just shattered the Crimson Stone, and when she turned, she saw his formation had been greatly reinforced. Luna thought inwardly, did he destroy the training floor? The floor had been enchanted and strengthened. Even a powerful strike could leave no mark. Only then did she realize, Fernan Fallenberg, he was hiding his true strength. The magic orb grew ever more dazzling. Fernan's eyes glowed red with evident satisfaction. Stones on the floor suddenly multiplied densely, continuously encircling and attacking Luna, forcing her into a strenuous defense. Luna leapt to evade the blows, panicking inwardly, impossible. Casting multi-incantations and chaining advanced spells like that. Just how much mana do you have? This is certainly not the power of a rank 10. I completely misjudged my opponent. At this rate, I'll lose. Luna quickly erected a protective formation around herself. The force, like a whirlwind, both resisted and counterattacked Fernan. He was a bit surprised, then smiled. A section of the nearby wall broke away. Fernan reinforced his power and launched a new wave of attack. Luna gripped her sword tightly and struck forward. The force was like thunder, unstoppable. In an instant, the magic staff fell to the ground. Luna froze, her blade poised above him. Fernan smiled and said, I concede. Luna snapped, are you mocking me? He replied nonchalantly, I'm not mocking you. I've simply exhausted my mana. A mage without mana can't defeat a knight, Luna thought. He didn't seem to be pretending. He truly had no mana. In that state, he certainly couldn't beat me. I defended until he was spent, so this victory is mine. She frowned and shook her head slightly. Yet why did she feel so uneasy? This win didn't feel like a real victory. Fernan suddenly reached into his coat. Ah, I have something for you. He produced a small gift box and said, since you beat me, you like chocolate, right? It's whiskey chocolate made by my family, very tasty. Luna couldn't hide her delight. Oh, chocolate, my mouth waters at the sight. Fernan added, if you don't like this type, I also have Freeding World Bark Chocolate, or Kraken Ink Chocolate, a specialty of the Phrasia Kingdom. Just say the word, I have them all. Suddenly Luna realized something. Wait, hold on. She asked loudly, did you investigate my background? Fernan's expression was like, wipe your saliva first and then talk. He replied casually, I wouldn't bother for just you alone. I just looked up personal info on all the top students. Luna protested, so that's called a background check. And giving chocolate because I want a duel. Do you take me for a child? Fernan feigned surprise. Oh, I thought you'd like it, but if not, I won't force you. As he moved to put it away, Luna snatched the box. I never said I wouldn't take it. Fernan smiled warmly. Then let's be close from now on. As he turned to leave, Luna suddenly called after him. Wait, what is it? He asked. What? She said seriously. The amount of mana you possess is enormous, enough to unleash such brutal attacks continuously. I can't gauge your limit. With that power, why are you only ranked 10? Fernan smiled. It's obvious. Merchants never step into the light. Indeed, a deeply hidden hand is hard to raid. Fernan returned home. Hyde saw the tattered staff and many shards on the table and asked, what happened here? What did you do to ruin the mana storage and the mana amplifiers? Fernan rummaged in his coat and replied, I dueled Luna. She's really strong. Even though I prepared thoroughly, everything was destroyed. Moreover, she drained my mana yet stood firm to the end. He placed a small orb on the table. Hyde sighed in exasperation. Why did you use those precious items just to fight Luna Bersham? Is she worth that much? Fernan replied, it's an investment for the future. Hyde found it puzzling. Investment. He answered briefly, yes, something like that. Hyde muttered, could the aftereffects of that lightning strike be returning? Fernan sat in thought, recalling the match, so beautiful. Aunt Armian was right. Luna Bershev's sword is fast and graceful, with an air of nobility. Now I understand why father coveted the Bershev family's sword manual. Besides, Luna truly has talent. Hyde stood beside him murmuring, I can usually guess the young master's intentions, but this time I'm at a loss. Fernan remained lost in questions. Why has she never claimed first place? Is it because her equipment is poor? Suddenly he was jolted by Hyde's loud call. Young master, are you going to tell the Duke about this? The Bershev family's secret sword manual. It's been his long-held wish. Fernan replied, that. When I did it I wasn't thinking, but now that you mention it, I'm a bit worried. I wonder if father will disown me. Hyde exclaimed, disown you? No way. He'd probably just kill you quickly. Fernan flinched. I'm his real son. Hyde's expression said, papers and procedures are complicated, but elimination is fast. Fernan doubted he couldn't kill his own son just because he interfered with a plan. Anyway, I decided to write father a letter in advance about the Bershev matter and wait for a reply. After finishing the letter, I could clearly picture father grabbing someone by the collar and collapsing from rage. After sending it, Fernan often had vague thoughts about some news concerning demons, or what if father really decides to strangle me. Uneasy premonitions flooded in, but he tried to ignore them. Then a few days later, a reply from father arrived. Fernan held the letter, his face extremely tense. He said it was faster than I expected. Hyde agreed. Yes, in the end what must happen has happened. Fernan asked cautiously if father left any personal message. He replied no, but his face was miserably tearful. Fernan wondered why he looked like that. Hyde choked up. I have a premonition today will be the last day I serve you, young master. Fernan scoffed. Don't jinx it. He's certain this couldn't be a reason to disown me. I remember being disowned was because of Aunt Armian, guilty of shaking hands with a demon and being exiled. Hyde pulled out a handkerchief, tears streaming like rain. My close friend, why now of all years? Fernan calculated carefully. This matter has nothing to do with demons, it should be fine. He opened the paper. Inside was a single line, you have been possessed by a demon. Signed, Manhwa Fallenberg. Fernan's face went rigid. He said, Hyde, I must see father immediately. Hyde froze. What does the letter say? Fernan thought, demon. No way could I be tied to a demon like this. No, impossible. Inside he was truly chaotic. I cannot confess that I possess a prophetic book. Fernan went to the Fallenberg castle. The butler bowed and said, please follow me. The prophetic book doesn't exist in physical form, and there's no way to prove it. A prophetic book exists only in my head. If I speak of it, father will think a merchant has gone mad with delusions, or he will erupt in fury, accusing me of trying to ruin the family's reputation. I must offer something to offset the Bershev loss. He followed the butler to his father's study. As the door opened, Manhwa Fallenberg sat at his desk. He paused his pen, looked at him and said, you seem calmer than I expected. I even thought you might be on something and lost your mind. Or, the demon the late emperor destroyed has revived and possessed my son. If not those things, then explain why you did it. Fernan replied calmly, I decided to invest in Bershev in a better direction. Ivan asked what investment could be better than the secret sword manual. Fernan blurted, I cannot say that. His father warned sternly, Fernan, this is not a request. At this moment you are a criminal, a fool squandering the family's wealth. Fernan did not dodge and answered confidently, I know. Still, my thinking hasn't changed. If you hand the entire Bershev matter to me, I'm confident I can bring back even greater profit than that sword manual. Ivan stared into his son's eyes and demanded, is that so? Then tell me, where does that confidence come from? Fernan kept his answer, I cannot say. His gaze filled with suspicion. Ridiculous. I've never taught you to act so rashly. You don't understand this isn't a matter solved by a few childish sulks. Seeing his father's resolve, Fernan thought, as I suspected, I have no choice but to bargain with things mentioned in the prophecy. I didn't want to play this card so soon, but now I have no choice. Fernan replied calmly, I'm not sulking. In exchange for you shouldering full responsibility for the Bershev affair, I will provide father with information that only I know. Ivan slammed his hand lightly on the desk and asked gently, information only you know. He explained, father already knows, I run a private intelligence network under my command. He replied with some mockery, I doubt it's much better than children's playthings, but go on, what's this big information? Fernan revealed, to the west of the Aris Range, within the territory of Tzyuzi Donarts, there is an undiscovered magic stone mine. Ivan exclaimed, a magic stone mine. I've never heard of a deposit there. How did you discover this? Your fledgling intelligence network is no better than children digging in the dirt. Fernan replied nonchalantly, but it's children who dig in the dirt, and sometimes they accidentally unearth a buried coin. That place in the Eris range is more than enough to cover the losses from the Berchef affair and leave a substantial surplus. These words changed Yvonne's expression. Fernan affirmed, it's a mountain of money. Magic stone is an ore infused with mana, regarded as one of the most valuable mineral resources, so it generates wealth, lots of it. However, the magic stone mine in the Eris range is only briefly mentioned in the prophecy, with no concrete details. I have never seen it with my own eyes, so I have no clear sense of its scale, but at minimum, it can buy us some time. Fernan laid out his plan. The shipment operated by the Donert's house was sunk by a storm, and their finances are currently strained. If we seize the opportunity skillfully, we can obtain the mining rights. He calculated inwardly. As for the prophecy being exposed, it's best to delay revealing it as long as possible. Yvonne said, if what you say is true, it would compensate for the losses you caused, but it still needs verification, and that will take time. So for now, go home and focus on your study. When there's a result, I will call you back. Fernan answered crisply, understood. He turned and left at once, uneasy. Have I quelled his anger? Why do I feel 10 years of my lifespan just vanish? Suddenly, Yvonne called Fernan. He hesitated, turned back, and replied, yes, father. His stomach in knots. What now? Did I do something else wrong? But his father only said, while you're here, join me for a meal. I can't keep banishing you. He sighed in relief. Ah, of course. The heavy door was closed quickly. After Fernan left, Yvonne reproached, I'm somewhat disappointed in you. Even Hyenqui couldn't uncover what you found. Note, Hyenqui, the intelligence unit under Duke Pellenberg. Orlando replied sternly, my apologies, I will have a full reinvestigation. Yvonne cautioned, don't be harsh, take it slowly. He suddenly asked his colleague, beyond that, what do you think of Fernan? Orlando smiled and said, you're planning business with the Duke now. You've become a merchant yourself. Yvonne still had doubts, but I remained suspicious. It's unclear how he discovered the magic stone mine. That will become clear in time. Perhaps we should involve the specialists who investigate mineral veins. Orlando asked the Golden Pillars unit. Note, Golden Pillars is the intelligence unit under Fernan. Yvonne analyzed, Fernan understands the profit potential of mineral resources very well. That's why, despite an innate talent for fire magic, he chose to become an earth mage. Of course, the information still needs verification. Orlando speculated it is very possible the young master truly controls the Golden Pillar. He could even have developed that organization to the point of controlling mineral veins. Yvonne smiled with satisfaction. That boy has been obsessed with minerals since he was little. I never expected he'd pull something like this off later, he said, staring at the paper in his hand. A magic stone mine. Whose son is so clever? Yvonne's expression suddenly grew serious. He instructed, and investigate that girl Luna Berchef thoroughly. I want to know exactly what she did to seduce that brat Fernan. Orlando asked, do you mean the young master has fallen for Luna Berchef? Yvonne reminded him, I've said it already, move on. No profit, no investment. But if there's profit, then we must invest. He fell silent a moment, then added, if the investment isn't for a clear reason, it means your gaze is caught by something else. If it's not youthful love, then what else could it be? But I feel it's still not everything. That money-obsessed kid, what has he ultimately chosen? In the Great Hall, Luna was eating a full cup of ice cream. Fernan asked, Alia Tortiga paired with Carlos Denev. She answered, yeah, Carlos chose Alia right after I said it. I'll be classmates with you. He was curious. Alia Tortiga is 4th place in the Nitri division, right? Luna nodded. Yes, she used to be 5th, but then improved dramatically. Fernan asked further, did you tell Carlos you paired with me? She answered casually, the rumors already spread. Hiding it won't help. Sooner or later, everyone will know. Everyone says I paired with you for money. It's predictable. I have to learn to face it. After all, it's not entirely wrong. He smiled. Well, I do really like money. There's nothing I wouldn't do. Luna thought, great. No wonder everyone calls him a money maniac. Anyway, that's also why I hate him. Suddenly, Fernan produced a gift. Here, take this. She asked in surprise, what's this? He replied, a vial of elixir and an item voucher. This elixir is brewed from mandrake root, and the voucher can be taken to the weapons shop run by my company. You can use it to exchange for high-grade equipment. Luna looked at the valuable items and repeated, I can't return these to you. He said, have you forgotten the sponsorship contract we signed? The girl replied frankly, even so, items produced by the Jingui Trade Guild exceed what I can accept. It's like a gift already. Don't you think it's too much? Note, Jingui is the trade guild run by the Pellenberg family. Fernan smiled and slightly nodded. Luna continued, judging by your reaction, you seem to think so too. He answered firmly, no, internally he calculated. Yes, it really is excessive. But if this is the price to win Luna over and avoid becoming a beggar later, it's too cheap. And if she is strong enough to help me fight demons, it's even more worthwhile. Luna resolutely refused. It's still too much. I can't accept. Fernan said slowly, refusing sponsorship would violate the contract. That's reason enough to cancel it, with penalties, surely. Luna startled and hurriedly interrupted him. Fine, I'll accept. Fernan stood up. Good, see you in class. I've got some things to do, I'll come later. He left quickly. Luna sat there worried. Even with sponsorship, this is excessively expensive. She suddenly wondered, wait, does the contract have a penalty clause? Luna rummaged her memory for a long time. Is there one? No, definitely not right. She suddenly felt terrified. What, he lied to give me these valuables? Is he really trying to seduce me and steal the sword manual like the nurse said? You just try. But don't dream of succeeding. Class had started. Fernan stood on the balcony watching for a while and murmured, Ain't Armian should be here for this lesson. Where is he? Ah, there he is. Ain't standing in a group of students across the arena. The first-year Knights Department's first lesson, War and Combat. A course famed for evaluating students' real abilities through friendly matches. According to the prophecy, ever since Ain't Armian wielded the sword bearing Gardner O'Fenparson's soul, he began to shine and gain renown. And his journey to becoming the world's savior hero officially begins here. Suddenly someone called out, who is that? Fernan turned and immediately recognized him. Unexpected to see Fernan Fallenberg here. Fernan hurriedly asked, how have you been, Your Highness? The man slapped his shoulder and smiled cordially. Your Highness, long time no see. Why so tense? Relax. Fernan explained, this is our first meeting since we entered second year. I thought we should at least greet properly. Ludger asked curiously, what's going on? Are you watching any new students? He replied slowly, I always keep a close eye on those on the rankings. How about you? Fernan probed, did you come here for Ain't Armian? Ludger did not hide it. Of course, he's of the old royal line. No one from House Armian has entered the academy in 100 years, so it's understandable curiosity is aroused when one enrolls now. Fernan thought, Ludger Schwaben, the second prince of the current Schwaben imperial house. Schwaben has held the throne for 3 generations, since being elected as the imperial house 100 years ago. They share roots with Armian, but relations between the old royalty and the current imperial family have since grown tense. Moreover, Ludger highly values power and wants the Schwaben line to continue ruling. Therefore, Ain't Armian's presence, bearing the purer bloodline, is a significant threat. Suddenly, Ludger looked down at someone and said, I bet he's also very curious about Ain't Armian. Fernan blurted, what is it? And followed Ludger's gaze. It was the red-haired youth watching intently. Fernan exclaimed, is that Varan Kalbund? Ludger answered, yes. This time he entered the Knights Academy as runner-up. Kalbunder is seeking an opportunity to replace Armian. His family has declined and hopes to become one of the 7 imperial recruit houses. Perhaps that's why he's been starring at Ain't Armian all this time. Fernan knew Varan Kalbunder. What a coincidence. Perhaps Ludger and Varan's relationship begins here. In every epic there is a villain the hero must overcome to grow. For Varan, who is fixated on Ain't, the protagonist of the prophecy, defeat him, make everyone understand the past is past. I understand. Ain't Armian, I will sever the roots of Armian. Varan Kalbunder will be the next opponent. At that moment Professor Grad called out, after Anton Dennern, now Ain't Armian. Fernan marveled, Ludger Schwaben and his lackey Varan Kalbunder. With them present, we witness the true beginning of a hero's journey. Is this fate? Interesting, let's see then. Professor Grad signaled, all right, begin. In Fernan's mind the prophecy image rose. The victor, Ain't Armian. Cheers erupted. Ain't one, Ain't defeated Anton Dennern, Ain't Armian's name. Among instructors and students, that moment marked real spread. Both Ludger and Varan were greatly surprised. Fernan felt intense excitement. Would this prophecy prove I was right to invest in Ain't? Professor Grad signaled again, then begin. Anton began to move. His speed was very fast. Ain't felt a bit nervous. He swung his sword to block the opponent's attack. Anto followed with a slash across Ain't's neck. He hurriedly leapt high to avoid the blow, and tried to land as safely as possible. After only a few moves, Ain't was already gasping for breath. Ludger said, I heard this class pairs fights randomly. Poor Ain't Armian got unlucky. Anton Dennern ranked 10th in the entrance exam, while Ain't Armian was as low as 38th, an opponent far too strong for Ain't. The match grew tenser. Ludger's side pushed like this. Well, rank 38, I don't expect much, but the fight is boring. He patted Fernan's shoulder. Nothing more to watch, I'm off. He suddenly said, not entirely nothing to watch, Ludger hummed. At that moment in the arena, Ain't suddenly launched a very fast strike. Anton only managed to retreat a little. The blade traced a line that tore Anton's shirt. He froze in place, staring at the ripped fabric. Those around panicked. What Anton couldn't counter in time, Impossible, ain't his 38. Varen was also surprised by the situation. Fernan thought that perhaps he was startled because the opponent attacked so ferociously from the start. His clear disarray showed he was still inexperienced. But once he regained composure and countered, the situation immediately reversed. Anton gripped his sword tightly, furious. How could someone ranked 38 like you make me lose? Anton gathered energy and cast a spell. A blazing red vortex appeared. A classmate said, "Ain't is better than I thought, but Anton will still win, right? After all, holding on this long preserves the royal house's face." A girl sneered. What face, rank 38 after all? Ludger smiled with some excitement. Unexpectedly, a 38th ranked student forced the Academy's 10th to use chi. At least he deserves the Armian name. Someone lacking talent, yet striving so hard is commendable. Hearing this, Fernan thought, lacking talent. Ain't Armian lacking talent? No way. It's not that Ain't lacks ability. It's that his environment never supported. Ain't was fiercely resisting Anton's attacks. Though underrated, he never wavered. Fernan felt Ain't Armian was someone special. He was the one chosen by the prophecy, the protagonist of this world. Ain't moved behind Anton, and in an instant his sword flew through the air. Anton fell. Professor Grad shouted, "Winner." Ain't Armian, Ain't raised his sword high, his face ecstatic. Varen scowled, clearly displeased, while the other students were ecstatic. Ain't won. He defeated Anton Denner. Fernan thought, as expected, the prophecy came true. I didn't choose the wrong person. I can already hear the money flowing in. He calculated that if he trained Ain't well and made him his ally, Ludger still couldn't believe it. Ain't one. Fernan whistled. Next, I'll try to recruit Lewin. In the shared lecture hall, seeing Fernan and Lewin sitting together, classmates began whispering, are they really a couple? Someone wondered, why would Lewin accept that? For money, Fernan propped his chin and said, annoying, we're getting too much attention. I don't like being the center of attention. Lewina replied, ignore them, they'll stop. He switched topics, so did you drink the elixir I gave you? Change your gear already. Do you like it? The girl fell silent for a moment. Could she really tell him how excited Lewina got after changing gear? Even Serena had to exclaim, wow, the young lady is so cool. Or how energized her body felt after drinking the elixir. She couldn't say it outright. She hesitated and answered, well, it's not bad. At that moment, a professor entered the class. Is everyone here? A tall professor accompanied her. As she stepped onto the lectern, she said, it looks like everyone already has a partner. No late arrivals, right? I am Professor Rosalia of the Faculty of Arcana, and as you know, this is Professor Grad of the Knights Department. From now on, the two departments will hold joint classes. Now let's begin the lesson. You should have received maps from the teaching assistants. Fernan was also handed a scroll of material. Professor Rosalia cast magic and set up a formation. The first lesson will be an outdoor practical exercise. Professor Grad explained the exercise. Nothing tests knowledge better than real combat. From now on, you'll be thrown into a field test. The map marks the destination. You only need to get there within 4 hours. However, do not arrive too early or too late. Exactly 4 hours from now, that is at 2:00 p.m. Any questions? A male student raised his hand and asked, does this count for grade? Professor Grad answered, it's the most important content after midterms and for finals. Another student wondered, are we allowed to fight? Professor Rosalia replied, if you capture someone, you'll get bonus points. If there are no more questions, begin. The students were stunned. What? The assistant next to Fernan immediately activated the formation. A blinding light spread, worrying the students. Rosalia called out loudly, then I wish you all good luck. All students were sent into the pocket realm. Fernan and Lewina landed in a sparse forest. He looked around and wondered where this was. Lewina replied, now we have to find out ourselves. The girls suddenly remembered. First, check the map. Suddenly there was noise ahead. Two classmates appeared, a red-haired girl and a frail-looking young man. The girl exclaimed, Lewina and Fernan, hello. Fernan recognized them as Jane Hux and End Palin. Both are below the top 70, right? Lewina asked, what do we do now? He replied indifferently, no need to ask. Should we bother with those low-ranked trash? The two friends protested loudly, trash. Fernan glanced at Lewina and added, normally I'd say that and walk away. But this time I'll follow your decision completely. The girl's eyes lit up, good. Lewina gripped her sword hilt. Then first, after getting bonus points, check the map and determine our current location. Fernan wondered, wouldn't using magic be easier? She asked in surprise, is there a spell to locate us? Fernan explained, no, I mean we should climb somewhere high and look around. Lewina was puzzled. Isn't that the same as reading the map? Never mind, just get past those bushes. N. Palin saw them arguing and leaned to Jane. Now's our chance, run. But after only a few steps, the two were stopped by Lewina, standing directly in front of them. We need to grab those bonus points. Where do you think you're going? Jane and N screamed, ay ay ay. But but as Luina's blade was about to pierce them, a protective formation instantly appeared, shielding Jane and N. The sword struck the map scroll. Only then did Fernan realize the maps the TAs handed out were inscribed with defensive talismans. Luina said, "Right, if I'd known, I wouldn't have held back." He protested, "Held back? You hit them like you were trying to kill them." On the tracking board, the profiles for Jane Hux and End Palin of the Arcana faculty, rank 77, slowly disappeared. Professor Grad exclaimed, "Another team eliminated. Students are dropping out faster than I expected." Rosalia wondered, "It's strange. None were defeated by monsters. All were eliminated by conflicts among themselves." Grad suddenly asked, "By the way, Professor Rosalia, any pairs you're particularly watching this time?" She looked at the formation and replied slowly, "Judging by the scoreboard alone, Ludger Schwaben and Alain Donertz are the strongest. Carlos Denev and Elia Tortiga are worth watching too. But the pair I'm most keeping an eye on, without a doubt, is Luina Berchef and Fernan Fallenberg." Grad recalled that pair really did cause a stir among the students. "Luina is the one losing out, paired with him, surely for money, yet I don't see Fernan caring about scores." Rosalia smiled. Perhaps there's another reason he chose to pair with Luina. Grad, surprised, asked, "Not for points?" She affirmed, "Exactly. Fernan can raise his scores whenever he wants. He doesn't need to pair with anyone." Grad was puzzled. "He can raise his scores anytime. What do you mean?" Rosalia explained, "Fernan always ranks 10th, no higher, no lower. Top students often rank first, but consistently staying 10th is odd, isn't it? Current rankings. First Carlos Denev, second Ludger Schwaben, third Daisy Harn, fourth Jean Brad, fifth Neria Hoffman, sixth Peter Roman, 10th Fernan Fallenberg. Moreover, Fernan's theory scores are nearly perfect, yet he is always docked in practicals, always the same amount, just enough to keep him housed in Ravito's hall. I thought he was the type who avoided standing out." Grad concluded, "So that means Fernan deliberately hides his true strength." Rosalia agreed, "Indeed. Do you remember the recent training ground incident? Professors scrambled to find the culprit. It turned out to be Fernan and Luina." Grad cried in astonishment. "What, they wrecked the training grounds? No student should have the power to destroy it." She smiled, "Yes, which makes me even more curious." He asked again about why does Fernan hide his strength? Rosalia answered, "No, it's why he stopped hiding it." Meanwhile, inside the trial formation, Fernan stood atop a mountain, checking the map while surveying the terrain. The map marked the northern coast. "I think we're somewhere around here." Below, shouts rang out nonstop. "There's Luina, help me. Luina Berchef, you cruel thing, I know points matter, but this is too much." Fernan was relaxed, just finding the route, while Luina took responsibility for clearing obstacles. He judged, "Then this must be the western mountain area." Luina called up from below, "This side's clear. What about your side? Have you located the destination?" Fernan leaped down in front of her and replied, "Yes, we just head northeast. We encountered quite a few people along the way." Luina exclaimed happily, "Wonderful." He asked, "Are we going to look for the next pair right away?" The girl brushed hair from her forehead and answered, "Yes, there's still plenty of time. I think we should use it to grab more bonus points." Suddenly, a massive boulder fell from above. Fernan quickly blocked it with his staff. A young man stepped forward and called out loudly, "Fancy meeting you here." Fernan Fallenberg. It was a familiar face, the pair Carlos Denev and Elia Tortiga. Luina snapped, sneaking up from behind and calling it an honor. He replied casually, "What's unjust in combat? Didn't the professor say this is real combat?" The staff in his hand flared, magic radiating powerfully. Carlos said, "You thought I'd meet you this early and let you walk away easily. Come on." His face betrayed clear irritation. Luina was puzzled. Why is Carlos Denev so angry? Fernan guessed, "Didn't he beg you to pair with him before? His pride must be hurt because I stole you." How childish, holding a grudge over past matter. Luina replied sternly, "Stole? How ridiculous, I don't belong to anyone." Hearing this, Carlos was noticeably taken aback. Fernan taunted, big guy acting like a child. He fumed so red-faced that he shouted, "Shut up and fight." Fernan said, "It seems this fight is unavoidable." Luina answered, "That's fine. Defeating a high-ranked pair yields more bonus points, but since they're high-ranked, you can't just stand aside and watch this time." Fernan sighed, "I know, I'll support you, so go all out." Luina's expression showed she didn't fully trust this teammate. She said, "Support, don't overexert yourself." "We haven't coordinated at all yet. What kind of support is that?" He smiled to reassure her. "We're a pair. Fighting alone makes no sense, right? Don't worry." Fernan began casting a formation. Rocks and earth lifted from the ground and quickly surrounded their opponents. Mana light grew stronger by the moment as he shouted, "Trust me." Outside the lecture hall now, Professor Rosalia noticed a major disturbance. It seems there's a fairly large skirmish over there." "It's the western mountain area," Grad wondered. "Have the students started fighting monsters already?" She immediately checked and discovered no monsters had appeared in that area. Get closer and take a look. The secret view of the western mountain area enlarged, and Grad exclaimed that it looked like the two pairs Professor Rosalia just mentioned had encountered each other. She replied excitedly, "Oh my, two pairs of high-ranked students facing off like this is really something to look forward to." Grad smiled, wonderful. Fernan Fallenberg, this time we'll see your true strength with our own eyes. Inside the secret view, the match between Fernan's team and Carlos's had become intense, both sides charging into close combat with maximum spirit. Luina suddenly felt something extremely strange. She wondered to herself why her body felt unusually light. A thought flashed through her mind. Could it be support magic? Since when did he start using that? Luina glanced at Fernan. With one hand he restrained his staff, the other hand casting a support array. She was truly astonished that in the middle of a fight, he still had time to cast a support spell. Realizing Luina had noticed, Fernan winked smugly. "I'm so cool, right?" She panicked. This guy's crazy, this man really is. Alia made a very quick move, her sword flashing toward Luina's face, and Luina jumped high to avoid the strike. Luina immediately switched to a guarded stance. She couldn't lose focus and had to take Alia out first. She swung down a very powerful sword strike to counterattack. With a thud, Alia raised her sword to block the blow. Her whole body trembled. Luina's strength was truly terrifying. Fernan suddenly unleashed a beam of light toward Luina. The girl was suddenly bound tightly, unable to move a muscle. The arm holding the sword went rigid. Luina was in turmoil, her body wouldn't move. What the hell is this? Alia quickly noticed the opponent's condition and sneered. Got you now. Luina gritted her teeth and retorted that this still wasn't anything. Alia lunged with her sword. If I just exert my chi. She channeled her chi, pouring all her power into a single devastating strike. But unexpectedly, what Alia struck was a rock. She cried out in surprise, "What is this?" Then Luina, even Luina herself, didn't understand what had happened. Why had she suddenly teleported beside Fernan? She turned and asked, "What is this?" He replied with a teasing smile, "Ah, it's magic. Our house only developed it recently. Found it useful, so I learned it immediately. It allows swapping two objects of equal weight." Hearing this, Luina was stunned and shouted, "How did you know my weight?" Fernan replied calmly, "It's written in the student records. And that rock looks heavy, but actually it's not that heavy." Luina grabbed Fernan by the collar and leapt up, delivering a sword strike that shattered the rock, then landed and growled that she'd question him thoroughly about this later. "As for that record, I'll burn it to ashes." He pleaded, "Please go easy on me. Are you doing this on purpose?" Luina threw him backward with a slam. Fernan yelled that he'd be fine if she carried him properly, then he gently sat down. She shouted that she would handle Alia, so he should focus on blocking Carlos. He picked up his staff, wondering how many more rolls he'd have to do, so embarrassing. Suddenly, he saw a large magical array forming in the sky. Fernan smiled with satisfaction. That Carlos fellow, I've always wondered why he hadn't used that move yet. Carlos Denev's signature is Summon Thunderstorm, calling down lightning like rain. And the enormous pillar of light formed from dozens of simultaneous lightning strikes. It's a multicast spell. Its destructive power far beyond student level. And it's also why he's top of the night department. He slipped his hand into his coat to search. Let's see, I've studied a way to block this attack. Fernan took out two large gems. Now he could test them. Let's see how effective they are. He began chanting. The two gems turned the small lightning bolts and slowly infiltrated Carlos's array. At that moment, Carlos was concentrating his chi, casting his spell. He suddenly noticed something was off. A series of thunderous explosions rang out as the array collapsed. Carlos roared Fernan. Smoke and dust billowed into a thick haze, which only cleared after a while. Fernan stood smiling. It worked. Carlos cried out in astonishment. "You blocked it. Impossible, how could you?" He tossed the two gems in front of him. "These are storage devices that can absorb mana." Fernan brushed dust from his coat and said slowly, "Of course I modified them a bit, expensive and difficult to craft, but they're not bad in effect. If I tweak them a bit more and mass-produce them successfully, they could be sold to the market." He chuckled inwardly. "Haha, I can smell the money." Carlos snapped angrily that using artifacts is cowardly, it's cheating. Fernan retorted that there's nothing cowardly about fighting. Did you forget this is a real combat trial? He was immediately at a loss for words, and loudly called Luina. Carlos then remembered, "Damn it, Alia." Fernan urged, "Finish it." Luina's eyes flashed with killing intent. She swung a powerful strike and finished off the opponent. Not far away, the pair Ludger Schwaben and Alon Donertz sensed the presence of the next opponent. Ludger said that of the four, only two remained. Alon agreed, meaning someone had been eliminated, and the proctors would immediately teleport the eliminated students to the finish point. He asserted that no mage among the students could have blocked Carlos's lightning. It seems Fernan Fallenberg and Luina Berchef were really lucky this time. Ludger smiled softly and said no. This is the Fernan and Bershef pair. Fernan hates standing out and has always hidden his true strength, but since being paired with Bershef, he can no longer hide. He's forced to keep up with Bershef's pace, who is always obsessed with grades. If Fernan unleashed his full strength, his rank would definitely rise. Within my circle, if my rank drops even a little, they'll immediately swarm to trample me. So I can't ignore such a potential rival. Behind him was a pack of follow-the-leader students ready to take Ludger's order. He said that as long as you follow me, you'll reach the designated spot safely, and as promised, you'll be ranked high in this assessment. However, one pair must be eliminated before reaching the finish. Luna Bershef and Fernan Fallenberg capture them alive. 8 powerful sword slashes streaked across the beast. It was defeated by Luna in an instant. The girl said it seemed they were still on time. At this speed, they might even finish first. Luna looked over at Fernan. He was busy collecting spoils. She approached and asked if he really thought that was necessary. Fernan replied that giant demon blood is one of the main ingredients for making recovery potions. Luna protested, I know, but compared to your fortune, that's just loose change. He insisted that loose change is still money. Pick up whatever you can. She sighed, which is why everyone says your money grows. Fernan replied casually that that's how he recruited her, so he thought it was profitable. Luna changed the subject. If we're done, let's move on. He suddenly asked how many they'd defeated. She said excitedly 7 or 8 pairs. 8 pairs. I'm hopping for a generous reward. Fernan shook his head lightly. You're obsessed with ranks. Luna snapped back. Better than being obsessed with money. She affirmed that, moreover, she had very good reasons to become the top student. Suddenly, Fernan looked up into the sky and said, yeah, I sense a lot more, at least 20, and that's only an estimate. And it seems like all of them were aiming at us. No sooner had he finished than a group of people leapt down and attacked en masse. Fernan immediately cast spells to counter the assault. They quickly separated the two of them. A crowd surrounded Fernan. Alon grabbed his blade and charged at Luna. She was slightly surprised as she recognized Alon Donor. She swiftly swung her sword to block his attack. The two forces collided, causing a significant shock. Alon and Leunas were both flung backward several steps. Immediately after, they plunged back into fierce melee. Leunas showed no mercy, while Alon was determined to capture her alive. Their swords locked with sparks crackling. Ludger suddenly appeared, moving upward. He channeled chi to unleash powerful fire at Fernan. While handling the others, Fernan was momentarily surprised. Was this guy playing a sparrow ambush trick? Alon halted when he saw Ludger launch his attack. Ludger's expression was supremely confident. Let's see how you escape this. Fernan showed no fear and directly blocked Ludger's strike. The two mages opposed each other. Their summoned mana surged until a large explosion occurred. Those nearby were affected and felt suffocated. Ludger landed and joked, oh my, planning to just watch. And yet you cleared out half my pursuers in an instant. Could you please tone it down a bit? You're fighting too fiercely. It's not your usual style. He understood that the cloaked fellow was playing at being king. Fernan replied bluntly that he just wanted to try for first place once. Ludger scoffed and said, first place? No way, so let's negotiate peace. You know there's less than an hour left until the test ends, right? If we fight now, neither side will reach the finish. So how about let Alon and me finish first, while you two take second? Consider it mutually beneficial. As Fernan was still pondering, Luna roared that she'd rather lose by fighting than hand first place to others without a battle. He gave Ludger a helpless look and said, you've heard. My partner disagrees. He sneered, so the negotiation failed, huh? All right, let's see what you've got, Fernan. Saying that, he gathered chi. The combined strength of Ludger's faction was clearly superior to Fernan's. But they forgot one thing. I'm an earth element mage. Fernan smiled and replied, that'll be for next time. Ludger suddenly felt something was wrong. But it was too late. A formation appeared beneath their feet. The ground began to shake violently. Rocks rained down with thunderous crashes. Ludger shouted, it's a trap. Everyone run. A huge boulder crashed down with a loud thud. Fernan tapped Luna on the shoulder. Hey, run now. The girl scolded as she ran. Seriously, if you had that trick, why not use it earlier? He complained, I'm exhausted, and it won't last long anyway. The trial ended, the students gathered at the finish point. Professor Grad praised them. Well done, everyone. Now I will announce the test rankings. First place, Luna Bershef and Fernan Fallenberg. People were surprised and murmured, really? Isn't it Ludger and Alon? Fernan smiled contentedly while Luna looked extremely proud. Second place went to Ludger Schwaben and Alon Donertz, both covered in mud and not very happy. Third place was. Fernan said suddenly, it seems we really got first place, huh? Luna felt the victory was not entirely convincing. Although both were skilled, we didn't defeat Alon, and honestly I didn't expect to come first. He replied that first place is first place after all. whether we beat them or not, so what right? The girl admitted, of course, this is my first time at the top, it feels great. Fernan beamed, thinking to himself that the plan had succeeded. Professor Grad instructed that the test concluded here, and they'd return to the academy soon, so don't wander off. Suddenly Luna asked Fernan, by the way, you know the new student ain't Armian, right? He answered, of course, who doesn't know Armian? The girl continued that she had actually run into him the other day. Fernan was startled. Huh, you met ain't Armian? Luna recalled, yes, I accidentally bumped into him while training at night. It was quite an interesting situation. It was like the time you secretly watched me practice swordplay. That made Fernan freeze. He kept rubbing his face repeatedly, which surprised Luna. Fernan felt strange lines of text appear before him. This was a prophecy. Another part was revealed, and its contents astonished him. Huh, what's going on? The sky turned blood-red, toxic mist thick and choking. A terrifying demon, as the omen foretold, was targeting Ain't Armian. Then a resolute figure of a brave knight stepped in front of him. Fernan felt the narrative had shifted. The prophecies reappeared. Senior, what are you doing? Ain't Armian, you once asked me, didn't you, asking me to be your knight? At that time I refused, but not anymore. Now I know who you are and what you're fighting for. This is my destiny. A knight is the sword that strikes the master's enemies and the shield that protects them. Luna charged at the demon Andromalius, a brilliant azure aura surrounding her. Fernan wondered why the story's plot had shifted again. The scene changed. Luna lay in a sickbed, her body covered in wounds. Ain't clasped her hand and thanked the heavens. I'm glad you're okay. You're in the hospital, senior. Please listen to me and don't misunderstand. Ain't's eyes blazed as he looked at Luna. Those bastards want to drag you and the Bershef family down. They're the Fallenbergs, right, that rotten rich clan. Fernan swore, damn it, how dare you speak of a senior like that, you brat. Suddenly someone shouted, Fernan. He snapped awake, it was only a dream. Luna asked worriedly, are you all right? You suddenly fainted, how are you feeling? Fernan sat up and replied, I'm fine really, did I just faint? Professor Rosalia advised, Fernan, you should probably go to the infirmary. You may have overexerted yourself with an ability you're not used to. He worried inwardly that from this moment, Ain't Armian had begun to regard him as an enemy. He remembered Ain't's anguished face and those words full of hatred. Fallenberg, that rotten rich clan, so typical of a hopeless romantic. But why did I get another prophecy, all centered on Luna? Is it showing me what will happen? If so, the name that appeared in the prophecy, Andromalius, one of the 72 demons, will he truly descend into this world, and in the near future? Classes ended and Fernan wearily left the school gate. Hyde was waiting by the carriage and cheerfully said, well done, young master. I heard you took first place. Fernan climbed into the carriage and answered that he'd expended a ton of energy and was exhausted. Hyde said you should sleep a bit. I'll wake you when we reach Labidas Hall. The carriage departed quickly. Fernan couldn't sleep. He was absorbed thinking about the figure named Andromalius, ranked 72nd of the 72 demons, black hair and black eye. He had a human form with a serpent coiled around his right arm. Even after scouring every book, this was all the information Fernan could find. Well, the war with the demons was 1,000 years ago, so it's understandable that information is scarce. In this era, the existence of demons is considered a fable. 1,000 years ago, they were supposedly annihilated by the first emperor, and since then, they have never reappeared in this world. Still, even without records, Ain't should be able to handle them, so it's not overly worrying, however. The problem is that Luna would be gravely wounded in the battle with Andromalius. Fernan hesitated whether to tell her. No, even if I tell her, would she believe me? He had tried mentioning it before. That day after class, Luna asked Fernan, are you really okay? He answered, I'm fine. More importantly, Luna, do you believe demons exist? The girl looked surprised. Why are you suddenly asking about demons? Fernan said earnestly, answer me, do you believe or not? Luna replied, of course I believe. This empire was founded after defeating the demons. Fernan continued, what if I told you demons still exist on this land? Luna didn't answer. She suddenly asked Fernan, did you bang your head during practice? He turned and walked away, thinking forget it, she thinks I'm crazy. An idea occurred to Fernan. If he could find proof of the demon's existence, it might convince people. After thinking a while, he remembered, right. Exactly 1 month from today, during a sparring match for the first-year knights, Ain't Armian will defeat Fernan Fallenberg, the second rank. After that, no one in the academy could match Ain't. The more the victor was praised, the more the defeated would fall from grace. The prophecy mentioned Ludger's assessment. I believed him because of the name of Knight Fallenberg, for reputation, for honor, and I misjudged that man. In the end, even the solid support behind him. In the end, there was nothing left. Fernan was possessed by a demon. He lost everything. His hatred for Ain't Armian began to smolder, and through that crack, a demon slipped in. Fernan was certain this was the first time a demon had appeared. even if only indirectly. If I can exploit this event, persuading people and gaining support will be much easier. And then there will be clear proof I can use as a foundation to expand my plan. The problem is, I don't know when, where, or how he will be possessed. Thinking that made Fernan annoyed. Why didn't that part show me? Will it appear on its own when the time comes, or must I meet some condition? What a nuisance. In the dormitory, Ain't sat reading the news. The front page reported an incident during the joint class between the knights and the second-year mages. Could Fernan Fallenberg have been hiding his true strength? Luina Berchef and Fernan Fallenberg, how did they end up paired? He exclaimed, not surprising for the Fallenberg name. Still, Berchef is Berchef, Gardner observed. Even without military power, it was thanks to Berchef that flashy Fallenberg dared to act. Ain't smiled. Maybe you like the Berchefs more while disliking the Fallenbergs. Gardner snapped irritably. Don't compare those two families. The only knights who could stand beside me and the late emperor on the battlefield are the Berchefs. Ain't said gloomily that nowadays people praise Fallenberg more. Times have changed, old veteran. The man replied, that's why it's the end times. If not for their war treasury in the 1,000-year war, I would never have anything to do with those nouveau nobles. An idea flashed through Gardner's mind. Ah, right, Ain't. Go ask that brat for some money. Your gear looks completely tattered. Ain't was puzzled. What? That's sudden. Gardner replied, that Ferdinand fellow hasn't he been unusually kind to you? Ain't corrected, it's Fernan. Gardner asserted, whatever, fine. Fallenberg surely wants to establish ties with the Armian family. The Fallenbergs never say what they want outright. They build trust, lower people's guard, and eventually pull you in. Ain't asked back, you mean Fernan approached me with impure motives, but my family has already fallen. What could he possibly want from me? Gardner barked, why are you so self-deprecating? Besides, his motives don't matter. What matters is we can use him. Ain't hesitated, but I don't think Fernan is that kind just to pursue something. Gardner was startled. What did you say? Ain't recalled a nostalgic memory. When I first met him, that senior was the one who gave me medicine when I was wounded by a monster. At that moment, his eyes showed no calculation at all. He truly worried for me. Ain't told him that begging money from someone like that is no honor. Trust isn't something you can buy with coin. Gardner trembled with anger. You're such an annoying kid. Even the late emperor said it's reassuring to have wealthy patrons behind you. Don't tell me you've switched to their side just because you got a meal. As he spoke, he lunged and thwacked, forcing Ain't to block with the newspaper. Gardner warned that the Fallenbergs are not the type to be kind for kindness' sake. Stop arguing and go see him now. He'll definitely give you money, as if waiting for you to ask. Ain't put on his coat and went to Fernan's dorm, but was stopped at the gate. Ain't felt a bit embarrassed. Can't I see him now? Hyde explained that young Master Fernan both manages the family's merchants guild and attends classes, so he's very busy. Without an appointment, it's hard to find time. Ain't said, oh, then please tell him the visitor isn't a guest, but that Ain't Armian himself has come to see him. A moment later, Hyde reported back. I told him the young master from the Armian family had come, but he said he's busy and asked me to send him away. Ain't was flustered. Ah, is that so? I understand. He left quickly. Ain't told Gardner. You said he'd give me money as if he's been waiting. You're saying Senior is busy and I disturbed him. Gardner replied, no, this is strange. Fernan Fallenberg wouldn't react like that. Fernan stood on the balcony looking down, surprised. I thought this bait wasn't tempting enough, yet he proactively reached out first. Just then Hyde opened the door and entered. He said, as you instructed, I escorted Ain't Armian back. Fernan replied, yes, good work. Hyde asked, but you've been watching Ain't Armian closely. Why let him leave so easily even after you checked his class? He explained that his visit was so quick it was odd. Many seek out the Fallenberg household, but their aims are usually the same. Maybe Ain't was the same, but that made it stranger. He's not the type to easily ask others for help. I feel this time he didn't come because he truly wanted to. When I'm sure he's put his trust in me, then it's not too late to lure him. Hyde looked puzzled. Do you really need to go this far for the descendant of a fallen imperial line? He sipped his tea and said, Ain't is exceptionally talented. If we can make him fully align with us, he'll be a valuable ally. Hyde lifted the teapot and refilled the cup. But if you let him go like this, won't you lose the opportunity? Fernan considered it and said, of course I'll leave and open. He ordered Hyde to go to the main family's vault and bring all the elixirs here for Ain't. Hyde was astonished. What? The Duke's vault contains priceless, extremely expensive elixirs. If we give him such costly things and get nothing in return, the loss will be huge. Fernan said, then I'll give him something even more expensive. There's nothing money can't buy. If you haven't bought it yet, it just means you don't have enough money. Scene change, Debes dormitory. Hyde brings the items and hands them to Ain't. After he left, Gardner asked, did you meet the Fallenberg steward? Why did he come to apologize for not letting you in? Ain't replied, no, he only left this box in a note, then left. Gardner examined it and said, an apology letter from a Fallenberg. That counts as having a conscience. Let me see what he wrote. Ha ha ha. These are elixirs I prepared especially for you. Please accept them. Signed, Senior Fernan. After reading it, Gardner flew into a rage. What? That bastard ends every line with Senior. Is he implying he's above the royal family? Ain't muttered, fine then. He opened the box and Ain't's eyes suddenly froze. This is. Gardner hurried closer. What's wrong? Is something unusual? He was stunned. It's the heart of a holy bird. My God, the holy bird is the sacred avian of light. An elixir extracted from its heart is perfect for combining with the Armian family's light sword technique. Gardner laughed with delight. That Fernan is arrogant to the core. See. He couldn't get money, but in the end he's worth it when someone comes to meet. Ain't was deeply moved. Senior Fernan, I never expected you'd value someone as useless as me this much. I'll work harder to live up to your expectations. Gardner, seeing his sentimentality, reminded him, hey idiot, it's not what you think. A few days later, Fernan sat reading the paper and asked, so what's the result? Hyde reported, Ain't Armian defeated Fernan Fallenberg. Fallenberg's sword technique was slightly superior, but Armian's chi completely overwhelmed him. Fernan replied tersely, oh, is that so? He thought inwardly that the prophecy said he'd win by a hair. Could that kid ain't have already used the elixir? Hyde guessed, could it be thanks to the elixir you gave him, sir? Fernan whistled. It probably helped a little. He asked again, so you mean that even without the elixir, Armian could still win? Fernan flipped the paper to the next page and answered evasively, who can be certain about that? He thought to himself that, as the prophecy said, Ain't had defeated Fernan, and soon Fernan would be possessed. A perfect opportunity to find evidence that demons still exist. He instructed Hyde to continue monitoring Fernan Fallenberg for now. Hyde was a little surprised. Fernan Fallenberg, so not watching Army. Fernan said, yes, follow the places Fernan goes. I want to discover how the demon seduced. Track the people he contacts and their conversations. Hyde was puzzled. Fallenberg, not Armian. Fernan was curious. How could a demon that vanished for 1,000 years reappear in this world? I want to know everything. Detailed reports on Fernan came in constantly from even the smallest actions. Fernan woke at midnight to use the restroom, then went to get his hair done at Platina. Fernan changed swords in the city, then clutching his stomach rushed to the latrine. Fernan trained at the practice field, then again ran to the latrine clutching his gut. Fernan was taking his midterm and intro to spatial magic. A large note on the board read, use textbooks, anti-cheat magic is always active. He finished the test quickly while others were still tearing their hair out. He thought, it's been 2 weeks since I started following Fernan, but frighteningly nothing has happened. This is not good. At night, Fernan sat on the bed reviewing Ferran's activity report. There should have been a major incident by now, so why does this guy keep running into the restroom all day? Is that Hyde being lazy? Or the prophecy that Fernan would be possessed is wrong? He took a pen and jotted key points. Fernan, toilet addict, irritable bowel syndrome, stress, cause, Ain't. Fernan speculated that if the prophecy's core about the demon is wrong, he might need to reassess its reliability. After his defeat by Ain't, Fernan, who always gritted his teeth in rage, finally encountered Ain't again in the midterm. Fernan charged straight at Ain't. But the outcome of that fight had already been decided. Someone who had already been defeated by Ain't couldn't reverse the outcome. Ain't was not careless. Moreover, he had Gardner Fallenberg, the best instructor, at his side. Ain't left Fernan collapsed behind him, unaware. That demonic energy had begun to seep into Ferran's body and mind, slowly devouring him. A jolt of electricity shot through him, and Fernan sat up with a start. He looked around and wondered aloud, what, it's morning already. I must have dozed off. Fernan held his forehead and complained that now he even dreamed the prophecy in his sleep. He got out of bed thinking that at least he now knew the exact timing. Fernan would be possessed after losing to Ain't once more during the midterm. Fernan muttered that the first-year knight's midterm duel isn't it today? Damn. The prophecy said Ain't would fight him during the exam. From the start, Fernan charged at Ain't, but the result was predetermined. Defeating such a formidable opponent wasn't luck. Ain't had Gardner Fallenberg as his mentor. Everything became too clear. Hyde opened the door and entered, surprised. Young master, you're up early. You should have breakfast. Fernan stood by the desk inspecting weapons without replying. Hyde repeated, young master, what are you planning now? Fernan suddenly said, oh Hyde, perfect timing. I'm going to observe the first-year cavalry midterm. I need an escort, so come with me. Hyde answered, I've been called back to the Duke's manor. I must return there later. He muttered, damn, why today of all days? Fine, I'll go with someone else. Hyde asked, someone else, who? You don't have any friends at the academy, sir. Let's be honest, with that haughty disposition, where would you get friends? Fernan snapped, yes I do. He suddenly remembered, there is in fact one friend he bought with money. Luina, arms folded in the doorway, asked in surprise, you need an escort just to fetch elixir. It's exam season, do you really have to go today? Fernan urged. If we delay, the potion's effect will weaken, so I must go now. Luna hesitated. I'm busy cramming for exams too. He set a condition. If you come with me, I'll waive interest on Bershev's debt for a few months after graduation. Before he finished the second sentence, the girl immediately answered, Fine, I'll go. As they stepped into the courtyard, Luna asked where they were heading. Fernan replied, to the northern mountains. The girl barked, What? That's currently the venue for first-year midterms. If upperclassmen trespass, I could be disciplined for breaking rule. He said nonchalantly, There's nothing money can't buy in this world. Luna frowned. You say that like you're bribing someone already. Then she answered herself. The one taking bribes is obviously Professor Grad, how shameless. Fernan looked pleased. Professor Grad is so flexible, I quite like it. Suddenly Luna said, I'm going back to the dorm. Fernan froze. He shouted, What? Wait, we're almost there. I told you. No one will notice. You won't be punished. You're a knight, don't go back on your word. Luna replied coldly, No. I forgot my sword. Watching her hum a tune and skip back inside, he breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, I see, go fetch it then. They quickly disguised themselves and entered the northern mountains. We must stay hidden so the professors and TAs don't spot us. Fernan whispered that even if he bribed Professor Grad, doing it openly would still be a big problem. Luna said angrily, It would be an issue. You know it's a problem and you do it anyway, he said. Yes, you're such a good child, keep living like that. She was speechless at him. Fernan opened the map. Wait, let me see where to go, he thought. Ain't is currently ranked second in the department, right? Second? Here, he discovered that Ain't was very close to Varen, who ranked third. Could those two have already crossed paths? We must hurry. Fernan creeped along behind the bushes, whispering, This way, hurry. Luna suddenly recalled, Isn't this the professor's map? A student keeping the professor's map violates the rule. How much did you bribe Professor Grad anyway? She kept nagging. Fernan suddenly wondered if bringing her along was a mistake. She should have just followed quiet. Suddenly he heard a strange sound. Luna exclaimed, Wasn't that a monster? Fernan worried inwardly, Please don't let it be. A scream of AAA rang out from the other side. Luna leapt up, That's where the first years are, I have to go check. He shouted, What wait? Luna, it's dangerous to go alone, stop. But the girl bolted off. Fernan had no choice but to trail after Luna. They quickly found the first years. Luna sat down to examine one. He's unconscious, seems the monster attacked. But thanks to the defensive spell on the map, he wasn't hurt. But something was very strange. Monsters in this area weren't normally so aggressive. Fernan gritted his teeth. Damn it, it's starting earlier than I expected. I haven't even checked Varen's condition yet. A roar echoed again. Luna and Fernan looked up into the sky. Feeling the pressure rising by the moment, Luna grew a little frightened. Fernan, what on earth is happening? A thunderous explosion erupted right before them. Luna cried out, Where are we even? She suddenly noticed movement behind them. The sound of heavy footsteps thumping toward the two of them. A giant boar-headed monster, wielding a large log, barreled toward. Luna immediately drew her sword and launched an attack. A sharp slash severed its arm, blood spraying everywhere. The severed arm fell to the ground. The monster kept attacking. Luna was surprised. Why wouldn't it stop? Its arm had been chopped off. The boar-headed fiend with glowing red eyes charged straight at Luna. At that moment, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled. Sharp rocks jutted up, skewering toward the monster. Fernan continued to cast spells. The earth gathered into razor-like drills. The staff in his hand shone bright, launching those drills straight at the boar-headed beast. Thuk, 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 a volley of shadow spikes drove into its back. Luna leaped aside to evade the blow. She kicked off a large tree. The boar-headed monster immediately pursued her, and Luna vaulted high. The creature's massive body slammed forward, toppling a tree. Luna landed on the ground, stood beside Fernan and asked in alarm, What exactly is that? He replied, That's called a berserk. It no longer feels pain. Berserk monsters are far beyond normal creature levels. They're obsessed with killing any living thing they see. The only way to stop them is to behead. Luna wondered why the monster had suddenly gone berserk. Fernan recalled the prophecy that monsters would rage everywhere because of a demon. While the professors and TAs were busy handling unexpected anomalies, Varen had used the demonic power he received to attack Ain't. And Ain't, driven to the brink, finally awake. In many dramas, whenever the protagonist falls into crisis, all troubles strike at once. It's exactly the same now. Thinking that, Fernan couldn't help but smile. Seeing this, Luna snapped, I'm asking why the monster's gone berserk. Why are you smiling? Is this funny to you? Fernan raised his staff and began casting a spell, speaking softly, Luna now. Let's deal with this leech first. She thought to herself that he definitely knew something. The map sheet hovered in the air and slowly dissipated. Varen knelt on the ground, mouthing again. You too ain't Armian. Ain't stood before him, gripping the sword's hilt. He turned to leave, but suddenly Varen said, "You think it's over? Not yet." Ain't asserted, "No, it's over. The match is decided. You lost, Varen. You have lost." Hearing this, Varen was deeply shaken. "I must win. I must win." He remembered Ludger's expression when he said, "Sorry. My expectations were a bit high. No need to apologize." Varen was anguished. "I've failed the prince's expectation. I must win. I must win. Head of the Kalbunder family will surely mock him. Poor thing. His younger brother is better than you." Varen lamented, "I've already failed my family's expectations. If I lose this, I could lose my inheritance." Only one line repeats in his head, "I must win. I must win." He clenched his fists, veins bulging and twitching. Varen told himself he must defeat him. Varen charged forward with his remaining strength. He shouted, "Stop right there, Ain't Armian." Ain't looked at him with full confidence, while Varen now only had a faint aura of killing intent left. Ain't coldly unleashed a flurry of sword strikes. Blades flashed, drawing straight lines across the sky. Varen fell to the ground, motionless. Gardner snapped, "Why does he always charge like he wants to die every time he meets you? So weak and he still loses, can't even accept it. What a despicable man who tarnishes a knight's bearing. Kill him." Ain't replied, "I can't." Gardner fumed that if they let him live, he'd disgrace a knight's honor. Ain't explained, "This isn't real combat. It's just an exam. Please, say something reasonable. If I leave him, the TA will come and take him away soon." Back with Luina and the berserk monster, the two had defeated it without much difficulty. He felt it wasn't very strong. Luina pondered briefly, then suggested, "Fernan, I think we should abandon the elixir. Leave this to the professors and TAs, then get out of here quickly." He replied casually, "No, I can't give up. I'll cut through that pack of monsters and head west." Seeing Fernan reckless, she yelled, "Are you out of your mind?" He tugged his cloak as he spoke, "Out of your mind. You just felled a berserk monster. You should know they're persistent, but not unbeatable." Luina suddenly asked, "Did you foresee this happening when you said you needed an escort?" He felt a pang of guilt but answered stiffly, "No, how could I have predicted it?" She still worried, "It's not important. I just feel this is wrong. Is an elixir more important than a life?" Unexpectedly, Fernan answered resolutely, "Of course it is. The elixir is more important than life." Saying that, he bolted off. Luina erupted in anger, "Fernan, hey, you lunatic." But the girl immediately followed him, unable to leave him alone. They reached a sparse grove. Luina asked, "Is this the place with the elixir?" Fernan replied, "Yes." He observed for a moment and thought inwardly, "Damn, it seems the fight with Ain't is already over. We're too late." Luina spotted someone lying motionless and called, "Fernan, someone's passed out over there." He hurriedly warned, "Luina, wait, don't go near." But Luina didn't listen to him. She stepped forward and turned the youth over. Seeing the familiar face, Luina was a bit surprised. "Huh. Varen Kalbunder, I remember he's fairly capable. Who did this to him?" She checked his pulse and said he seems to have fainted during battle. "I need to lift him up. Come help me." Fernan refused. "I said no. Get away from Varen." Luina glared at him in frustration. "Get away? Are you going to leave him here? What if a berserk monster comes snooping? At least we should drag him somewhere safe." Just then, Varen slowly rose to his feet. Luina quickly sensed something abnormal. She immediately stepped back a few paces, her face growing horrified. "What is this aura?" Varen's gaze had gone vacant. His pupils emitted a strange, eerie aura that made hair stand on end. Luina cried out, "I've never felt an aura like this before." Varen Kalbunder, no. Is that really Kalbunder? Fernan replied, "It's demonic energy." Luina, stunned, demonic energy, you mean that dark aura demons emit?" He confirmed, "Yes, Varen Kalbunder. That bastard has been possessed by a demon." They both stared at Varen. He was truly no longer human. Fernan thought to himself that something was off. According to the prophecy, after Varen was possessed, he should have attacked Ain't as soon as he woke. But it seemed the target had changed. Luina suddenly asked, "Are you saying a demon borrowed Kalbunder's body and returned to this world? How do you know that?" He barely heard her. Fernan's face was full of worry. Look into his eyes. He's completely lost his reason. Luina urged anxiously, "We have to subdue Kalbunder first." Fernan suddenly patted her shoulder and instructed, "Luina, wait for me 10 minutes. She turned back and asked, "What are you doing? I don't see our teammates anymore. Where did Fernan go?" At that moment, Varen charged forward to attack. Liuna shouted, "You madman." She blocked the blow and yelled, "Kalbundar, it's me, Bershef." But Varen could no longer tell. He attacked frenziedly, his demonic power greatly amplifying his strikes. Liuna struggled to defend. She thought inwardly, he's too strong. At this rate, I'll be pushed back. Liuna summoned a large amount of mana, striving to shove him away. Varen fell with a thud to the ground. Liuna followed up with another blow. Varen Kalbundar snapped out of it. He writhed in pain, but remained controlled by the demonic energy. Varen gritted his teeth and gripped his sword, and launched a counterattack. Liuna leapt up to avoid it. Seizing the opportunity, Varen sat up and quickly treated his wound. Liuna circulated her energy to increase her strength. Spiritual energy radiated powerfully. The black energy emanating from Varen grew denser by the moment. He lunged at Liuna with fierce attacks. The two engaged in close quarters combat. Their force collided, causing the whole grove to tremble. After a while, Liuna began to tire. She paused, thinking to herself that her spiritual power was depleting faster because the demonic energy kept pouring from him. What should I do now? At this rate, I'll be completely drained in no time. But it's not that there are no options. While worrying and searching for a next plan, Liuna suddenly looked across and called Fernan. He, standing opposite, called out, "Over here, Liuna." Varen had just turned to look, when Liuna jumped up and stomped on his head, then dashed over to Fernan. He immediately led the way. "This way, hurry up." She shouted, "What are you doing, only now showing your face?" "No, why are you running away?" Fernan replied slowly, "Why? Because he's a demon, isn't he?" They continued bickering despite Varen right behind them. Liuna, exasperated, asked, "You ran to save your own life. Do you still dare call yourself human?" He defended, "I'm not running away. I set up a formation to restrain Kalbundar, because he's not someone who can be easily captured. Now it's probably time for him to fall into the trap." As soon as Fernan finished speaking, Varen indeed fell into the formation he had arranged. A booming explosion rang out. Countless rocks along with Varen were sucked into the airborne formation. A brilliant golden light suddenly appeared, struck Varen directly, pinning him flat to the ground. Liuna worried, "You don't need to go that far. What if Kalbundar dies from that trap? What will you do then?" He exclaimed, "He won't die, look. If anything, it looks like we only made him angrier." Just as he said, Varen sprang up, his internal power surging even stronger than before. Liuna suddenly said, "Fernan, after fighting Kalbundar I realized." Fernan cut her off, "I didn't want to use this, but there may be no other choice." He pulled out a blazing red stone and muttered an incantation. A fierce red flame quickly manifested, encircling Varen. Fernan continued the spell. The formation grew ever brighter. An overwhelmingly terrifying power burst forth and unexpectedly struck Varen. Boom, 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 boom. The ground shook violently as scorching flames burned the dark energy on Varen. After a while, he collapsed to the ground, no longer moving. Fernan wiped his sweat and breathed a sigh of relief. It worked. The plan succeeded. That was dangerous indeed. Liuna was a bit puzzled. The plan succeeded. She suddenly asked, "The items you used just now are all extremely expensive. Aren't you worried about the cost?" Fernan replied, "Costly indeed, but the situation demanded." Liuna grumbled that if they'd cooperated, they could have defeated him without those luxury items. Fernan explained, "What are you saying? He's possessed. Can't you see the blackened skin and the blazing red eyes and that terrifying demonic aura?" Liuna countered that outwardly he does look apocalyptic, but at his core he's still Varen Kalbundar. Fernan was startled. His core is still Varen Kalbundar. He reasoned for a while that Ain't Armian must have struggled greatly to awake. Thinking back, although Ain't Armian is the world's savior hero, he's still only a first-year student and hasn't awakened his full power. Judging by current strength, Liuna, a second-year student like you, is naturally stronger than Ain't. Fernan suddenly felt angry. Did I make such a simple mistake? Liuna said she had warned him earlier not to bother with those complications, and he didn't listen. Fernan inwardly complained that he'd been too fixated on the word demon and had forgotten the most important thing. "Oh my, holy relics are super expensive. The sealed scrolls are super expensive, just to set a trap." Seeing him dazed, Liuna lightly tapped Fernan's face and said, "Your eyes are vacant. Fernan, are you okay?" She raised a finger and asked, "What number is this?" All he could hear now was one question. How much did all those items cost in the end? How much did they cost? Varen slowly clambered up, clutching his head in pain, his eyes white and vacant. He continued to lunge forward to attack. Fernan threw a powerful punch, landing squarely on his face. He shouted, "How much did it cost?" Varen dropped with a thud and fainted again. Fernan snapped, "What kind of annoying demon is this?" Liuna, seeing he seemed reluctant to stop, grabbed him to restrain him. Fernan. Varen stared at the memory orb before him and asked in shock, Is that me?" "Impossible." Fernan said the recording orb captured everything precisely. Nothing about it can be fake. He cried out in panic. I don't remember anything after the fight with Ain't Armian. Fernan replied loudly. That's exactly why this senior is being kind and explaining it to you again. After losing to Ain't, you were possessed by a demon and attacked us. Varen protested loudly. I've never even met a demon before. Why do you insist I was possessed? Fernan suddenly lowered his voice. Varen, you've seen the recording orb, so you should understand clearly. You were hit by a direct bomb blast. Your body was pierced by dozens of magical arrows, then consumed by a column of hellfire. Yet you survived thanks to aura magic protecting your body. Hearing this, Varen froze. Now that he thought about it, he really hadn't died. Fernan sighed regretfully, and I spent countless resources to restrain the demon-possessed version of you. He hesitated as Varen said, if you're referring to the magical weapons used to kill, no, to stop me, then I'll pay. Fernan rubbed his forehead, put on a mournful expression, and added that my mental trauma isn't small either. Facing someone who could kill me with a single strike is terrifying. Varen said sternly, so what, say it. What exactly do you want from me? Fernan immediately produced a paper and said, what you need to do is simple. The contract of Varen Kalbunder. From today, you will be a slave of the Fallenberg family. He set the terms, just sign it. Everything will be forgiven. Varen picked up the contract to examine it. Isn't this literally a slave contract? No matter how he looked at the clauses, they were excessive. Fernan babbled on about how ungrateful Varen was, that this senior was trying to arrange things smoothly for him. Luina watched his face and felt he was afraid of something. Fernan placed his hand on the orb, his tone a little threatening. If that's the case, I have no choice but to follow regulations. I'll take this recording orb and hand it over to the Purge Squad. Varen flinched. The Purge Squad. The Purge Squad is an organization under the Emperor, tasked primarily with hunting and exterminating demons. Under the pretense of exterminating demons, they once held absolute power. But after 1,000 years, when demons seem to vanish from history, they are now a shadow of their former self. Fernan explained that they are now looking for any opportunity to return to the political spotlight. If they saw this recording orb, they'd be overjoyed, as if they'd found gold. Varen shouted, I told you, I'm not connected to demons at all. Fernan pressed the point. Because you communicated with demons, you'll of course be expelled from the academy. And do you think Baron Kalbunder would accept a son who sold his soul to demons? He might disown you. These words struck Varen's fatal weakness. He had no other choice and was forced to sign the contract. Varen stood before Fernan, bowed respectfully and said, from now on please take care of me, master. No, senior. Luina sighed, so it had come to this. Fernan cleared his throat a few times and said, fine. The three returned to the northern forest. Luina asked, are you sure we can handle this ourselves? Shouldn't we inform the professors? He answered, not yet. Whether Varen was possessed willingly or manipulated, why he was controlled, those causes we still haven't clarified. And if Varen was truly being controlled by someone, it means someone inside the academy is colluding with demons. If this becomes public, they'll immediately flee. Then it will be even harder to find the one pulling the strings. Luina felt his reasoning made sense and asked, are you planning to investigate this quietly? But why are they targeting academy students? Fernan explained, it's just speculation, but the academy gathers the Empire's most talented elites if they attack the cadets here. Hearing this, Luina exclaimed loudly, that's tantamount to destroying the Empire's future. I can't stand by and watch. If you need me to help exterminate demons, call me anytime. Seeing her resolve, Fernan smiled inwardly. Great, from now on I won't have to lend her money with interest. She still doesn't realize it. Maybe she'll understand later how foolish a promise she just made. Afterward, although professors and teaching assistants were mobilized to suppress the monster uprising, the first-year night department's midterm practical exam was canceled midway. However, they couldn't cancel the entire midterm. An emergency notice was issued. For safety reasons, all practical midterm exams will be replaced with written tests. Reading the notice, the students were stunned. Every practical midterm this term converted to written exams. They buzzed. No way. What? Midterms as written tests. We're doomed. Because the Academy's grading system values practice over theory, for students focusing on combat skill, having to take written exams in every subject was a heavy burden. Ain't was no exception. He was diligently cramming theory. When Gardner said, but no matter how I think about it, something feels off, Ain't asked, what feels off? He replied, the earlier monster uprising was clearly linked to demons. I sensed hot demonic aura, yet it spread everywhere. Yet the real demon never appeared. Ain't concluded, doesn't that mean it wasn't caused by demons? Gardner waved it off. Impossible. How many times must I tell you before you believe me? Demons will definitely return. That's exactly why the first emperor stationed me here. As he spoke, he smacked Ain't on the cheek. Then warned especially, and demons will always, I repeat, always target. Startled Ain't gasped, why? Gardner, slightly surprised, asked, "You don't know why?" To demons, the name Armian is an enemy etched to the bone. Without the Armian family, this world might already be in their hands, so this time they'll surely try to wipe out the Armian bloodline first. Therefore, never lower your guard and follow my orders carefully, understood? Ain't trembled slightly, worriedly wondering if he was the demon's detonator. At the same time, in the Ravido's hall, Fernan clutched his head and shouted, my head feels like it's spinning." Seeing him slump over the table, Hyde panicked and asked, "Young master, are you all right?" Strange lines of text appeared in his mind. First-year common required course, field survival skills. After finishing the midterm, cadets are sent to the Southern Forest to practice for a week. Southern Forest, awesome. In the lake in that Southern Forest grows a spirit herb. They say there's absolutely no aura there. The plan is to make him soak his feet in that still lake, and the moment he does, the lake will strip away every protective layer around him. Ain't entered a cave, so this is the place. If you don't search with real intent, you would never find it. Ain't's step was usually light. Now he strove to hide as much as possible, and the moment he sensed an abnormal death aura ahead when fighting for himself. "I found it," Ain't whispered. His gaze dropped slightly. A massive body rose from the rock face, supported by 4 sturdy legs like a serpent. The heart it had just pierced and swallowed was sheathed in teal gem-like scales. It wasn't the smell of blood, but a blue-green viscera seeping from the wound. The creature's body seemed to breathe. No, it truly was breathing. As Ain't stepped closer, its breath carried a chill that seeped into his cheeks. The nearer he came, the sharper the cold grew. Gardner shouted, "It's a sacred beast, thief pretending to be its master. This is beyond you, run." Ain't swallowed dryly and wanted to turn and flee, but the monster gave him no opening. The moment Ain't's eyes sharpened, the creature lunged. Ain't dodged, swung his sword at its body, but the beast easily avoided the strike and surged forward again. Ain't kept evading and then counterattacked. Through a crack in the rock face, a vein of mithril ore revealed itself. Gardner was ecstatic. "My God, a vein of mithril. Ain't, you must mine every bit of this. Don't let a single chunk be wasted." Mithril is called a magic-blessed metal, but that's not all. This sword was forged from a mithril alloy. Thanks to that, my soul can dwell within it. Fernan shot upright and exclaimed, "What? A metal that can contain a soul?" A thought flashed through his mind. "This is mine." He immediately went to find Luna. The girl asked in surprise, "Last time you said it was a spirit potion. Now it's a spirit herb." He explained, "Last time I lied, but this time it's true." "Seriously, how can you admit to lying so easily?" Luna said. "The first-year field combat course lasts a week, right? That means missing a whole week of class." Fernan tried to persuade her. "I've prepared ways to make up the missed lessons. Just say you'll do it and leave everything to me." Luna replied bluntly, "I won't do it." Fernan added an offer. "I'll erase the interest on the Bershef family's debt." The girl waved it off. "I still won't do it." Luna said sternly, "I can't promise other things, but I absolutely won't skip class for a single spirit herb." Unbelievable. You'd consider missing a week of school for one sprig of herb. Fernan finally gave up. "Fine, I won't force you. I'll find someone else." The door opened and a young man walked in. He cheerfully said, "Long time no see, Fernan. May Mana grant you its blessing today." Afterward, midterm results were announced. Midterm rankings for first-year knights. Ain't ranked 16th. Gardner was a bit displeased, 16th, and that nouveau rich got first place. Luna looked at the newcomer and asked in surprise, "Who are you?" "Jace Vines." He grinned and asked, "You're not going alone." "Hello, Miss Luna Bershef. May the blessings of Mana be upon you." Luna sat up straight. "All right," she suddenly remembered something. Jace said to Fernan, "That's right. How have you been lately?" He replied, "I'm fine. And you, how's life at the academy?" Jace chirped, "I'm still a first year and have much to learn." Luna curiously asked, You too. Very close, are you?" Fernan looked at her and said, "You really look surprised." Jace agreed, "It's understandable, but this is natural." Luna objected, "It's not natural at all. Jace Vines, aren't you? The apostle of the Long God's Church. The celebrated apostle involved with a money-hungry demon." Fernan's expression said, "Are you insulting me?" Jace laughed loudly. "Haha, you probably don't know Miss Luna, because you're not a maid. The Long God Church once revered the ancient dragon and bestowed magic upon humanity. But over time, we shifted to worshipping mana and arcane arts themselves. Therefore, most followers are mages, and the church has become a powerful mage organization. To become an archmage, you must be recognized by our Pope, such great authority it holds." Luna raised a hand to stop him. "I know that much, but what does it have to do with you two being close?" Jace kept chattering, "Let me finish, okay? Because our church is all mages, running it requires enormous finances. And Fallenberg is the church's largest patron. Countless magical implements produced by the church are sent to Fallenberg's trading guild." He couldn't stop praising Fallenberg's eternal glory. The Long God Church and Fallenberg are as tightly bound as roots to earth. And as the old saying goes, the rich are the elders. Fernan said sternly, and actually, I'm older than you. Jace hurriedly replied, of course, of course. Luina, seeing his comportment, felt a bit doubtful. Is this guy really an apostle? Even his pronunciation of apostle is off-key. Jace put on a wounded look. That hurts, even I feel embarrassed. Luna quickly apologized. Oh no, I'm sorry, apostle, I misspoke. He spun back 180 degrees into his playful self. Just kidding, ha ha ha. Luna coughed a few times. Anyway, now I understand the relationship between you two. I'll take my leave. Jace whined, leaving so soon. You're really going, we just met. She answered frankly, yes, I don't intend to get involved. He waved goodbye. If you change your mind, come back anytime. Farewell, Miss Luna. May Mana always protect you. The door closed. Jace turned and grinned at Fernan. So then, why did you call me here? Fernan, who didn't like Jace's grin at all, still answered. During the first year's survival training, we'll collect spirit herbs, and I need support. Jace exclaimed, spirit herbs? Sounds tempting. Fernan snapped, are you going to grab them all yourself? He waved his hand. Come on, of course not. I wouldn't sacrifice relations with Fallenberg for a single herb. But is it necessary to collect them during training? With your strength, sneaking in early and taking it would be as easy as turning your hand. Fernan frowned. If I could do that, I would have. But sadly, I still haven't pinpointed the exact location. He had calculated carefully. In theory, the prophecy's clues are enough to identify the place, a lake, the southern forest. There are 7 lakes in the southern forest where first-years train outdoors, an underwater cavern. In recent days, I've concentrated mana into the bottoms of all 7 lakes, searching for a mana vein. But I didn't find a trace of myth. Clearly, the cavern was concealed by magic and can't be detected by normal means. Although troublesome, I'm afraid we must shadow Ain't to find that spot. Jace wondered, students not in the training won't be allowed into that area, right? There will be many people around. Sneaking in won't be easy. Fernan smiled and replied, that's why I registered as a teaching assistant for the first-year training. He was a bit surprised. A second year can be a TA. I thought the requirements were strict. Fernan was sure it's rare for a second year, but I devised a very reasonable excuse. Professor Rosalia was skeptical. Now you're suddenly caring about grades. Are you feverish? Why the sudden change? He asserted, no, I'm not lying. And he persuaded the professor. Fernan was a bit pleased with himself. This doesn't break any rules, so I got permission. Jace nodded, truly a born merchant. The plan is flawless. He asked again, so are you joining? He winked and signaled okay. As long as you promise me a lot of those, I'll give it my all. Jace even produced a sheet of paper. If you can draft a clear agreement and compensation in advance, all the better. Truly 8 ounces to half a pound. Fernan had to exclaim, this kid is meticulous. The first year's outdoor training began, and the students were led to the designated area. Gardner told Ain't, let's review the plan once more. The spirit herb I'm aiming for is at Lake Farden, to the west. I need to make everything look like coincidence to avoid suspicion. So at first, we'll just pretend to wander around. Seeing you keep starring that way, he reminded, are you even listening? Ain't spotted Fernan in the crowd and cheered, look, that's Senior Fernan. It seems he's a teaching assistant too. Gardner mocked, that spoiled rich kid working as a TA. He must be out of money to do that. Ain't guessed he's after the TA bonus points. He raised his hand and called Senior. Just then Professor Grad shouted, the training will begin in 30 minutes. Teaching assistants, return to your position. Ain't sulked, I haven't even greeted Senior Fernan yet. Gardner grumbled, what do you see in that effeminate rich kid? In a secluded spot, there was a dummy on the ground. Jace hurriedly said, done, I'm dressed. Now give me some of your blood and mana. Fernan bit his finger. Jace cast the spell, and in an instant, when a few drops of blood fell onto the dummy's head, it transformed into a copy of Fernan. Jace asked, so doesn't it look pretty similar? He watched the dummy sit up and excitedly cheered, not bad, think it will pass. He replied confidently, hey, I used to top the class. I use this spell all the time to sneak out without the Pope noticing. Fernan was surprised. You can fool the Pope with this spell. Jace exclaimed, of course not. The Pope is a legendary archmage. I couldn't fool him. But it still takes him a few hours to realize. In the meantime, even he isn't certain. Fernan stood up, that's enough then. He thought inwardly, to confuse the world's top archmage, no wonder people call him a genius. He'll become a valuable ally to Ain't later. He pulled his hood up, puzzled. Strangely, the prophecy never mentioned Jace. Why is that? He's clearly talented and from the Long God Church. Jace was patting the dummy's head and advising, take care. It's obvious people hate the demon race. And the Long God Church especially despises them. A demon once sneered, magic comes from dragons, ridiculous. Magic is demonic power born from demons. That blasphemy from some dead demon enraged the church. From then on, any association with the demon race sent the church into a frenzy. And they turned into a fanatical organization, dedicated to hunting demons. Fernan looked at Jace and wondered inwardly whether he would become Aint's ally later, should he invest early. Ain't stock, Ain't's future ally. Jace suddenly reminded him, "Oh right, remember to return within 5 watches." Fernan smiled and replied, "Got it, I'm counting on you." He waved, "Take care, senior." Fernan immediately followed Ain't. He sat on a large tree to observe as Ain't headed west. The only lake to the west was Lake Farden. Fernan activated the communication system. "Your turn now. Just do exactly as I tell you." Varen wears a red earring that matches his hair. It's the communicator Fernan gave him to receive instruction. He stepped forward to block Ain't's path. "You asked in surprise, Varen Kalbunder." Varen broke into a cold sweat. Having lost to Ain't before, he was a bit anxious. Ain't asked gently, "What's wrong, Varen? Don't tell me you want to try again." "You know you can't, right?" he thought. "Of course I know, you bastard. But I also don't want to keep looking so pathetic." Not long before, Fernan had called him over to assign the task. Varen cried in surprise, "You want me to tail Ain't army in the whole combat training session? Why should I do that?" Seeing him defiant and questioning him back, Fernan threatened, "It seems you still don't understand the situation. Shall I switch your life to hell mode?" He immediately grabbed his head and yelled, "No, senior." Varen looked Ain't straight in the eye and answered, "I cannot accept defeat." Ain't asked again, "Isn't 2 times enough?" He gripped the sword hilt and declared, "Whether 2 times or 100, it's the same. Losing to you buries my honor. I'll fight you once more to reclaim my honor." Saying that, he channeled his chi and mana, raising his sword into an attacking stance. Gardner felt exhilarated. Wow, an indomitable spirit even after defeat. "At first I didn't pay attention, but now I see truly a fine knight. Ain't accept his challenge." Ain't pondered for a moment and then smiled faintly. "Varen, that would be fine, but this training forbids one-on-one duels between contestants." Varen shouted, "No matter, I fight for honor." Gardner agreed, "What rules?" "Ain't, a knight must seek honor." On one side, Varen burned with revenge. "Fight me." On the other, Gardner kept pressing Ain't. "Are you really going to trample a knight's courage?" Ain't felt a headache. "Stand still." Fernan watched and chuckled inwardly. "Varen, grumble all you want. He's actually doing quite well. Keep stalling. As for me, I need to take care of my own matters first." He leapt down and began moving toward the lakeshore. He observed carefully. No one was around, and the barrier had already been erected. "Even if I dig up the whole ground looking for Mithril, I needn't worry about making noise." He cracked his knuckles with a grin. "Well then, let's give it a try. Finally, I get to use this magic. I really want to test it." Fernan sat down and probed the spot with his hand. "I must find the mithril before Ain't arrives. There's not much time left. That's why I prepared something special." He cast a spell over the lake and summoned, "My servant." Fernan muttered the incantation. From beneath the water, a strange object slowly emerged. Still the principles of arcane engineering, gathering all kinds of magical techniques. The merchant's quintessence, soaked in vast amounts of money. The massive form rose from the water, humanoid and gigantic, its eyes glowing. Fernan shouted with delight, "A golem. Wow, wonderful." He gave it a name. "From now on, you're James." "Let's go, James, time to find Mithril." Fernan laughed uncontrollably with excitement. This was Fernan Fallenberg's first self-made golem, James. And digging is perfect for it. Not far away, Varen was still stalling. He shouted loudly, "Don't step past me unless you defeat me." He thought to himself, "That careless, useless fool. I've tried this hard and you just stand there watching." Ain't clutched his head in complaint. "What a nuisance. How long has this been?" Gardner sulked. "How can a descendant of Armian be so foolish?" Varen had no choice. He flopped to the ground and clung to Ain't's leg. "You shouted, get out of the way." "That's enough, Varen. Stop acting like a child." He was furious. "Do you think I want to be like this?" "It's just that Fernan instructed you to hold him off for at least 1 watch. If you can't endure it, you're done for." Ain't exclaimed, "What did you just say?" Varen shouted, "I like doing this. I absolutely love the feeling of being trampled and wrecking lives. I'm obsessed with it. Attack me now, you bastard." Ain't froze. "What the hell is this? What kind of pervert is this?" You kicked him hard backward. He screamed, "Ay," and landed on his back in agonizing pain. Varen sat up, yelling loudly, "That's right, I'm a pervert." So attack quickly, but only leaves were falling before him. Ain't was gone. Varen opened his watch to check. "How long have I endured? Senior Fernan told me to hold out for 1 watch. Now it's 1 watch and 10 minutes, I'm saved." Varen Kalbunder, mission accomplished. Not long after Ain't reached the cavern, Gardner asked, "Ain't Armian, can you really ignore a knight's plea? Is that what you learned?" He replied calmly, "No, the rules clearly forbid fighting during training. Besides, this cavern, if you don't actively search, you'll never find it." Gardner laughed, "That's obvious. If it were easy to find, it would have been stolen long ago." Ain't waded under the water, observed the surroundings, and said, "I feel something about this place. I sense an energy not belonging to a spirit herb. Gardner suddenly called, look down here. Right in front of them was a glittering spirit herb. Ain exclaimed, wow, we struck gold. At the same time, deep in the cavern beneath the lake, after enthusiastically digging for a while, Fernan grinned ear to ear. He jumped and cheered in a boisterous bomb rhythm with excitement. Found it, mithril. Over there ain't faced another problem. He called out, this is troublesome. We found the spirit herb, but how do we harvest it? The spirit herb is guarded by a monster. Gardner examined it a moment and said, unexpectedly a sea dragon guards this place. Not the time. Come back later when there's another chance. Ain't suddenly asked, I've been in great condition lately. What if I fight that sea dragon? He sighed, then the sea dragon will learn today what human flesh tastes like. He uttered a sound and fell silent. Gardner affirmed, you can't handle that thing right now. Suddenly the ground beneath their feet shook violently as boulders tumbled down with a crash, striking the sleeping sea dragon. It abruptly opened its eyes and roared piercingly. Gardner cried out in panic, this is bad. It's awakened. Ain't looked up. The sea dragon had lunged up. It stared at him with murderous intent. Ain't trembled and asked, wow, what do we do? Ain't suddenly said, at this rate, just finish it off. Seeing you draw your sword into a defensive stance, Gardner shouted, why are you drawing your sword? I told you to stop. You're not ready to fight it yet, run now. The sea dragon had noticed the stranger and lunged forward with a growl. Gardner urged, run, don't look back, run fast. Ain't froze for a moment, run, it's probably a bit late now. Then he leapt high to avoid the strike. The monster slammed into the cliff with a crash. Ain't chose his position perfectly. He delivered a slash down onto the sea dragon's head. It immediately whipped its tail, striking the opponent hard. Ain't was knocked with his teeth shifted to one side. He fell into shallow water, so he had little difficulty regaining his balance. However, just as Ain't stood up, he saw the sea dragon opening its jaws and charging toward him. It inhaled deeply to gather breath, then expelled a spiraling jet of water. He rose, steamed his chi into the blade, channeling power into the sword to counter the enemy's attack. The two forces collided, emitting a terrifying pressure that shook the space around them. Ain't still held his ground after the assault. The sea dragon closed in for close quarters combat. It attacked repeatedly with its tail, forcing Ain't to struggle to defend. Not far away, Fernan was harvesting mithril when he suddenly felt the ground shake violently. The roaring grew louder and denser. Fernan exclaimed, so noisy, the sea dragon's awake. I stuffed it full of sleeping meat, and now it's awake. Truly a legendary beast. He thought to himself, I hope Ain't isn't confronting the dragon, because there's also that matter of Varen being possessed. Ain't lost the chance to be awakened, as in the prophecy, so I'm feeling annoyed. But I already gave him the sacred bird's meditation, didn't I? It should be fine, Fernan said as he walked. James, you've dug everything out right, let's go. Goblin followed behind carrying a huge bag of loot. On the other side, Ain't had finished the fight with the sea dragon. He crawled along the cliff, out of breath, finally reaching the exit hole. Ain't panted continuously, almost dead. Gardner snapped, that's why I told you to run. He replied wearily, I wanted to run too, but the sea dragon charged like it wanted to kill me. The other man said irritably, if the ground hadn't held under the impact, you'd be inside its belly by now, you reckless fool. Ain't suddenly said, but I'm fine though, Gardner agreed. It's indeed thanks to the sacred bird's meditation that his aura also grew stronger. They both looked toward the opposite side. There the elixir is still safe. What a relief, Ain't sighed too high. Climbing out of here will take a long time. Suddenly, Gardner sensed something strange from that direction. He called Ain't, come over here. I feel something odd from that way. He stepped closer and looked around carefully, but I don't feel anything. Gardner urged hurriedly, stop talking and hurry up. Ain't sighed and said, fine. He went deeper inside, looked up at the towering cliff and asked, is this it? The place you said felt strange. What is there? Gardner looked around searching and insisted. No, there definitely is something. Ain't replied, just take the elixir and leave. Suddenly, Gardner noticed something unusual and shouted, Ain't, over there, look, there's a light. A strange streak of light appeared on the floor, standing out more than ever in the dark cave. Ain't sat down to inspect it. Indeed, what is that? Gardner urged, dig it up quickly. Hurry, hurry, he answered, all right, all right. Then he used his hands to lift the rock and toss it aside. What lay before him stunned him. This is. Gardner cried out joyfully, found it. Cut to, Fernan had returned to the meeting spot with Jace. He grinned and asked, so did you find what you were looking for? He replied, yes, everything's fine here too, right? Jace said cheerfully, yes sir, just a few monsters went berserk. Fernan nodded, well done. Jace immediately demanded his pay so that, just from his tone you could tell what he meant. Fernan said bluntly, our trade guild will place the church's order today, per the contract quantity. Needless to say, Jace was ecstatic. He left quickly, see you later, Jace. He waved goodbye. Thanks, big bro. May Mana's blessing watch over you. Fernan sat on a large tree trunk, taking out a chunk of mithril to admire, thinking to himself about placing his hand on it. This was so rare few had seen it up close. Now he only needed to find the right ore to pair with. Mithril absorbs and conducts mana very well, but alone it can't realize its full potential. It needs to be alloyed with another metal to truly shine, and of course, not with some shabby ore. The best match for mithril is adamant, a metal harder than all others. He pondered for a moment, but adamant is as rare as mithril. Even with money you might not buy it. Where to find it? I wonder if the prophecy could tell me. Just then, a cry rang up from below. Help. Fernan on the tree kept muttering, adamant, adamant, adamant. The girl below was running at full speed, shouting nonstop, help me, instructor save me, save me. She ran around the trunk where Fernan sat, 3 dogs hot on her heels. When she saw he said nothing, she scolded, instructor, are you really ignoring me? I told you to save me. Fernan put the mithril away and replied nonchalantly, all right, you must be saved when in danger. But is an elf really in danger from being chased by dogs? The girl was a bit startled and stopped playing around. She immediately leapt up to the branch in front of Fernan. The dogs below barked furiously. Fernan looked annoyed. Handle them, it's too noisy. Arya Fridian gathered her cheek. Her staff shone brilliantly and dealt with the dogs in an instant. Afterwards she sat on the branch and exclaimed, satisfied. Fernan suddenly asked, what did you want with me? Arya laughed brightly. Not at all, it was just by chance. You scared them off nicely, all right then. She corrected herself, not by chance, I have a reason. Who's so blunt? Fernan asked again, what want to network with the recruiting household? Arya Fridian, she smiled, exposed, is it that obvious? He said bluntly, I've heard rumors you often court the heirs of recruiting households. Arya shamelessly proposed, since you found me out, let's be friends. Fernan refused outright no. Arya demanded, why? Fernan replied calmly, because I'm older. The girl pleaded, don't be like that. Aren't families that recruit servants supposed to be close? He remained firm in his view, insisted that just because you're both servant recruits doesn't mean you have to be close. Arya coquettishly laughed. Fridian only became a recruiting house servant when replacing Bersha. So we want to get close to the other recruiting servants, please. Fernan challenged, aren't there other recruits the same year like ain't army? Arya said teasingly, how can elves eat only meat? They need fruits and vegetables sometime. But Fernan understood her implication. He smirked inwardly. The girl wouldn't even bother thinking. Arya Fridian, shameless beyond belief, still smiled brightly and declared her intention. I want to be friends with all 6 recruiting house servants. Suddenly the trunk trembled and both of them jumped. Arya exclaimed, what nonsense now? From below, a male student shouted loudly, call the professor, quick. A sea dragon has appeared in Pardon Lake. Sure enough, a gigantic sea dragon burst from the lake, shaking the water violently. Fernan was astonished. Sea dragon, Arya cried. A sea dragon, strange, how did it appear all of a sudden? Right, but as soon as he glanced at Fernan, he leaped down immediately. She called after him, hey, are you really going to run? He didn't bother to answer. Fear rose in Fernan's chest. Damn, something's wrong. The prophecy never mentioned a sea dragon surfacing and going berserk. What about ain't? At the lake shore, the situation was chaotic. The sea dragon was wildly attacking the student. The professors began evacuation quickly. This way, move aside, hurry. All first-year students, retreat. Teaching assistants, protect the first years on the front line. Gardner told Ain't that sea dragon is targeting you because you took the elixir. Let the professors and TAs handle it. We withdraw. This time he obeyed quickly and replied, understood. Gardner warned, run fast, be careful, don't draw attention. But the sea dragon had spotted Ain't in the crowd, and it lunged straight at him. A shadow suddenly appeared, blocking right behind Ain't. Fernan grabbed his staff. He formed a defensive array to oppose the beast. He muttered the incantation and unleashed an attack. Countless jagged spikes of earth and stone rose up and shot straight at the sea dragon. But the beast remained unfazed. Its eyes were full of killing intent, and its defenses were terrifyingly strong. Fernan worried, damn it, is this beyond us after all? Professor Grad looked very pleased. You held the line well, Fernan. Now leave the rest to us. He charged in to confront the beast directly, with the support of the other professors and teaching assistants. After a while of ineffective attacks, the sea dragon turned and fled back into the lake. Someone shouted, it's retreating, chase it. Fernan exhaled in relief. Strange, did my intervention slightly alter the prophecy? In any case, the destined one who will save humanity remains safe. That's what matters. Besides, I still haven't recouped my investment. If he dies, I'm ruined too. He suddenly turned and asked, Ain't, are you okay? Seeing the tearful, moved expression on his face, Fernan was slightly shaken inwardly. What is this guy, that look, are you scared? Ain't choked out, are you here to save me? He replied nonchalantly, protecting students is the job of a teaching assistant. Never mind, as long as you're okay. Go do your work. Seeing Fernan about to leave, Gardner reminded, don't we still have business with that guy? We can't just let him go. Hurriedly called after him. Actually, I have something to tell you. Do you have a moment? Fernan turned back. Go ahead, what's up? He answered hesitantly, well, saying it right here is a bit. I'm a little embarrassed. The two quickly moved to a quiet spot. Fernan reassured him, don't worry, no one will hear. Say what you need to say. What do you want to tell me? Smiled. I'm wondering if your trade guild deals in ores. He replied frankly, of course we do. Why, are you looking to buy ore? But a moment later Fernan muttered to himself, not exactly. I have no coins, so I probably can't buy anything. Maybe I have something to sell. Felt those words hit him hard. He couldn't deny them, yet they tasted bitter. Fernan was startled and thought, damn, I blurted that out again. He always acts obedient around me. I almost forgot. This is the one who got me expelled, he suddenly recalled. Handed him the expulsion note with the reason. You said I was poor as dirt. That was deeply insulting. Definitely not smart to anger. Fernan said gently, if my words offended you, I apologize. Was a bit surprised. That's very polite. Fernan added, I didn't mean it. Please don't hold it against me. The boy hurriedly said, I was only joking. Fernan waved his hand. No way, impossible. That spoiled brat, he really is apologizing. Fernan moved to the main topic. So you said you have something to sell me. Smiled and replied, yes. He produced a sparkling blue stone, this. At the sight of the item, Fernan couldn't hide his astonishment, adamant. I was just tearing my hair out trying to find this, and now it appears before me like this. He smiled, what luck is this? Then he told himself, no, it's not in my hands yet, calm down. Fernan asked sternly, adamant, are you planning to sell this to me? But this isn't something you find on the street. Where did you get it? Seeing Ain's casual expression, he marveled, to find adamant and stay so calm. The rich really live easy lives. Scratched his head and laughed. I can't say exactly where I got it, but I swear it's not stolen or illicit, so don't worry. I have so much that even my pocket dimension is full. Fernan thought, pocket dimension full, a veritable treasure trove. He concluded silently. No doubt he found it in that submerged cavern. Couldn't get mithril but stumbled onto adamant. That's protagonist level luck. Fernan was curious, what kind of cave contains both mithril and adamant? Seeing him contemplative and silent, negotiated. If you're truly interested, my condition is. Before deciding to sell the adamant to Fernan, Gardner warned be careful, those Fallenberg people. In the blink of an eye they'll steal even your nose. Even if you negotiate, don't agree to anything. Even now he kept reminding are you listening to me? Presented Gardner's conditions, and thought those terms sounded pretty reasonable. Fernan quickly agreed, fine, I'll buy under those exact conditions. Gardner was slightly surprised. What the heck? He actually accepted my terms. Fernan asked suddenly, you could auction it for a much higher price. Why sell to me? Answered honestly, well, I want to get rid of it as soon as possible. It's so rare that if rumors spread it would become a target from all sides. Armian isn't strong enough to protect. Fernan challenged, so I must be strong enough, right? What if I kill you and steal the adamant? Hearing this, froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. Come on, you gave me the holy bird heart, and you even fought a sea dragon to save me. How could you do that? Fernan thought to himself, does really trust me? Apparently saving him just now boosted my goodwill a lot. He asserted, others might, but you would never do that. I know you won't harm me. He patted Ain's shoulder. That's right, I honestly care about you. The boy smiled and replied, yes, I know. Fernan continued, besides, I'm the one who saved your life from the sea dragon, right? Answered, yes. He suddenly looked into his eyes and said, so if one day you get the urge to make me a beggar, remember today. Hearing that, the boy broke out in a cold sweat. Make you a beggar. Suddenly Fernan stressed, never forget I risked my life to save you, understand? Replied, yes, of course. Those words reassured Fernan. He turned to leave, not forgetting to promise, I'll prepare the contract and get back to you later. Replied, yes. The boy felt a bit puzzled by Fernan's hot and cold attitude. Once alone, asked, what did he say just now, make me a beggar? Gardner grumbled, that guy must be crazy, probably shocked by seeing all that adamant. Scene shift, the Ravido's dormitory. Hyde called out loudly, I'm back, young master. He pushed the door open and asked in a gentle tone, you've been at the Duke's residence for a while. Did anything happen while you were out? Fernan exclaimed, Hyde, you're back. He hadn't answered when he stepped in and froze, my lord. What is all this? Fernan sat atop a pile of gems, holding a glass of wine with utter leisure, his expression saying, welcome. It's your first time seeing mithril and adamant together, right? Hyde hurriedly asked, wait, where did you get these rare ores? Fernan smiled, part I mined myself, part I bought back, been busy late. He picked up a chunk of adamant to inspect. Even with money, it's nearly impossible to buy. If I sold all this, my guild would surpass this year's revenue target. Fernan said, I'm not planning to sell. Hyde was surprised to hear that, not sell. So what do you plan to do with them? He gently swirled his wine glass and replied slowly, I intend to craft a giant self-aware golem, able to move on its own and possess its own will. Fernan spoke enthusiastically without stopping. I've always wondered, knights have loyal warhorses. The spirit folk have spirit companions, so why shouldn't merchants have something similar? Why must merchants live in loneliness? So I've decided to break that absurdity by creating a sentient colossus golem. Hyde listened for a while, a little puzzled. Absurd. Can this really be called absurd? Fernan explained, golem creation requires advanced arcane knowledge and vast financial resources, which means if you're not truly wealthy, don't dream of making one. Isn't that the perfect asset for a merchant? In truth, he was calculating. Owning a sentient golem, especially with a great war against the demon race looming. In this terrible era of rampaging demons, it would be a reliable guardian for its owner. So I must create something sturdy and truly trustworthy. Seeing his master's passionate face, Hyde thought to himself that he still didn't understand why a merchant needed a golem. The young master seemed very excited, so he'd better stay silent. He suddenly asked, but if it's a sentient colossus golem, how big would it be? Fernan replied, 10 meters. Hyde exclaimed, 10 meters, why make it that big? He said sternly, and why else? Because it looks ridiculously cool. At that moment, a sudden headache hit. Fernan muttered, damn it, a headache again. Another damned prophecy, I bet. The space before his eyes spun, and his head felt like it would explode. Hyde shouted, young master. He helped Fernan onto the bed and handed him a thermometer. Bite down on this. Fernan struggled. I'm fine, I said, it doesn't hurt. Hyde snapped, doesn't hurt. You've even fainted before. Do you know how many times you've screamed in pain? He shoved the thermometer into Fernan's mouth. I'll check your temperature. Bite down on it. He obediently held the thermometer in his mouth, no longer squalling. Hyde checked his watch and muttered, it's probably a lingering effect from the lightning strike last time. Fernan sat silently on the bed, brooding. No time to rest, and another prophecy, right on schedule. This time it's about the sea. Damn Armian, a pact-bound person secretly boards the yacht club gathering and attacks Ain't. The yacht club is a social circle at the academy reserved for noble students. I joined to expand connections and attend regularly. Not only that, I was the one who suggested turning a simple afternoon tea at sea into a lavish offshore gathering on a yacht. Yet just as I convinced everyone to go out to sea, a monster appeared. People panicked and screamed, a monster. Why is there a monster here? Turn the boat around. I discovered that the pact-bound person had secretly boarded the yacht. It turned out to be an employee of my trading company. Ain't confirmed the face of the pact-bound. If his memory is correct, the man was one of the crew members. Could Fallenberg be involved? If they knew, they'd be traitors to humanity. If not, they're far more incompetent than I thought. After that came countless rumors. People claimed to have found treasures by chance, while I, damn it, ended up like a villain with every stat fully buffed. No wonder Ain't thought I'd doom him. Time's running out, and everyone assumed I'd made a pact with a demon in this situation. As Hyde pulled the thermometer out, Fernan shot him a very awkward look. Hyde checked the thermometer to see his reading. He suddenly flinched. The number was too high. Fernan thought if he slipped up this time it would be the end, when suddenly a bag of ice-cold water was placed on his head. Hyde said sternly, Duke, you have a very high fever. Summon the physician immediately. Fernan, cheeks flushed, insisted, I told you I'm fine. Suddenly he remembered. I heard there's a visitor at the company today. Better postpone. Fernan asked in surprise, a visitor? I have no appointments today. He thought to himself, an unexpected guest. I can smell money already. He eagerly asked who it was. The visitor was an acquaintance, Professor Grad. The professor smiled warmly, sat at the desk, and proposed a deal. Fernan asked, are you selling the carcass of the sea dragon that appeared in the first-year practical combat? Grad replied, yes, it cost me quite some effort to slay it. He cheerfully said, everyone warned Fallenberg would lowball me, but I knew you wouldn't. Fernan felt secretly pleased. This was good news. A sea dragon provides many usable parts. He hesitated a bit. But is it appropriate to deal directly with students like this? Grad answered bluntly, you're the one who keeps doing covert deals with staff, and you dare say that. Why did you ask Professor Rosalia to arrange a temporary teaching assistant last time? She's overly by the book. Next time just come to me, give me a little something and I'll handle most things. Hearing this, Fernan thought to himself that anyone could be a temporary teaching assistant. No need to bribe Professor. Grad added, moreover, this is an official buyback request from the Academy sent to your family. I'm here representing the Academy. I've contacted your family, and they told me to negotiate directly with you. Fernan replied, I understand. Actually, there's a particular part I'm especially interested in. Professor Grad said sternly, I don't sell piecemeal. If you want it, buy the whole creature. Fernan lifted his teacup and said calmly, in that case it's different. He affirmed that after all it's a sea dragon. No part goes to waste, and Grad was right. Fernan calculated silently. The teeth and bones are extremely hard, perfect for weapon crafting. The blood and eyes are rich in mana, ideal for alchemy. The scales can become armor and protective gear, so whether buying all or part, it's useful. But in business, a merchant's pride is to maximize profit. It must yield a bit more profit. Professor Grad shook his head. If that's your stance, I'll sell to another family. Fernan nonchalantly steered the deal another way. I've heard creatures caught in the academy training. The proceeds are used to fund the professor's research. At that, Grad's expression faltered. Fernan laid his cards on the table. So if it sells for a good price, it's beneficial for you too. Grad's face changed immediately. He smiled and asked amicably, you want a good price for your goods, correct? Fine, what do you want? He answered, I want exclusive rights to sell ships to the Academy. If the Academy buys ships, they may only purchase them from our Golden Turtle Trading Company. Grad wondered, ships, why would the Academy need ships? Just that. Fernan smiled, precisely. This condition sounds a bit pointless now, but it's a calculation for the future. They don't need it yet, but soon they will. According to the incident mentioned in the prophecy, after the monster attack and the yacht sinking, noble-born children will be cast adrift at sea. The Academy will realize it must train for naval combat and open-related courses. Of course, they'll run simulated battles too, meaning ships will be damaged frequently, leading to huge repair costs or the need to purchase more. In other words, this is a long-term, highly profitable venture. Grad agreed immediately. Excellent, I'll propose this to the headmaster. Scene change in a small neighborhood bookshop. A customer asked, do you have a basic cookbook? I've checked the cooking books section and couldn't find it. The shopkeeper smiled and said, if it's not there, it's probably sold out. He suddenly said, wait a moment, I'll check the storeroom. The girl nodded okay. The owner opened the small door into the storage room, went to the shelves and searched. Basic cooking. Suddenly, a wave of black aura abruptly appeared. A spirit manifested behind the young man and said, report. After checking, we confirm that Ain't Armian has never encountered the Varen Kalbunder. He went mad from demonic energy. According to the plan, Kalbunder should have tracked Armian's mana after being defeated. But it seems someone intervened midway. The other asked, intervene. The spirit continued, I cannot pinpoint who exactly. The traces have been completely erased. He asked again, so there's no way to find out. Is that what you're saying? The spirit affirmed, no, I'll try other methods and I will find out. The shopkeeper suddenly said, forget it. If you've had to go that far, then truly there's no way. For now, focus on the next plan. The spirit immediately obeyed. Understood. The shopkeeper was somewhat suspicious, but this is strange. If Kalbunder truly fought him, the demonic aura would be impossible to miss, yet the Academy said nothing. He speculated that the traces were erased. Could it all be just a coincidence? Or rather, someone deliberately did this. Hearing this, the spirit panicked. Does that mean someone already knows of our existence? The shopkeeper insisted, impossible. If someone knew, the world wouldn't be so quiet. That's true, it must be a coincidence. He reminded his companions, but still, be more careful from now on. We're not strong enough yet. If our identities are exposed, it will seriously affect future plans, the spirit replied. Understood. The shopkeeper added, above all, eliminating Ain't Armian is the top priority. Since enrolling at the Academy, his growth rate has been beyond imagination. Although I don't know why, this is also the work of the early sovereign, that cursed bloodline. Therefore, the next plan must succeed. If Ain't Armian grows stronger, it will cause major trouble. A murderous gleam flashed in his eyes. Absolutely do not fail a second time. The spirit replied, I will remember. Then he vanished without a trace. The shopkeeper stepped out holding the book and cheerfully said, Customer, I've found the beginner's cookbook. The girl took the book and left quickly. Thank you, have a good day. At the same time, in a restaurant, Fernan and Luna were dining. He asked, when and where did you sense the demonic aura? Luna poured herself a glass of wine and answered, exactly 3 days ago. After dinner around 7, I was with Bella then. Fernan asked Bella Hone, second semester, rank 19 of the Knights Department. The girl agreed, yes, that's Bella Hone. He was curious what exactly happened. Luna took a bite and recalled, it's like this. 3 days ago, Bella challenged me proactively. She said she felt her strength had improved and wanted to test it. Normally, we only use wooden swords, but this time she suggested using real blade. I don't know if she'd taken some enhancement elixir, but she was extremely confident. And it wasn't empty talk. Bella's sword felt much heavier and far sharper than before. During the duel, I noticed her abilities had indeed improved. Not only stronger, her body was also more agile, enough to easily dodge my strikes. After a few exchanges, Luina said, "You're really different now, heavier, faster." Bella cried out joyfully, "Right. Lately I feel my body full of strength and my control is much better. Hearing it from your own mouth makes me even happy." Suddenly she said, "All right, I'll keep fighting." This time she channeled significantly more mana. Hearing this, Fernan exclaimed, "So you lost in the end?" Luina snapped, "No, I'm not finished telling it." Bella's swordsmanship emphasizes leveraging weight and the blade's force. Compared to other styles, its striking power is superior. But because it's heavy and large, it has a clear weakness in close quarters combat. At that exact moment, I seized the opportunity. When Bella was unbalanced by the heavy sword and delivered a decisive strike. Bella laughed coquettishly. "Seems I still can't control it well, huh?" Luina took another bite. "That's how it is." Fernan asked again, "Are you sure that was demonic aura?" She affirmed, "I'll never forget that freezing, filthy chill I felt from Varen. It was only for a moment, but I'm certain it was demonic aura." Fernan, curious, asked about Bella's condition. Luina said she seemed completely normal. Even after the match, there was nothing unusual. Unlike Varen, there were no physical anomalies, and she hadn't lost her mind. So I wondered if I had missing it. Fernan listened closely and asked, "But you still want to check to be sure?" Luina replied, "Yes, because this involves demonic aura, and Bella is my closest friend. We've grown up together. I can't stand by and watch her turn into a monster. I thought you might be able to help, so I said something," and she cut the last piece of steak. Luina didn't often get to eat so well. Fernan said slowly, "I don't have a sure method either, but I'll try investigating my way." The girl nodded, thank you." He looked at Luna's empty plate and asked, "Hey, I'm asking honestly. Is that dish really edible, steak with chocolate sauce?" The girl replied firmly, "Yes, it's delicious." Fernan stood by his desk reviewing surveillance reports, murmuring, "Dorms, classrooms, dodging, library, canteen." Sure enough, Bella follows a model schedule. Just like that Varen mess, there were no signs she had suspicious contact with anyone else. He analyzed thoroughly. Moreover, unlike Varen, Bella had no history of trauma. She was cheerful and well-liked. There's no reason for an opening in her heart for demonic aura to slip in. But if what Luina said is true, and Bella did use demonic power, then there's only one common point between her and Varen. Neither encountered a demon nor made a pact. So could demonic aura infiltrate them on its own without their knowing, without contact with a demon? Is that possible? Or maybe Luina was wrong, and it wasn't demonic aura at all. Suddenly a headache hit. Fernan clutched his head in pain. "Damn it, my head again." His vision blurred, and then a strange scene appeared. A gruesome battlefield, the sky red as blood. The stench of blood and thick demonic aura everywhere, monsters all around, and people maddened, students of the Academy, island residents. I saw the anxious face of Aang. Fernan felt the scene was too familiar. Everyone was acting very oddly. Demonic aura silently infiltrated and hid within the students' bodies, and when the demon Andromalius descended, it began to awake. Fernan suddenly panicked. Andromalius, so this is it. At that moment, the Academy was nothing short of hell. Could this be the moment right before Andromalius's arrival? In the smoky scene, Gardner frowned and reported, "Taint. They've been tainted by evil aura." Ain't Armian's eyes widened in shock. "Do you mean those students made pacts with demons?" Facing him, he said softly but firmly, "If that were true, I would have detected it long ago." He ignored the words and directly demanded, "I must investigate this thoroughly. Use your mana." Ain't followed Gardner's instructions, using mana to examine the students who had been knocked out. Gardner thus grasped the situation. Ain't Armian inspected carefully and concluded that those filthy devils were truly cunning this time. He looked at Gardner in panic, seeing how they'd secretly sown evil aura into students' daily lives so subtly that no one noticed. Ain't Armian inspected the situation while commenting that it would surely take them a long time, because a student's body doesn't easily accept evil aura. Most of it is probably wasted, and continuing to inject aura might be pointless. Fernan Fallenberg stood silently to the side watching the tainted student. He kept analyzing the situation in his head. To make them explode like that, there must be a conduit. Something is definitely amplifying the magic. Fernan Fallenberg glanced around and suddenly jumped, calling out, "Over there." He stared intently at the blood-red formation before him. That magical array, it's activating the evil aura. Fernan Fallenberg froze and told himself it must be destroyed immediately. The source of the evil aura became clearer as Ain't approached the array, and the summoning process accelerated. Gardner shouted when he realized the array's true nature. Suddenly countless corpses appeared strewn about, making Fernan Fallenberg ponder as the scene shifted. Elsewhere, Ain't Armian was running eagerly but halted abruptly. leaving Fernan Fallenberg a bit worried. Ain't Armian ran over and shouted a warning. Bella, she's been infected with evil aura. Fernan Fallenberg was stunned by that conclusion. Bella, so it really is evil aura inside Bella. Ain't Armian insisted that if they destroyed the array, she would return to normal. Gardner warned anxiously, "Oh gods, that's not an amplification array but a summoning array." Facing the ominous array, he said firmly, "That's a summoning formation. We're trying to summon a demon into this world." After Gardner spoke, a ferocious serpent-like monster appeared, making both Ain't Armian and Fernan Fallenberg turn to look. A dark, faceless yet menacing figure also formed in his mind. The demons will return. It strode forward slowly with a huge, muscular body, but the thought of Ain't Armian still lingered in his mind, this realm. Suddenly, the vision shifted elsewhere. Fernan Fallenberg was sitting on the ground with a stunned expression. He kept muttering under his breath, "Evil aura, Andromalius Bella." A moment later, Fernan Fallenberg sprang to his feet decisively. "There's no time left, Luina." He dashed out the door quickly, shouting the name Luina over and over. A moment later, at the foot of the stairs, a woman's whisper kept asking if she was safe, if she really was infected, and the truth came out. Fernan Fallenberg, beside her, replied sternly that Bella would know nothing. He looked at her and said firmly, "I won't let her be accused as a demon and killed, don't worry." Luina Berchef smiled in relief. "Thank." Fernan Fallenberg regarded her thoughtfully. "I need Bella alive because she is evidence for her friend Luina." A few images flickered through his mind. "And for me too, because I need Luina to like me." Fernan Fallenberg lowered his face in worry. "And for this continent, first I must prove that evil aura truly exists within her body." The one mentioned rushed over excitedly to greet them. "Luina, have you been waiting long? The lecture ran a bit late." Luina shyly explained, "No, we just arrived too." Bella looked at him in surprise and asked, Fernan is here too." Fernan coldly, unwilling to reply, said, "I called." But immediately he pointed at her and said loudly, "Because it's in your head." Fernan's face darkened, fierce. "There are demons, I must eradicate them." He then pointed to himself proudly and said, "So from now on you must follow my orders." Hearing this made Bella upset and she retorted, "What? No." He patiently repeated the earlier words, "You must come with me, even if you don't want to." Her eyes clearly showed she thought him a fool. "What the hell is wrong with your head, Fernan?" But Fernan remained adamant. "I'm not joking. If we don't deal with the evil aura in you, sooner or later you'll lose your mind, and then the magistrates won't spare you." His implication was so clear that Bella bristled and demanded, "Are you threatening me?" Fernan refused to relent and stated plainly, "I'm only speaking the truth." Those 5 simple words were the last straw. She kept shouting insults. "Are you insane? I'm perfectly fine." Suddenly, a gentle hand gripped her hand, and the person beside her called softly, "Bella." Luina whispered counsel, "Can't you just listen to Fernan this once?" That made Bella even more perplexed. "Luina, what's wrong with you? What's with all this demon talk?" Luina persisted, pleading sincerely, "Bella, please." Bella couldn't avoid it and reluctantly agreed. "Only because you begged me, I'll go along." Fernan watched the unlikely harmony and thought, I was going to knock her out if she kept refusing. After a while, Bella turned back to him with a steely look. "I'll do as you say, Fernan, but on one condition." She pointed at him and demanded firmly, "If I can prove there's no evil aura in me, you must properly apologize to me and to Luina." Fernan folded his arms, curious. But why apologize to Luina?" Bella, full of resentment, kept accusing him, "Because you lured innocent Luina into this." She huffed and then replied, "She was the one who enticed me, but fine." Fernan said after a moment, "Then lead me to the places you frequent. I need to know where you might have contacted demonic aura." Luina stepped forward and asked curiously, "Didn't you already investigate?" He immediately dismissed it. "You won't help me." Bella, angered, glared at Fernan. "Did you investigate my background?" He replied softly, "I was thinking of tracing traces of demonic aura at places Bella visited." In the quiet air, Fernan murmured with disappointment, but found nothing suspicious. Standing before an ornate building, he thought to himself, even in the dodging, it's the same, yet he still managed to irritate Bella. "Fernan, shut up." Luina quickly interjected to change the subject. "This dining place is gloomy." The 3 of them methodically visited locations from the list and ticked them off. Dormitory, okay. Lecture hall, okay. Library, okay. Dining hall, okay. After a while, they went to a cafe, where a man holding a book titled "The Duke Keeps Finding Me at Night" smiled in welcome. He'd just returned today. Fernan, losing patience, thought maybe the library too. Bella was lively and chatting happily, which he didn't understand, so he asked Luina, "What's with that Duke title?" She cheerfully replied, "Bella likes romance novels." His gaze and tone sharpened. Romance novels, an ordinary hobby, but it raised thoughts in his mind. Perhaps it would be stranger if I could easily find traces. He stared ahead relentlessly. There must be traces somewhere. The purple-haired youth cheerfully offered more, even illustrated editions. Bella happily said, "Give it to me." Only Fernan remained lost in the chaos of his thoughts. If not a place, then what? Seeing the book being passed around sparked an idea. Maybe it's an object. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Fernan's train of thought. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Fernan. He regarded the man with suspicion. You know me. The purple-haired youth calmly explained, of course, I trade goods. Bella stood to the side, excitedly chatting with Luina. Look, the purple-haired young man chatteringly said, we usually source goods from your guild. Fernan, still indifferent, replied, oh, so you're a customer. Almost immediately, he pushed another book forward. I can recommend a title for you. He eyed Fernan slyly and suggested, I have something that suits you perfectly. Fernan declined warily. No thanks, I have enough books at home. The man remained smiling regretfully. I understand, what a pity. Suddenly Luina's voice called from behind. Fernan, let's go. He turned his back to leave and said, very well. The purple-haired youth then flashed a malicious smile and spoke ominously, see you again. The three turned away without seeing his gaze or hearing his cryptic words, awaiting your return. After a while in the corridor, Bella looked around in confusion, trying to understand, isn't this cafe run by your guild? I've never been here. Fernan explained slowly as they walked, it's reserved for important guests. Hearing that she asked innocently, is this where you wanted to come? He patiently explained, yes, this place is best for avoiding prying eyes. After his words, there was a silent stretch, broken only by the soft footfalls of the three as they entered the room. Inside, Jace Vines greeted them enthusiastically. I've been waiting for you. His manner seemed off. The faithful are blessed by mana. Do you believe that? Of the three, only Bella could banter playfully. I do. Fernan cut through their banter in a stern voice. Jace, did you bring what I need? Jace Vines replied cheerfully, of course. He warned the money-bearer carefully. Once used, it's non-returnable and non-exchangeable. Paying cash, Fernan answered firmly. Yes. Bella looked puzzled. A transaction. She stared for a moment, then demanded loudly, Fernan, what are you doing? Why is he here? Fernan smirked confidently. Jace will prove it. He stepped beside Jace with a triumphant air, declaring that there's demonic energy in your body. Bella asked seriously, are you going to prove that I have demonic energy? She was curious how. Jace Vines produced a red velvet box. We're always prepared for this. There's a prophecy from the founding pontiff that the demonic race will return. Bella peered anxiously at the orb as Jace explained. It's more accurate than our relics at detecting demonic beings or demonic aura. He made small talk. I've heard about your case. What's your name? She answered without hesitation. Bella Hone, I'm a second-year night student. Jace beamed. Ah, then you're my senior. He offered Bella the device. Hold this gem with both hands. Mana will flow through and scan your inner self. Luina Berchef remained skeptical. Are you sure that works? Maybe. Fernan Fallenberg wasn't fully convinced either. Jace insisted if this doesn't detect it, then nothing will. Bella stood motionless before Jace Vines with a worried face. He reassured her, don't worry. Then Jace leaned in, hand over his mouth, and whispered, honestly, I don't believe you're infected. I only came because Fernan said he'd buy this from me. I'm with the church demons returning these days. Impossible. He encouraged her again, relax. Bella eased up somewhat, all right. She placed her hands on the orb with determined movements. I'll get this done, and then wait for your apology. Light from the gem flooded the room, forcing Jace Vines to close his eyes. Not long after, as the light subsided, he opened his eyes one by one to observe. Bella returned the gem to Jace Vines hesitantly. Its color has changed. Bella asked, what does that mean? That there's no demonic energy. Fernan Fallenberg answered truthfully, no, quite the opposite. He explained further, the gem changes color when it detects demonic energy. Hearing that, Bella flinched. What? She vehemently denied it. Impossible, it must be broken. Fernan Fallenberg sighed helplessly and soothed her. Calm down, I won't do anything. Suddenly Jace Vines stepped forward and chanted an incantation. O great draconic deity. Flames erupted with each verse of the chant. I offer up to you an evil human, Fernan Fallenberg exclaimed in astonishment. Wait. The voice continued. You have accepted the demonic race into your heart, Bella. Bella raised her hand in front of her face. Please care for your faithful. At that moment, Jace Vines nearly erupted with power. There it is, great dragon. His palm moved amid the desperate invocation. Jace, wait. The velvet box and the orb were now rolling on the floor. Luina Berchef drew her sword into a ready stance, while Bella had already fallen. Jace Vines refused to stand down and shouted, I'll kill you, you fiend, while Fernan Fallenberg scolded the bastard. You can't use magic like that. Jace Vines wondered, since when did the head become a prophet? So Academy students are being infected with demonic aura, and someone is spreading it everywhere. He scratched his chin, thinking, Bella has never met or contracted with demons. Why is he so sure she had no contact? Fernan Fallenberg replied flatly, I've been watching her for days but found nothing suspicious. If you're right, this is serious. Jace Vines and Fernan Fallenberg debated passionately. We should ask the guild for help, save her poor soul first. No, the demons will hide if we go public, though someone might be waiting there. Then Fernan Fallenberg emphasized everything. Listen carefully, Jace. The demons must not know we've discovered. He placed a hand on Jace Vines's shoulder and proposed, I have a plan. If you help me, we can wipe them out with an ambush. Jace Vines grit his teeth, voice dark. Wipe them all out. His expression dimmed and his fists clenched. Fine, tell me what to do. Immediately Fernan Fallenberg asked further, can you purge the demonic aura from Bella? She naturally, of course. Jace Vines politely reached out. Please give me your hand, but Bella recoiled in fear. Are you going to kill me? Jace Vines replied slyly to each concern. I will cleanse the demonic aura from your body. I do not intend to kill you, not at all. Bella didn't believe him. She wanted to go home. Lie, your eyes look terrifying. Bella, wait, I'm not going to kill you. I'm scared. I want to go home. Jace Vines called for help. Fernan, do something. Bella resisted. No, stay away from me. Fernan Fallenberg sighed helplessly. Phew. He stepped over and whispered into Jace Vines's ear. See, I told you Bella isn't a bad person. If you don't drop that look, I'll cut the guild's workload in half. At this, Jace Vines paused for a few seconds to process the information. Then he put on a kittenish expression. Heavens, sorry. Fernan Fallenberg patted his shoulder approvingly. Good boy. Bella was still resisting the coaxing. It's okay, give me your hand. Jace Vines's expression rotated 360 degrees. The guild only eliminates evildoers and demons. We do not harm the innocent. Only then did Bella relent and speak. Is there really a purging spell for demonic aura? Jace Vines patiently answered. Yes, it's a spell we all must learn. Bella relaxed her guard and placed her hand in Jace Vines's. Will I be okay? He replied at once, of course, it won't harm you. Immediately she felt a jolt of electricity sweep through her body, with a belated remark. Ah, it just stings a bit. After performing it, Jace Vines rubbed his hands and explained. It burns the inside of you to scrape out the demonic aura. Luna Berchef shook Bella. She had fainted. Bella. After the electric surge, scorch marks mottled the wall. Luna Berchef exclaimed, this building is sturdy. I thought Jace's spell would bring the whole place down. Fernan Fallenberg replied while studying the wine cabinet. It was built to withstand heavy shocks and loud noise. Luna Berchef understood. Ah, I see. Fernan Fallenberg then asked about Bella's condition. Bella, are you all right? Luna Berchef placed a hand on her nose and answered. Yes, she's still breathing, though she probably won't wake up soon. Fernan Fallenberg reached for a bottle from the shelf as Luna Berchef said, maybe we should carry her back to the dorm. He stopped her. Ah, wait. Luna Berchef shouted in confusion. What are you doing? Fernan Fallenberg was pouring wine directly over Bella. I think she'll arouse less suspicion if she looks drunk. Luna hesitated. Is that really necessary? Fernan explained, being cautious isn't wrong. Besides, we don't know where the demons are. Luna worriedly lifted Bella inside, drinking in broad daylight. I'm concerned about her reputation. Fernan draped his coat over Bella and proposed a solution. Then cover her face with this. Ah, that'll do. Luna Berchef helped Bella away and left a parting thanks. Thank you for helping, Fernan. Fernan Fallenberg held the bottle. A little left, shall I finish it? And that was the end of Bella's matter. He walked while thinking. Now I must use Jace to find all humans infected with demonic aura. We'll purify as many as possible. Fernan Fallenberg sighed at the situation. That will at least reduce the chaos. The best course is to prevent the demons from appearing, but I don't know how yet. He slowly poured wine. First, I'll prepare for what will happen at the yacht club meeting. Beforehand, I investigated some suspicious infiltrators in the merchant guild. He lifted the glass to his lips and sipped, discovering one had become staff on the yacht. Yet I didn't know they'd cooperate with demons. He stood there pondering with the bottle in hand. This is the most natural scenario I can think of to prove I'm unrelated to the demons. It's not hard to plan when you can foresee the future. His red eyes narrowed slightly. If everything goes according to plan, Ain't will trust me 100% afterward. Fernan Fallenberg broke into a supremely confident smile. It won't be long before he considers me a friend. Another day passed. The next morning's sunlight illuminated the entire harbor. At the corner of Fernan Fallenberg's mouth, a tight smile formed, curling upward. He folded his arms and declared, it's time to catch my fish, while the person beside him looked puzzled. Fish. The headmaster was silent for a moment, then looked at Fernan and asked, I heard from Professor Grad that you want exclusive rights to sell the ship. In the room at a large wooden table, the two sat opposite each other while Hyde quietly stood beside Fernan watching the tense negotiation. The headmaster analyzed. They say they'll buy the Sea Dragon at a good price, but exclusive rights to the ships is a bit much. He paused to consider and continued. Here's another condition, Cadet Fernan. Ah, perhaps I should now call you the branch chief of the Golden Shell Guild. Thinking of this indispensable bargaining point, he smiled friendly and proposed. In exchange for the Academy holding exclusive ship-selling rights for the next 20 years, we will supply any byproducts from the Sea Dragon at reasonable prices upon request. Fernan took a small sip of coffee, silently evaluating. Corpse monsters fetch the most when sold intact. You buy the carcass at a high price, then sell the byproducts cheap. He set his cup down, brooding like an old man, continuing to weigh it up. Normally he'd never agree, but now it's time to concede a step. With a sharp gaze like a seasoned businessman, Fernan smiled and agreed. Fine, add that clause to the contract. Inwardly he mused that the Academy's ship business would bring him even greater profit. He skimmed the contract and felt fairly satisfied. Sales contract 1. The Golden Shell Guild, hereafter Party A, will buy Sea Dragon carcasses at prices proposed by Armian Academy, hereafter Party B. 2. Party A will hold exclusive rights to all ships supplied by Party B, including warships, cruisers, and yachts, for 20 years. 3. Party A will sell certain Sea Dragon byproducts to Party B at reasonable prices. At last the negotiation finished. The two shook hands happily to confirm, and the contract was signed. On the way, Hyde praised him to the skis. Well done, young master. But Fernan appeared calm. This isn't my first contract. Hyde kept reading the contract intently and wondered, but why are you so insistent on monopolizing these ships? This needs our family's back. He still felt uneasy. Actually, I don't think the Duke would agree. He'd probably say there's no profit. Hyde's real worry was whether signing without consulting him first would be okay, but Fernan smiled confidently and said, not yet, but the opportunity will come soon enough. Hearing that, Hyde looked quite surprised. Really? Fernan reiterated, I told you so. By the way, where's the yacht crew list? Hyde strolled behind and only then remembered. I left it on the desk in the study. Fernan, unable to wait, asked first, any suspicious people on it? Hyde replied nonchalantly, none. At that, Fernan's expression darkened, and he kept reasoning. Sensible. If they were easy to detect, they wouldn't be demons, damn it. Then he felt there was nothing to worry too much about. Well, this time Ain't will handle everything. No need to fret. He saw luck in the misfortune. A pity if such a beautiful ship were damaged, but in return we caught the monsters, business will prosper, and Fernan smiled confidently, triumphant. Ain't will be completely on our side. He folded his arms and grinned at Hyde. Seems it's time to cast a net for those free-swimming fish we've been letting pass by. Fish. At that moment, Ain't, somewhere else, suddenly felt his body tremble and a chill run down his spine. He was in his study when the spirit gardener asked how he was doing. Ain't replied softly, not bad. Thanks to the spirit herbs I got in the underwater cavern, the holy bird magic has been fully absorbed. Hearing that, it immediately laughed with delight. Good. We'll top up the magic and sell adamant for cash. Gardner puffed up proudly. Having a wealthy ally is truly reassuring. Ain't seized the point and looked at it expectantly. Speaking of which, what if we invite Fernan to be an ally? At the mention of that name, it cried out in alarm. What, that rich fellow? He repeated what it said. You're calm because you have a rich ally, so wouldn't it be even better if he joined our side? It thought a moment and nodded. Sounds reasonable. Not a bad idea. Wars need money. Gardner pondered, and they're not stupid. If they realize the seriousness, they'll certainly pay up. Then Ain't had an idea. Then it's best to let Fernan see the demons direct. He laughed and reconsidered. I've never actually seen demons or monsters, so I wouldn't know what to do. Gardner promptly reinforced the point. Demons are real, and one day they'll definitely show themselves. It didn't forget to warn him. Even if you recruit Fallenberg as an ally, never trust him. Ain't was slightly surprised by this. Why? It answered bluntly. Fallenberg has dealt with demons before, and went on to explain that they're the sort who don't care whether the other party is a demon. As long as there's profit, Gardner asserted, they're basically primordial types who would sell anything to demons. Hearing Gardner's advice that by playing their cards cleverly, they managed to keep that minor lordly family, Ain't flat out refused. No way. He clenched his fist and said firmly, Fernan would never do that. He's kind, generous, upright, noble, and would never abandon someone in need. It snorted, idiot, you're way too smitten with that rich guy. Suddenly footsteps approached. Ain't hurriedly told it, someone's coming, quick, hide under the table. Just then a voice called out, Ain't. It was Valosi Veenderk, top of the first-year knights, Valosi Veenderk, heir to the Veenderk family, dropping by unexpectedly. I was wondering where you were, turns out you're here. Ain't asked in surprise, you looking for me, Valosi? He immediately confirmed, yeah, I got an invitation from the yacht club. Valosi explained they allow one guest, so I thought I'd come with you. Ain't reacted with mild disbelief. Yacht club, a gathering of noble offspring. But Valosi looked at him expectantly. That's right, you need a current member's introduction to join, and since you're from Armian, you're eligible. Ain't wasn't very interested. He stroked his chin. Yacht club. Hug Gardner piped up in a whisper. If it's a noble's kids club, Schwaben will surely be there, right? While Valosi tried his friendliest pitch to persuade Ain't, Gardner kept chattering like toxic gossip. That guy clearly wants to drag you into trouble. Everyone's been keeping their distance because of Schwaben. Valosi Wiendirk pretends to be your friend, but actually wants to trick you. Refuse him at once. As Ain't hesitated, thinking to decline, Valosi, thanks, but maybe it's better if I don't go. Suddenly Gardner changed tone. Ah, wait a sec. Now it sounded more eager than anyone. If it's the yacht club, aren't we going out to sea? Just say you'll go, I almost forgot. There's also a Sionwang deployment out by the sea. Valosi added another cajoling point. So you'll go, right? Ain't. Schwaben might give you a hard time, but you have nothing to lose, just say you'll go. Hearing that he smiled hesitantly, then agreed, yeah, I'll go, just tell me the time and date. Valosi looked pleased to have succeeded, and said right away, fine. He waved and left, see you later. Meanwhile Gardner in the room was ecstatic. If our routes align, I can exploit Sionwang's deployment there. Ain't wondered how many deployments Sionwang had left. Too many, it explained. The more measures against the monsters the better. Take. In the schoolyard, Luna sat on a stone bench engrossed in a book when a voice cut in. Take this. She asked curiously, what is it? Fernan sat down beside her, legs casually crossed, an invitation to the yacht club, the yacht club. She laughed derisively, received an invite from the one who tried to stop me joining. How surprising. He asked in mock surprise, you already knew. Luna replied absent-mindedly, Bella is also a member of the yacht club. He said, ah, right. Fernan looked at Luna's sullen face and thought to himself, I'm actually the one who blocked Luna from joining. Initially, I wanted to pressure her with that dead excuse. He inwardly marveled again, but honestly, there aren't many people worthy of club membership like Luna. She stared at the invitation, then suddenly looked up and asked, so why did you change your mind all of a sudden? He answered bluntly, I found traces of a Yoma. Fernan gave her a meaningful glance. I got wind that something's going to happen at the yacht club, so I set a trap, but having a reliable ally would be even better. Very well, I absolutely can't forgive them for letting Bella get tainted. Hearing that, Luna's emotions flipped into excitement. She sprang up, this time we must have our revenge. Just what Fernan wanted. He smiled inwardly with satisfaction. Good attitude. He feigned concern, by the way, is Bella awake yet? She replied, not yet. He also pretended to be worried, not yet. It's been a whole day already. Inwardly thinking of that Jace fellow. How many has he burned already? Let Jace handle the purification of the magic. Then he comforted himself. She'll wake up. I'm praying for that too. Self-reassured, he suggested to Luna, it'll be fine. It's lunchtime. Shall we go eat? She hesitated a bit. Yeah, let's go. The two left together. He asked, the next period is the extracurricular class, right? They had just gone when Varen appeared right behind them, hair a mess. He sank down into a chair, frowning, hands clasped in thought. Why did it turn out like this? Then he ran a hand through his hair. Musing, proud heir of Calbert, once the second-ranked cadet in the Knights Division, now just history. Every time he thought of that face he felt bitter, defeated by an Armian seedling, something Calbert must surpass to become head of the house. Varen thought of Aint's cold attitude and felt even worse, abandoned by the prince he relied on, yet that name Ain't. Angry inside for no clear reason, he stewed over Valosi Wiendirk, the one he longed to befriend, who received the yacht club invitation he'd coveted. Varen recalled their intimate moment and wept. That spot should have been mine. It's infuriating. The one handed the invitation ought to have been me. Overcome with mixed emotions, Varen buried his face in his knees, anguished by unrequited feelings and constant resentment. Everything was going well, Ain't Armian, that bastard. Suddenly a voice echoed, hello, Viri. Thinking of Ain't, he happened to appear, smiling very friendly. Would you like to have lunch with me? Ain't Armian pointed to himself and asked the person in front of him, do you want to have lunch with me? Varen Kalbunder frowned irritably and replied, what lunch? He beamed, well, I just thought you looked lonely. Varen sprang up, yelling angrily, and whose fault is that, huh? Ain't Armian's face was full of bewilderment. Mine. Varen Kalbunder blushed and shouted, yes, who else would it be? He angrily pointed at him and rattled off, because I lost to you the second prince abandoned me, and since then no one wants to be friends with me, don't you know? Then Varen Kalbunder fell silent, panicking inside. I blurted everything out to him. He sank into his worries. Schwaben and Armian are already at odds. If he finds out my supporter is a Schwaben, I'm ruined. Won't life get even worse? But Ain't Armian's words startled Varen Kalbunder. So the second prince is your friend. Then it really is my fault you have no friends. He smiled sincerely in apology. I'm sorry, so come have lunch with me. Sorry about that. Varen stared at Ain't Armian and softly uttered, wah what? Varen Kalbunder looked at the person before him with sudden suspicion. Does he not care? What on earth is he plotting? He reached for the book on the bench, bluntly. Dream on. Varen Kalbunder sprinted off, his voice carrying, this isn't some teen novel where enemies become friends. He raised a hand and called after him, ah, Virian, wait. Varen Kalbunder's firm voice froze Ain't Armian in place. Don't humiliate me any further, Ain't Armian. The book and water bottle sat on the fountain ledge when a voice said, see, I told you it wouldn't work. He leaned against the fountain and spoke to the spirit Gardener Fenparson. Do we really have to do this? Calbrudern may have lost to you, but he's still got guts. It crowed smugly, not noticing Ain't Armian calmly eating bread nearby. If not for me, you would have never beat him. I'm just too cool, thanks. Even as Gardener Fenparson turned back to speak, it said, well, the point is he has no capable friends just like you. He stopped eating, looked up and replied, it's not that I don't have friends. It ignored Ain't Armian's excuse and continued, whatever the reason, the result's the same. The real reason is Schwaben, a cold fact. If you had friends, you wouldn't be eating lunch alone like this. An image of him and Varen Kalbunder high-fiving flashed as Gardner's voice added, losers can stick together, an alliance of the defeated. It advised Ain't Armian to try approaching Calbrudern. He sighed and agreed, I'll give it a try. Ain't Armian took the water bottle and said, anyway, I need you to come if we're going to find what the founding emperor left behind, but I don't know if I can bring a sword to the club meeting. A vision of Ain't Armian in a suit with a sword at his hip appeared. Gardner asked, why not? He answered, probably fine, but wearing a sword over a suit looks odd. I feel like people will mock me. Then he recalled and asked, should I stash it in the storage space? Gardner immediately objected, no, you'd be out of the loop if it's in there. Its eyes flashed with triumph, boastful. The moment you meet Schwaben, the traitorous blood will snatch the throne from Armian. He took a gulp of water and complained, you're so loud. Ain't Armian asked the key question, so how should I carry the sword? Gardner reassured him, don't worry. The silhouette of the sword by his side appeared as its voice echoed. I told you the blade has mithril in it. Right, mithril can absorb souls and do a lot more besides. The sword suddenly rose and glowed. Gardner's spirit intoned like this. It chuckled at the tiny sword and said, you can even shrink it down. Ain't Armian pinched the sword between two fingers, amazed. I didn't think this was possible, nice. Gardner said, no one will notice if you wear it as a necklace. Necklace. Back in my day, this was all the rage. An image flashed of a dark-skinned, silver-haired man with admiring women behind him. Its voice bragged, so many women swooned when I wore a pendant. Guardian's golden age. I'm sure modern women will like it too. But his calm reply deflated it, his expression cracking, tacky. Infuriated, Gardner bit Ain't Armian's head, figuratively, and shouted tacky. You kids don't know what's cool anymore, fine, I'll just stuff it in your pocket. The sky turned golden, and a breeze sent leaves toward the grand estate as a voice carried from within. We've placed the Crimson Turtle armors in the academy as you ordered. Hyde stood beside Fernan Fallenberg to report. They'll act as soon as the beasts appear. He added, what about the recording orb? He replied, they've been scattered all over the yacht already. He stood still, scheming. We'll be able to monitor the demons that way. A coat was taken from the wardrobe as Hyde's voice sounded. Are you sure they've actually infiltrated the trading guild? I know you're not lying, but it's hard to believe. He blinked in surprise. Demons showing up in this era. Where did you get this info? Fernan Fallenberg answered, I have my ways. Hyde looked puzzled at him. I thought I was your spy. Fernan Fallenberg's voice rang out. Just because you're my right hand doesn't mean you know what's in my head. He seemed to realize and probed. Oh, could it be Jace Wines? Hyde spoke up, helping him into his coat. The Dragon Lord's orders know a lot about demons. Haven't you been seeing him often lately? Fernan Fallenberg hesitated, then replied, anyway, the important thing is to catch the demons. His neckerchief was tied neatly as he asked, and then, Fernan Fallenberg said, I'll find out. His face darkened, his tone heavier. How did they get in here? How are they hiding their identities? What's their real purpose? A demonic silhouette appeared, sitting atop a pile of skulls with black swords driven in around it. A voice thundered, and who stands behind all of this? Fernan Fallenberg turned and smiled, alongside Ain't Armian. Hyde handed him a mask and asked curiously, what does Ain't Armian have to do with this? What? Fernan Fallenberg smiled smugly. I gave him the heart of the holy bird. In return, he must prove his worth. Below the ship, the crowd of guests stood beneath as a voice echoed. Tonight I put my trust in you, Ain't Armian. He frowned thoughtfully, looking ahead, murmuring, looks like I was wrong. Should have sent you a proper suit or something. Fernan Fallenberg glanced at Luina Bershef, who looked shy, and said, I didn't expect you'd come in your academy uniform. She asked, is that not allowed? He replied calmly, no, it's fine, though buying one would probably be pricey. Luina Bershef tried to explain. Actually, I did go shopping, but none caught my eye. At least I'm wearing a mask. Fernan Fallenberg smiled at her flustered reaction. All right then. He offered his hand, his warm voice saying, shall we go in? Luina Bershef looked at his outstretched hand, a bit embarrassed, and said, do we have to hold hands? He said softly, I'm your companion, so I must escort you. Fernan Fallenberg added, it's protocol, though he thought to himself, really not necessary. The ballroom filled with people. He thought, I must keep her within a certain range to ensure my safety. An orange-haired woman whispered, isn't that Fernan and Luna? Guests in the ballroom murmured. Fernan Fallenberg calculated, I've invested quite a bit. One man chatted quietly with his neighbor. They do seem close, he thought, and now we're fairly close too. They entered the hall hand in hand. Fernan Fallenberg planned inwardly, I need to display this friendship so no one thinks of stealing her from me. He asked softly, shall I call you my lady? Luna Berchef grumbled, no need. A man loudly announced, below the anchor is being raised. We'll depart shortly. Please board the ship. The ship set sail as fireworks filled the sky, the night cloaked in bursts of light. Everyone melted into the ball's atmosphere as their conversation continued. Bella will help this time too, right? Yes, she's full of hatred for the demons. A vision of an angry red-haired woman appeared. She said, when she wakes she'll be even angrier at Jace. The woman shouted furiously, Jace, that guy, he even burned my spirit power. Luna Berchef said, but I helped her redirect that fury at the demons. Fernan Fallenberg exclaimed, good job. Her gaze was suddenly drawn to something, and she glanced over. Luna Berchef turned and asked, what's going on? He murmured, how intriguing. Two blonde boys faced each other as a voice proclaimed, perhaps everyone here has been waiting for this moment. Ledger Schwaben looked solemnly proud at the man before him. His voice rang out, the reunion of Schwaben and Armian. Ain't Armian also stared intently at the person opposite. The spirit gardener joyfully cried, Ledger Schwaben, that name is of royal blood, the one who usurped the imperial throne, I've caught him. Ledger glanced at Ain't, so you're Ain't. Ain't returned his gaze sharply while the spirit murmured in his ear, hey Ain't, make him kneel. And before the words finished, he slightly bowed and greeted, Your Highness, I pay my respects. The spirit gardener immediately exploded, what the hell? It spat fire and shouted in Ain't's ear, how could an Armian bow before that bastard? Ledger suddenly laughed, haha, Your Highness. The next moment he put a hand on his shoulder and said, this is an academy, you must follow its rules. Everyone here is equal, you don't need that kind of ceremony. Ain't listened silently to every word Ledger spoke. Still, you should keep decorum, for I am your senior. He smiled, his expression softening, I will remember. Good, now enjoy the party. As soon as he finished, Ledger slid past Ain't and walked straight ahead. Here you are. Meanwhile Gardner still sulked and questioned him. Ain't, how could you do that? From afar he was greeting two others. Long time no see, long time no see. Valosi, Ain't replied quietly, I had no other choice. He glanced at the drinks and thought to himself, I'm thirsty, should I have a drink? Meanwhile the spirit kept chattering in his ear, Schwaben, that bastard, I'll make him pay. Ain't picked up a glass of water and soothed himself. Calm down, why do you think Valosi invited me there? Gardner pondered for a moment and replied, I guess one of the three is plotting something. He smiled upon hearing that, so many suspects, huh? He even put on a detective outfit and clamped a pipe in his mouth. According to my brilliant reasoning, Sherlock Gardner here want to hear. Ain't bluntly asked, do I have to listen? Gardner didn't hesitate, yes, first. The serious face of Ledger immediately appeared. Ledger Schwaben might be scheming. He's the second prince of the empire and surely has grievances with you. Next came Fernan's smug face. Second, Fernan Fallenberg. He's wealthy enough to turn an ordinary club into a yacht club, wielding tremendous influence. Finally, the smiling face of Valosi. Third, Valosi Fallenberg, heir to a prestigious family who always puts on a kind expression. After listing the three suspects, Gardner concluded, I still can't guess what he's thinking. Ain't merely sighed, thinking to himself, I told you, Fernan wouldn't do something like that. It suddenly spoke up, but there's one more. If it's none of those three, he asked curiously, then what? Gardner closed his eyes and turned away. Then Valosi Fallenberg must have gone mad. Ain't laughed at that and said, now I'm curious too. Not knowing who had drawn me here. On the other hand, Ledger laughed proudly. It was me. He candidly offered his thought. I think if we hand an extra invitation to Valosi, he'll bring you along. Ledger didn't hesitate to assert that. Anyway, we can't avoid each other forever. Fernan thought to himself, but that's not the only reason, is it? Thoughts kept racing through his mind. He wanted to prove himself superior as a senior, since he couldn't flaunt royal lineage before the descendant of the founding emperor. Still on the surface, Fernan asked, so what? He curled his lip and remarked, how dull. I didn't expect him to be so obedient. But Ledger turned and countered, what about you? You're the one who brought Luna Berchef here. He smiled slightly and replied, what about her? Her grades and family background both qualify. You're the one who prevented her from joining. He seriously guessed, you've been close with her since the start of the school year. Do you like her? Fernan calmly readjusted his mask. Who knows? The next moment he turned and left at once. I'm off. Ludger fumed to himself. Couldn't he just say it plainly, bastard? Meanwhile, Luina stood in a corner and told herself she wouldn't let down her guard. The goal tonight wasn't socializing, but catching the demons. But where the hell is Fernan? Just then a call made her look up. Luina. Aunt Armian smiled brightly and asked kindly, "How have you been lately? It's good to see you here." Luina replied indifferently, "Long time no see." Aunt cheerfully asked, "Do you remember me?" She suddenly answered with an unrelated line, "Yes, Fernan." He hesitated and responded, "Yes, Nan." Then Aunt startled and blurted, "No, I am Aunt Armian. Our hair is different after all." Luina paid no mind and continued, "Where are you going?" He then turned his head back and Fernan happened to answer, "I'm just stepping out for some fresh air." Aunt immediately greeted, "Hello, Fernan." He folded his arms and said casually, "Aunt, I didn't know you and Luina were friends." Luina replied for him, "We once met." Then she shook her head to deny it, "Not friends." Fernan's red eyes flashed, "I see, Aunt." He observed Aunt's expression and thought he looked disappointed. Perhaps everything is unfolding as foretold, because I didn't intervene. Fernan inwardly breathed a sigh of relief that he'd invested in Luina and built a friendship with her, then smiled and said, "Let's go, Luina, I have something to tell you." Aunt, seeing them about to leave, took the hint and said, "Then I'll excuse myself." He politely replied, "Enjoy the party." Luina walked beside Fernan, scolding angrily, "You should have told me. You made me search everywhere for you." He answered calmly, "Sorry about that." Meanwhile, Aunt's gaze silently followed the two of them. They do seem quite close, didn't they? But he sighed heavily, probably because they're classmates. Gardner spoke up at the right moment. "I wonder why you're dressed up today. It's because of that girl." Aunt denied without hesitation, "No." It paid no mind and continued, "Are you smitten with her at first sight? How easy." As for Fernan, he stood with Luina by the window and said, "I didn't expect the demons to hide just to attend a party. They'll cause trouble sooner or later. When that happens, don't panic. Pursue the demons immediately." Pausing, Fernan looked at her and continued, "Even if the yacht sinks, we must stay focused on catching them." Luina grew a bit alarmed. "Sink? Not that far, right?" He reminded her, "You must always prepare for the worst." Luina took Fernan's words seriously. "Preparations have been made so students will be safe even if the yacht sinks. Our goal is to capture the demons alive." He didn't hesitate to state that it certainly seemed the Academy was colluding with them. "We just need to find out who it is. I can't tell Luina everything, but I know exactly what will happen." At the same time, on the other side, Gardner nagged in Aunt's ear, "Hey, you came to find that woman instead of searching for the relic left by the founding emperor." He replied wearily, "I've told you, it's not like that. The demons and monsters are lying in ambush. The yacht will sink," Aunt muttered, propping his chin. "You don't have time to dally with women. I shouldn't have brought him along. All of that has to happen for my plan to succeed." Just then someone approached him and said, "You are Armian, right? Once the yacht sinks, Aunt will be trapped on the island containing the founding emperor's remains." The man placed 4 glasses of water on a tray before Aunt and said that then the demons would ambush him, while Luina and I, chasing the demonic aura, would encounter Aunt along the way. The young man with slanted eyes offered, "Would you like a glass? That way, the course of the prophecy might be altered." Gardner suddenly chided, "How do you expect to win the war against demons with that mindset?" Aunt calmly took a glass from the other's silver tray. "Fine." He slowly raised the rim of the glass to his lip. But Aunt abruptly asked, "How do you know I'm Armian?" In that brief instant, time and scenery seemed to freeze. Something flashed across and sliced his mask in two. Aunt. The intact glasses then fell to the floor. Aunt trembled as he warded off the attacker. What is this?" At that moment, the sharp blade was about to pierce his chest. In the critical instant, the sword Aunt always carried at his hip suddenly shot upward. It flew around on its own and attacked the young man with slanted eyes. Then it circled around the two of them a few times. Finally, it slid back into Aunt's hand automatically as he assumed a fighting stance. Aunt gripped the sword tightly and charged forward without hesitation. He struck at the enemy's weak point with a sweeping blow, but the slanted-eyed man in an instant moved to Aunt's back. The man's face darkened and a strange aura issued from his mouth. He blurted out in alarm, "I've never felt an aura like this before. What is it?" By then the man's whole body was shrouded in that demonic energy. It was demonic chi. He was a demon. Aunt gasped at the man's appearance. How could someone from the Fallenberg trading caravan be like this? Before the words finished, a loud noise fell silent over him. The ship's furnishings all toppled in one direction. The large vessel itself shuddered suddenly and began to lift. Aunt spun around in panic to look back. A cluster of worm mouths rose from the sea worm. The large ship pitched on the waves, surrounded by swarms of worms. Those aboard screamed frantically, "Sea worms, ahead, disgusting." 2 masked guests peered down at the sea in alarm. "Why are there so many?" The man beside them tried to reassure them. "There are too many, don't panic." But in an instant, the sea worms swarmed onto the ship, and everyone scattered in chaos. The blonde woman shouted, ordering the others, "Fight them, don't just stand there. Wait, don't use fire magic." In her helpless screams she yelled, "You'll burn the whole ship, idiot." Amid smoke and flames 2 men dueled with swords. A foot stamped hard on the wooden deck with incredible skill and an almost ghostly grace. But before Ain't could compose himself, a sea worm suddenly appeared behind him like a vengeful ghost. The madman, face high on drugs and spewing black smoke, lunged forward crazily. Ain't gritted his teeth and in an instant reacted to the man. A blade descended like heavenly thunder, forcing the ugly worm to cry out for its parents. But when the man calmed down, he couldn't find Ain't anywhere and spun his head in a full 360-degree circle. Little did he know Ain't had already materialized behind him, and with the cold stare of a CEO, severed his head. The deception couldn't fool the drugged man. Luckily, he didn't join the Headless Legion. They fought like mad, eyes full of murderous intent as if they wanted to tear each other apart. Gardner spoke up. "This guy's a professionally trained assassin. You can tell by his movement. He's stronger than you." Then a voice in his head urged crassly, "Throw him into the sea," and he actually used his 10-year unwashed feet to kick the opponent. The assassin flew toward the writhing mass of worms at a speed no 12th grade physics could account for. Ain't stood on the ship with an indifferent gaze, looking down at the sea full of sea worms. Then he asked coldly, "Is he dead?" The voice in his head replied, "He fell into the worm nest. He's certainly dead." Staring at the swarm of shark-toothed worms below, Ain't asked bewildered, "What on earth is happening?" A streak of golden light flashed by, a green fragrant syrup like a girlfriend's perfume splattered everywhere, and Gardner answered him, "The demons are targeting you." He grit his teeth to dodge the green syrup. Gardner continued, "They're finally starting to move." Suddenly a terrifying sound rang out, turning Aint's face pale as ours when we hear bad news. The atmosphere grew ominous, and the guests gaped, saying, "That's the final boss has appeared." A powered-up sea serpent surfaced from the wave. The crowd screamed in terror, "A sea wyvern." Trainee knights, step forward. Academy of Magic, provide rear support. Gardner snapped angrily, "A sea wyvern. The demons really want you dead." Ain't looked up, solemn and righteous. "I have to deal with the monster first." He added with some worry, "The ship will sink." At the same time, the man he had kicked into the sea lunged back at him with a silver knife and blood-red eye. Ain't quickly jumped aside and evaded the close-range strike. He ground his teeth and muttered, "Damn it, I thought he was dead." While Ain't was distracted, the buffed-up sea serpent opened its jaws. Amid Gardner's horrified shout, "Ain't, be careful." Before he could react, a flash of light blazed like a banner. Aint's hand released the sword. Gardner screamed like a bereaved man, "Ain't, wake up." Gardner's desperate cry rang out as Ain't, and his sword fell into the sea. The sea serpent suddenly flicked its tail. A quick-reacting man immediately shouted a warning, "Everyone, get out of the way." The serpent smashed its tail, and the ship split in two. The force rivaled that of a blinding king. Waves crashed onto the shore in an extremely chill manner. But Ain't had no mood to enjoy it. He'd just escaped death. Gardner hovered and asked him, "Ain't, are you okay?" Soaked like a drowned rat, he took a few deep breaths and asked, "What happened?" "I blacked out after the sea wyvern attack." Then Gardner hurriedly explained, "You were hit by the sea wyvern's breath. It temporarily paralyzed your body." He recalled the moment Ain't fell into the sea. A blue vortex wrapped him. "You lost consciousness as you froze and plunged into the ocean when the ship sank, but I dispelled that effect and kept your body temperature stable, which is why you woke up." Unexpectedly, this useless little blue thing could do that. He asked, "You can do that too?" Gardner hovered beside Ain't and explained kindly, "Your sword not only sealed my soul, it's also an artifact that fully supports its successor." He replied indifferently, "I see." Looking around, there were trees besides the sea. Ain't asked dazed, "But where is this?" Gardner excitedly said, "Ain't, this is it. The place where the founding emperor left the item for you." He beamed like a little sun and said, "You're lucky. The island you drifted to is exactly the place we've been looking for. The founding emperor must have guided us here." Then Gardner couldn't help but urge, "Hurry. We must retrieve it before the rescue team arrives." Ain't asked, "What about the others?" Gardner, not as thoughtful as him, replied casually, "Of course. They're all the Academy's most outstanding individuals." He continued, "I guess the sea wyvern is sinking to the bottom now," when suddenly a streak of purple light appeared, signaling ill omen. Ain't, who had just resurfaced from the demon gate, also caught the scent and immediately narrowed his eye. If he'd been a second slower, he might have been cleaved in two by that deep purple killing slap. Old Shoes appeared walking inland from the beach, looking like zombies from American movies. Ain't gritted his teeth and muttered affectionately, "Tusk, these demons are stubborn." Seeing danger, Gardner slipped into the sword first. Agitated, he said, "I didn't expect them to chase us this far." Without answering, Ain't saw another madman appear beside the first and barked, "Why are there two of them? There was only one at first." Gardner helplessly said, how would I know? Then he angrily warned him, careful, they're not easy opponents. Ain't of course didn't need the reminder, I know. Then he alone took on 2 men at once. Not only that, but 2, 1 madman and 1 lunatic, rushed to duel him, the clash of swords ringing loud. The 3 struggled fiercely, leaving only black afterimages and interwoven streaks of golden and purple blades. The newly arrived long-haired madman sneered with a sinister face and charged. Ain't also held his sword with a calm expression, ready to directly face that madman. A powerful golden slash severed one of the long-haired madman's arm, but he showed no sign of stopping and kept charging like a certified lunatic. He grabbed Ain't's throat with bare hands. This was something Ain't couldn't easily defend against. Then the other man, 2 knives in hand, leapt down from above. A purple light flashed as if a nuclear blast had just occurred. He escaped the blast, but his legs could no longer support him. His shoulder had suffered a deep cut, red syrup pouring out without stop. Seeing his trembling shoulder, Ain't realized, it's poison. Only then did Gardner speak to reassure him. Don't panic, use combat chi to counter the poison. In this desperate situation, Ain't wondered, can I survive? Staring at the 2 demons still brimming with momentum, Gardner firmly shouted, you must live. You are Armian. You cannot die at the hands of these petty demons. 2. Gardner kept urging in his ear, Ain't, use your chi, but his vision was growing dimmer and his voice weak. I have no strength left. Gardner screamed in despair as one of them swung his blade to take Ain't's life. Ain't. But in this dangerous moment, 2 sand tornadoes suddenly appeared from nowhere and swept the 2 men away. Ain't shielded his eyes from the sandstorm and silently wondered, who was it? Through the blinding sand, he could make out the silhouette of a man stepping forward. The man was none other than Fernan Fallenberg, our male leg. Fernan used a vortex wind technique to blow the demons aside. At the same time, a figure streaked beside him and rushed forward. A young woman leapt up, sword in hand, attacking the 2 demons. She raised her blade above her head, her cold, murderous gaze fixed on them. Luina swung her sword in a horizontal slash and struck both of them. They were forcefully sent crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Luina landed safely, bracing herself on one knee to steady her balance. But the demons were not dead. They rose again with savage faces and charged. Luina quickly lifted her sword and cleaved off the female demon's head. Because she had to deal with her, she couldn't stop the remaining demon from rushing to attack Ain't. The male demon lunged at him with rapid speed. His expression was feral, like a predatory beast. His hands were sharp, and dangerous black chi swirled, snapping toward him. Seeing he was about to kill Ain't, the demon laughed excitedly. Ain't bit his teeth, resisting the poison on his shoulder as he tried to rise and dodge. At the critical moment, sharp stone pillars suddenly shot up from the ground and impaled the demon. It turned out they were all created by Fernan. He stepped over to Ain't and asked with concern, are you okay, Ain't? He rested his staff on his shoulder and smiled teasingly, you're injured. Ain't looked at him dazed, panting with fatigue, and replied, yes, poison. Hearing that, Fernan produced a vial and said, this is the antidote, drink it. He awkwardly explained, I'm purifying it with my aura. He held his hand before him and clarified, this will speed up the process. At that moment, Luina had a chance to ask Fernan, is Ain't all right? He answered with one hand in his pocket and the staff in the other, I caught the one you let slip. She dragged the female demon along and calmly stated, I didn't let him escape. I deliberately let him go. Luina slammed the female demon to the ground and said casually, catching both would be boring. Fernan glanced at her and remarked, you really beat this one to pieces. Then he looked at her and asked, he's not dead, right? She replied nonchalantly, just unconscious. You want me to capture them alive? Hearing this, Ain't was puzzled. Capture alive. Suddenly he was startled and amazed to hear Fernan speak with disgust. Those damned demons. Finally I caught. He watched the 2 walking ahead with lingering doubt. What did these 2 already know about the demons? Fernan ignored Ain't's reaction behind him and focused on observing the male demon. Luina asked, do you know him? He answered bluntly no. His cold eyes slowly recounted. I investigated the background of every member of the Merchant Guild. His inner voice showed no wavering as he thought, but no one can stand in my way. Suddenly Fernan grabbed the demon by the collar and hissed, who are you? He leaned in close and demanded in a hard tone, why did you infiltrate my Merchant Guild? Suddenly grotesque purple pustules rose on the male demon's face. Seeing that, Ain't cried out in alarm, that's a self-destruct sigil, get away. Luina also widened her eyes in panic and shouted, Fernan. In the next instant, an explosion erupted where Fernan had been standing. Ain't raised his hand to shield against the smoke and dust while peeking through to assess the situation. Fortunately, no one was hurt, because Fernan had time to form a protective barrier around them. Luina turned to him in astonishment and asked, did you foresee that he'd self-destruct? He calmly denied it. No, I was just on high alert. Secretly, he thought, having seen the prophecy, how could I die to such a petty trick? Then he propped his chin and teased with a sly smile, still, how touching that you ran to save me. She angrily looked away, inwardly resentful. If anything happened to you, I gain nothing. He didn't call her out, merely chuckled and thanked her anyway, thanks. Suddenly Fernan remembered something and said, right, I forgot Bella. Ain't looked at him puzzled. Bella, who else? He brushed dust from his shoulder and reminded, we've captured the demons, tell her to come out. Luina obeyed and called Bella. She calmly announced, you can come out now, and a young woman stepped out from the trees as soon as the words ended. Fernan held out his hand toward Bella and asked, did you record the demons? She raised a crystal orb and replied succinctly, yes. He casually ordered, give it to me. Luina looked at the orb and declared, now I have the evidence. Seeing him store the orb in space, Bella complained irritably, that's a bit unfair, which confused. She frowned and protested, do you know how badly I want revenge on them, and you only let me film them? Luina awkwardly tried to reason, Bella, you haven't even recovered. Your aura was scorched when the demonic energy split from you. Bella didn't want to hear that. She sulked, I can still fight one-on-one. Luina reluctantly soothed, next time, Bella. Fernan watched her silently and thought, don't worry, Bella. He considered calmly, I didn't bring you here merely as a reporter. And at that moment, a strange sound suddenly echoed through the air. Bella asked in astonished suspicion, what just made that sound? Luina, on guard, looked toward the direction and answered, the sound seems to come from the ocean. Ain't fearful and incredulous, blurted out that cry. He pointed in horror, a sea serpent, and as he spoke a gigantic sea snake swiftly rose from the water directly before the four of them. Bella couldn't believe it and exclaimed, it came all the way here. Are you kidding me? Fernan, while forming a shield with his staff to protect everyone, thought to himself, finally. He controlled a gust of wind to lift Ain't and said, Luina, I'll have you deal with that thing first. Then he swept Ain't up and they flew quickly away from the shore. His voice rode the wind back to the two women. I'll take Ain't to safety and return out. Bella turned to Luina with doubtful concern. Luina, is it okay to let Fernan go like that? What if he runs off? She answered with a determined expression, Fernan is not that kind of person. He'll come back. As for Fernan, he had already run deep into the forest. While running, he calculated, I only need to bring him close to where the founding emperor's artifact is. By then, Ain't had regained his composure and awkwardly pleaded, Fernan, could you put me down now? He glanced at him and agreed, oh, all right. Fernan firmly set Ain't down on the ground. He sighed in relief and thanked him. Fernan turned back and advised him, you'll be safer here, rest a bit. He patted his head anxiously and added, but the sea serpent isn't easy to defeat. Ain't looked at him solemnly and promised, once the poison in my body is fully cured, I'll come to help. Fernan did not refuse and replied, that would be great. Fernan walked past him, thinking to himself that he would let Ain't handle the task, and outwardly he remarked casually, using aura to detoxify requires a great deal of concentration. Fernan glanced back at him to reassure him, there's no one around, so you won't be disturbed. Suddenly Ain't called in a low voice, Fernan, tell me the truth. The tone made him startle. He feigned calm and asked back, what? His voice was gentle and flat with little emotion as he probed, you already know everything, don't you? Ain't, with a serious expression, looked at him and slowly began to reveal the mystery about the prophecy. Fernan widened his eyes in surprise and was left speechless. Fernan stared at Ain't, terrified and incredulous. What, you know about the prophecy too? Yet outwardly he still appeared doubtful and asked, what do you mean? Ain't put his hand to his chest and replied solemnly, the demons, the founding emperor once said. Ain't calmly recounted a bleak, smoke and fire-filled future that he had heard about. The message said the demons would once again flood into this world. He looked straight at Fernan suspiciously and asked, I'm a descendant of the founding emperor and only just learned this, so how did you know? Fernan thought silently, I didn't know. He propped his chin and pondered aloud that it seemed Luina had known earlier. Aint's eyes shone with inquisitive speculation. Could some imperial clans have known about the founding emperor's prophecy? With a look of understanding, he pointed at Fernan and concluded, so you were secretly preparing for that. I'll uncover the truth. Fernan stared helplessly, not knowing what to say. Sounds reasonable. Should I tell him he's right? He pondered quietly. Ain't believed it as if he'd just discovered the truth, so much that it would feel cruel to tell him he's wrong. Then he sighed and explained, I only learned about the creatures by tracing suspicious expenditures in the Merchants Guild Fund. Ain't gaped and asked, so you don't know about the prophecy? Fernan answered firmly, no, I didn't even know it existed. He then asked suspiciously, so how did you know they were demons? With an extremely solemn expression, he made up a story. I encountered them several times while pursuing them, and each gave off a very unpleasant aura. Inside, I was sure it was demonic chi. The young man lied without shame, keeping a straight face. He continued to deceive, saying it felt strange so he and Lou had been together. At that moment, a wave suddenly rose and hit the shore, catching his attention. Damn, they're probably holding their own now. Fernan immediately stopped the conversation and glanced at Ain't. We should hurry and go. He calmly suggested, leaving the details for later. Ain't obediently replied, yes. Suddenly Gardner appeared and harshly commanded, go. Ain't, half asleep and confused, asked what. Gardner pressed its spirit close to his face and warned seriously, the poison in your body is almost gone. Go left, toward the island center. There you'll find what the founding emperor left for you. Hearing this, he suddenly remembered his purpose. Right. Gardner reported with satisfaction that it wasn't far. Pale morning light faintly lit the gloomy forest. The two calmly cut through the jungle toward their goal. Gardner circled beside Ain't and marveled that he had drifted to this very island and by chance come so close to that spot. Everything had gone oddly smooth. Finally, it concluded that today must be his lucky day, which left Ain't puzzled at its babble. Ain't repeated incredulously, lucky day. Immediately images from hours earlier flashed in his mind, falling into the sea and nearly dying at a monster's hands, or when coming ashore, nearly being killed by demons. He recoiled in disgust. What lucky day? Gardner, still pleased, insisted the founding emperor must be guiding them. Ain't glanced at it and asked curiously why it had been silent while Fernan spoke. It usually talks a lot. Gardner explained nonchalantly that it had been observing since Fernan appeared at just the right moment. It had even thought he might trick Ain't, not that he was actually hunting the demons. Thinking of the demons' cunning danger, it warned seriously that perhaps the demons had begun acting earlier than expected. Gardner glanced at Ain't with admiration and praised, moreover, that fellow isn't bad. I knew Bershef had skill, but didn't expect her to be so strong. It calmly noted she had defeated the demons easily while you still struggled with them. The remark silenced him. Yes. Ain't recalled Luna's fight and expressed respect. She's only a year older than me, yet the gap in strength is terrifying. Then he thought of Fernan's figure and mused that with allies like Luna or Fernan, fighting the demons would be much easier. Gardner disagreed and warned, Bershef is fine, but don't easily trust the Fallenberg. Do you know the catastrophe when they once sold goods to demons? The forest was quiet except for their voices. Ain't immediately retorted, you always say that, but that happened 1,000 years ago, still insisting that it changes nothing and Fallenberg can never be trusted. He looked at it puzzled and reproached, but after all they fought alongside humans and became one of the powerful clans for that reason. Why dredge up the past and hate Fernan for no reason? Gardner sounded even more doubt. Not only that, Ain't sighed and uttered something that infuriated it. What does something that happened 1,000 years ago have to do with it? It flew up angrily and struck his head, snapping at him. Hey, you're probably his lawyer. Your lot of kids never listen to their elders. He protested reluctantly. I'm just saying you shouldn't be so prejudiced against others. Ain't lowered his eyes awkwardly and confessed that if they truly became allies, he'd only be a burden. He's far stronger than I am. Gardner confidently reassured him not to worry, then looked ahead and joyfully announced that they'd arrived. He asked in surprise here. It turned to Ain't with certainty and said you'd become much stronger if you ate that, but he nervously asked in disbelief, eat what? Ain't stared at the tree several times his height and blurted, that thing. A whole tree. Fortunately, Gardner denied that and explained no, the elixir is inside it. He asked relieved how to extract it, and Gardner promptly gave detailed instructions. Stab into the trunk. He followed the advice. The moment his sword was withdrawn, a brilliant golden light revealed itself from within the tree. The crack widened to show a glowing orb inside. Gardner examined the sight and explained, the founding emperor personally made this. It's unlike any other elixir. Ain't stood dumbfounded at the miraculous light, while Gardner proudly declared that once you consume it, you will be completely transformed. Now the sky had fully brightened, revealing the island in the vast sea, when suddenly a loud explosion erupted from the isle. It turned out Fernan's people were still fighting the sea serpent. He was creating sharp boulders that stabbed into its body. He directed his power to control more rocks and sent them flying straight at the sea serpent. They struck it all over, causing it to scream in pain and rage. Fernan pressed the attack, trying to finish it, while quickly chanting a spell. Moments later, a large magic circle appeared high in the sky. From it, a rain of pointed stones fell like a storm, battering the serpent's body. At that moment, Bella seized the opportunity and charged with her sword. She forcefully slashed a long cut along its flank. At the same time, Luna also nimbly rushed in to attack. She wrapped force around her blade. Then Luna struck hard at its hardened scale. Unfortunately, the sea serpent's scales were too tough. She could only pierce a little. Luna gritted her teeth and tried to thrust deeper. In the end, she failed and had to quickly withdraw her sword to avoid its counterattack. She leapt down beside Fernan and clicked her tongue in annoyance. I can't cut through it. Bella also angrily judged that its exterior was too hard. He looked at her calmly and added that even dropping boulders wouldn't do anything. Seeing the sea serpent still viciously alive, he warned cautiously that decapitation didn't seem feasible. Hearing that, Bella anxiously asked, "Then what, there's no other way?" Fernan also felt urgent and frowned, analyzing whether it was due to demonic chi. Clearly it suffered mortal wounds yet didn't die. He worried irritably that he still needed Ain't to truly kill it, when a cluster of golden rays suddenly shot in from afar. The beam struck the serpent's body and immediately inflicted grievous wound. Luna's eyes widened in astonishment. Bella, also startled and fearful, confirmed that is. Ahead stood a figure wrapped entirely in golden light. Seeing the arrival, Fernan smiled triumphantly and thought, "Yes, it's him." Looking at the now grievously wounded serpent, he immediately recalled the news that the founding emperor had created a special elixir. Over there, Ain't stared sharply at the serpent, and that figure's glow in his eyes made him think of an interesting detail. What if a descendant lacks affinity with the light element? In front, Ain't nimbly leapt up to avoid the serpent's water column. Fernan watched the battle and recalled the elixir's data, that it restructures the body, forcing assimilation with the light element, so a descendant can learn the Armian clan's secret swordsmanship, which is based on light. Ain't had jumped up and stamped on the serpent's head while Fernan was lost in thought. However, if someone already has a light affinity and consumes it, it merely enhances their aura. He watched Ain't gather radiance around his sword to empower the strike, and concluded that's what happened to Ain't. Now, he could nearly perfectly perform Armian sword techniques. Immediately after, Ain't swung his sword across one of the sea serpent's eyes. In an instant, the serpent's 2 eyes were destroyed. It opened its mouth in pain, trying to bite him but failed. The next moment, a series of dazzling slashes appeared around the serpent's head. Watching this, he couldn't help but feel moved. Ancient texts describe the founding emperor's swordsmanship as humanity's hope, driving away despair and darkness. Not stopping there, Ain't raised his hand over the blade, and a brilliant light burst from his palm. A radiant sword that lit the world and touched the soul. In an instant, the space filled with shimmering streaks of light. Fernan witnessed the magnificent scene and smiled in satisfaction, exclaiming that it truly was miraculous. History's record was not an exaggeration. By then, the serpent was wounded all over and, exhausted, began to fall. Ain't nimbly delivered a final strike, cleaving it into pieces and killing it outright. He watched the confident figure and thought, "Ain't Armian, you are my trump card in the war against the demons." On the shore, a serpent's head floated on the water. Ain't stood beside the sea snake's corpse, looked at his hands and marveled. Surprisingly, Gardner replied smugly, "Of course. After all, this is what the founding emperor left behind." Someone suddenly praised, drawing his attention. Armian's sword technique is indeed as formidable as rumor. It turned out to be Fernan speaking. He and the other two came closer to examine and confirmed, "You saved us, Ain't." He awkwardly scratched his head and modestly denied it. "It's nothing, I only delivered the final blow. Thanks to you I killed it so easily." Then everyone began discussing returning. Luna told the 3, "We can head back now." Bella put her hands on her hips and asked skeptically, "But how do we get out?" Fernan answered calmly, "I've sent a signal. Someone will come pick us up soon." He then looked at the serpent's corpse and made a request. "If no one objects, I'll take the body." Luna said matter-of-factly, "I don't need it." Ain't followed suit, expressing, "I don't need it either." Only Bella frowned and bargained, "I helped too, so we should split it." He looked at her calmly and reminded, "But you still owe me. Who refined your energy?" Hearing that, she stared at him in disbelief. In the end, Bella gave in. She said bitterly, "Fine, take it, you stingy one." Fernan smiled happily and asked again, "So no objections then?" Suddenly Ain't spoke up. "Fernan, I want to ask about something." He looked at him questioningly. Only Ain't asked seriously, "Are you hunting demons too?" He replied, more puzzled, "Yes." His eyes immediately grew resolute as he explained, "If someone is possessed by demonic chi, won't real demons appear as well?" Ain't placed his hand on his chest in a gesture of determination and pleaded, "I want to help you." Hearing that, Fernan couldn't hide his delight and smiled. "I was wondering how to recruit him." Inside, he was cheering with joy. "Victory, I didn't expect this to go so smoothly." He shook Aint's hand and accepted his joining. "Then let's kill demons together." Ain't accepted enthusiastically. "Fine." In his heart, he rejoiced, declaring that his plan had succeeded. On the to-do list, 1. Capture the possessed. 2. Clear my name and prove I'm not linked to demons. 3. Bring Ain't to our side. Each of these goals had now been excellently achieved. Fernan was thoroughly satisfied and exclaimed that everything went as planned. Afterwards, he returned to his vast, luxurious castle. In Hyde's room, holding the bulletin, he said, "You know, they've set up a combat class on the river. We've been ordered to build boats." He sketched magic circles on paper while thinking happily, "I'm making a lot of money. Great, very good." He looked at the man opposite him and asked suspiciously, "Did you know about this beforehand?" Fernan answered frankly, how would I know? Hearing that, the man found it strange. Really, I guessed you couldn't either, but what a coincidence. Hyde gave up guessing and asked what Fernan had been writing all this time. Fernan looked up and replied, the golem blueprint. He looked at the magic circle on the paper and sighed. I've been too busy until now. Only now do I have some time. Then he ended the topic and shifted to another query. By the way, have you found how demons infiltrated the guild? Hyde reported respectfully. Yes, seems they slipped in a few days before the yacht club meeting. He had shown 2 portraits of the demons and questioned the servants there. Now he narrated the results to Fernan. I asked the staff if they noticed anything strange when suddenly a new servant appeared with no announcement. And oddly, the servants replied that they were still working here. Hyde propped his chin and recounted seriously. That was their answer. He heard that and narrowed his eyes, murmuring a guess. They think those people had been working here all along, magic, perhaps. He looked calmly at the paper in his hand and speculated, I guess it's psychological magic. I'll investigate a bit. Hyde stated nonchalantly that manipulating minds and souls seemed to be the demon's specialty. Those words made Fernan pause as if recalling something, soul. Then he connected it to his own issue and pondered. So my possession was also caused by demons. Chinese letter thought through the jumble of ideas. Perhaps they have that ability, but that still doesn't explain the prophecy. At that moment, Hyde suddenly called Fernan back to the matter of the demons they had captured. Fernan looked at him inquiringly. Did you find anything? He calmly denied it. No, the confession spell doesn't work on them, so we've imprisoned them in the dungeon. Fernan took off his glasses and said coldly, if needed you can torture them. I'm busy. Anything else? Hyde then announced there was a message from the Duke. He questioned suspiciously, from your father? What is it? Hyde reported solemnly. This time the Freudian family will supply spirit stones and world leaves to the student. Hyde clasped his hands behind his back and calmly relayed the Duke's news. They usually entrust us with transporting such things because they're extremely valuable. And Freudian has chosen us to be in charge of the transport. Fernan repeated in surprise. Freudian wants me personally to take charge. He folded his arms and racked his brain. Why me? I don't see any reason it should be me. He had a bad feeling about it. At the same time, at a distant academy, in the corridor, Bella walked beside Luna and confessed, I'm really shaken by those demons. Possession I can believe, but I still doubt the actual existence of demons. She asked, puzzled, why Fernan told her not to tell the academy. Luna, eating a pastry, replied, because I don't know who is an ally and who is an enemy. Bella suddenly realized and asked skeptically, really? So does he have a plan? She glanced at her, and with a tone of trust, Luna answered, he must know. He always has a plan. Hearing that, Bella remarked in surprise, you actually trust. Bella continued questioning as they walked. Since becoming a pair, have you two been following this case? Luna hesitated and replied, probably. She sucked on a lollipop and said with a complicated tone, I see, it's a bit strange, but now I get it. She turned to her and asked, puzzled, what do you mean by that? Immediately, Bella recounted the circulating rumors. No way you became friends with Fernan Fallenberg. People say you approached him just for money. Then she happily confirmed, but actually it was to hunt demons, right? Hearing that, Luna was stunned, question marks filling her head. How could she have concluded that? Bella clasped her hands behind her back in admiration. Cooperating with someone you dislike for the greater good, you're truly a knight. Luna was silent, not sure how to respond. She was a bit odd, but whatever. With no one stopping her, Bella let her imagination run wild and declared, I really admire you. Meanwhile, downstairs from them, Ain't strolled casually among the students. Gardner sensed his mood and affirmed, you seem happy. He walked leisurely and replied, I feel much lighter now. Ain't laughed and explained happily, before I was at a loss how to deal with demons. Now I just need to consult with Fernan. Hearing that, Gardner could only sigh in agreement. Having the Fallenberg family as an ally is better than an enemy. Suddenly he smiled shyly and happily, and said, besides, I'll see Luna more often. Gardner immediately teased in annoyance, no, that's not important. A serious voice issued from within the sword. There are humans already corrupted by Mackie. The one named Bella has indeed been infected. It grimly warned at the thought of what happens when humans are infected. Anyone tainted by Mackie will sooner or later become a demon. We must prevent that from happening. Gardner fretted and schemed. I must gather as many allies as possible to prepare for the future. Ain't didn't object. He replied amiably that he was on his way to meet someone whom you strongly recommended to him. He murmured in thought, I know, at least that person has an eye for people. Just then Ain't reached that person's location and called out happily, there he is. Ahead stood a handsome red-haired young man. Ain't called to get his attention. Hey, Virian. The young man glanced over, puzzled, and asked his name. Ain't Armian. Virian immediately scowled and waved him off. Don't pretend we're close. I'm here to meet someone else. Ain't smiled brightly without offense and said, I'm exactly the person you need to meet. Fernan sent me. He blurted out in shock, what? Ain't offered his hand friendly and explained, I'll be blunt, you probably already know. I'm helping Fernan hunt demons. He said you might help me. Ain't sized up Virion and remarked, you're not bad. Hearing that, Virion ground his teeth in anger. Not bad. Then he angrily pointed at him and snapped, I don't want to hear that from someone who once beat me. Are you mocking me? Ain't awkwardly raised his hand to clarify. No, I'm serious. Virion swore in fury that he'd never help him even if he died. Ain't thought wryly to himself, I knew it, he doesn't want to help. He recalled a question he'd asked before meeting Fernan. Virion Kalbrudern, he's also your friend. Virion answered calmly, just by chance. He smiled confidently, but having a classmate's support isn't a bad thing. He's strong and would be a reliable ally. Ain't looked at him with concern and said, but he hates me. He replied firmly, don't worry. If he refuses to cooperate, just say this. Back in the moment, Ain't recalled Fernan's words and immediately put them into practice, pointing at Virion. Ain't looked innocent and said, you. Then he spat out a shocking line. You're a demon, aren't you? Hearing that, Virion froze, wide-eyed in disbelief and fear. Ain't propped his chin, pondering. When was it? During midterms. He pinpointed precisely. It was the day you lost to me for the second time, right? Virion was terrified by his word. Without pausing, Ain't continued quickly. You passed out in that battle. I heard that's when you transformed. I heard that if it weren't for Fernan, the consequences would have been terrible. Didn't he say you don't remember what happened that day? The more Ain't spoke, the more Virion's composure slipped. Ain't paid no mind to his state and kept narrating. Fernan said you were just used by a demon. Finally unable to bear it, Virion forcefully clamped a hand over Ain't's mouth. Weary Virion raised a hand to cover his mouth and signaled, shut up, okay, what if someone hears? He bared his teeth and glared fiercely, demanding, what do you want from me, Ain't Army? Unexpectedly, Ain't smiled amicably and replied, come have lunch with me. Outside the sky was a deep, beautiful blue. Under the bright sun, a large, luxurious building stood tall, and from inside came pitiful wails. Why would you do that? You promised you wouldn't tell anyone. Virion wailed miserably, reproaching, but how could you tell my mortal enemy, Ain't Armian? Fernan stood with his hands in his pockets and looked down at the name kneeling and tugging his sleeve, thinking helplessly that he knew the fellow would come to him over this, but he hadn't expected him to cry. Then Fernan calmly rebutted, I didn't say that, I only said I wouldn't hand you over to the judiciary. Virion immediately asked, what about Ain't? Did he blackmail you? Fernan explained reluctantly, he's not that kind of person. He gripped his sleeve, voice still wounded. That's even better. Virion cried out indignantly and complained. Instead, I have to suffer the humiliation of eating lunch with him. He couldn't stop his mind replaying the midday scene, both sitting together under countless gazes, Ain't even offering him a piece of meat and saying, try mine. Virion scowled in disgust and demanded, since when are we that close? Just thinking about it hurt him, and he couldn't hold back his lament. He even shared his food with me. Virion buried his face and sobbed like rain, worrying what others would think, then imagining being called his friend. Fernan looked at him and muttered angrily inwardly, really, what's there to cry about? Unaware of Fernan's thoughts, he continued despondently, why did I become a demon? Finally, Fernan couldn't stand it and sighed sharply. Virion Kalbrudern, I thought you were smart. Fernan asked calmly, don't you understand why I introduced you to Ain't? Virion stopped crying, looked up hesitantly and said, sorry. He looked down at him and explained seriously, if you stick with Ain't, who's hunting demons, you might meet whoever turned you into that. Are you going to keep crying here forever? Then Fernan's tone turned cold and disappointed. I thought you were a knight, and this is all you can do. Virion was stunned and blurted out fearfully, what's the reason? He jumped up, clenched his fist, and declared determinedly that it's to give him a chance for revenge. Seeing all this, Fernan fell silent, nodding the change in his eyes, though he didn't know when the chance would come. His mind raced with calculations, but there was still an opportunity since Ain't's primary target is demons. Seeing Virion steady himself, he turned to leave. I have to go to class. Suddenly, he summarized aloud, cooperate with an enemy to defeat another enemy. Fernan stopped and glanced at him suspiciously. Virion took up his sword and declared firmly, I, Virion Kalbrudern, will cooperate with my enemy, Ain't Armian. He raised his sword high with a righteous expression and swore an oath to eradicate demons for revenge. The scene immediately triggered memories in Fernan. He thought of Luina, who had likewise shown resolute determination and promised, call me if you need help. Then he remembered Ain't, who on the island had worn the same earnest expression, inviting others to join in slaying demons. And now Virion displayed the same attitude as those two. Fernan sighed helplessly and mused, and now him too, behind them, he's even shouting the slogan, destroy demons. Fernan muttered wordlessly, are all knights like this? Is that just their type? At the academy, in the class on researching monsters and other magical creatures, a man stood on the podium taking roll. Kirillo Denev, present. Ludger Schwaben, present. Luina stood among the students looking around, Not seeing a familiar face, she wondered, "Where's Fernan? Today is the practical session." Thinking that, she guessed angrily, "He isn't skipping class, is he?" Just then the teacher called his name, Fernan Fallenberg. Expecting him to be late, she was surprised as he appeared the next moment and raised his hand. "Here." When Fernan reached Luna, she whispered a complaint. "So late, don't you know attendance counts?" On the podium, the teacher continued calling names. Alia Torta. Fernan muttered under his breath, "Luckily, sorry, I had to speak with someone." After roll call, the teacher sternly reminded them, "Everyone is present. I trust you remember what I said last time." In an instant, a magic circle appeared beneath him and he announced, "Today's topic is cooperation." The stern teacher explained that some monsters are so strong you can't face them alone. The students below, intimidated by the aura from the formation, nevertheless listened intently. In front, the teacher both summoned dangerous-looking, robust monsters and lectured about them. Some have bodies armored in rock that are hard to penetrate, others resist magic, making mages useless. Therefore, cooperation between mages and knights is vital. Among the crowd, Luna whispered an explanation. "This is the fake target students use. First time you've seen one, it's a type of golem." Fernan answered nonchalantly, "I've only heard of them." The teacher standing before the monsters announced, "They can't move like the real thing, but underestimate them and you'll fail." Then he let the monsters face the students and signaled, "Begin." After a while, the students each fought different monsters. A young woman with a sword and a blue-haired youth teamed up to defeat one, and the teacher announced the result. Kirillo Denev and Alia Torta, 2 minutes 58 seconds. Next came two other youths finishing their match together. Ludger Schwaben and Alman Doneritz, 2 minutes 15 seconds. The teacher raised his watch, assessed calmly. "The top pairs are in a different leg. Next." He called two names. Fernan Fallenberg and Luna Berchef stepped forward. At his call, the two left the line. He then looked at the monster formed from earth and stone and announced, "The creature you'll fight is a Goliath." Everyone watched the pair nervously. A black-haired youth hesitated. "A Goliath, this will hurt." But the two showed no fear. Fernan explained as they walked. On average, a Goliath stands about 3 meters tall, its body covered in rock. He looked up at the towering beast and noted its high resistance to both physical and magical attacks. "But there's always a way. Think about its traits and weaknesses." He calmly reminded her, "The weak spot is the neck." Luna replied composedly, "I know, I'll hold it still, you strike the neck." But he grinned confidently and objected, "No, I'll hold it." She disagreed with the warning. "Despite its size, it's quite fast." The two casually chatted, ignoring the monster as it raised its arm to strike. Luna commanded seriously, "I'll fight." Then before she finished, the Goliath smashed down on them, sending sand and dust flying. The teacher watched cautiously and thought disappointedly, "Is this a failure? Is a Goliath too much for second-year students?" But when the dust cleared, the scene revealed Luna had raised her sword to block its punch. She even glanced back to scold, "And you think you can be the bait?" Fernan smiled smugly and asked, "Who said I was the bait?" He summoned a magic formation and made it appear above the Goliath, indicating clearly, "I was talking about immobilizing it." Immediately, large stones fell from the formation like raindrops. They rained down directly onto the Goliath's body. The rocks seemed endless, continually falling around the Goliath. The students around gaped in astonishment, mouths agape. They couldn't believe it, shouting, "What?" while the pile of stones completely buried the Goliath. Fernan looked at Luna and urged happily, "What are you waiting for? Finish." The teacher glanced at his watch and commented, "Your method is difficult considering the mana required, but you did it." Then he announced the result, Fernan Fallenberg and Luna Berchef, 3 seconds. He smiled triumphantly, first place. Ludger looked at him, crossed his arms in irritation and grumbled, "We're second again." The students murmured around, "Wow, how much mana did that take? No wonder he teamed up with Luna." Fernan was pleased, thinking, another boost with Luna. But when he looked at her, his smile faded at once. Luna was frowning and unhappy. He worried, "Luna, she doesn't look pleased at all." Inside, the castle voices debated. "I understand your point. I know what you mean. The yacht club incident was caused by demons." Yvonne Pellenberg weighed the pros and cons, and this time they aimed at the World Tree branch. "Indeed, if I don't act, people will misunderstand." He was doubtful, but it seemed you were rushing to conclude that the demons were trying to eliminate our Pellenberg family. However, Yvonne Pellenberg convinced himself it might just be a coincidence. Fernan Fallenberg thought the same at first. Recalling that time, "I thought it was just bad luck, because the Pellenberg household was hated by the Berchef family, and because the demons targeted Aint's life at the yacht club meeting." Later events made Fernan Fallenberg certain it wasn't so he analyzed that Armian's angle seemed more plausible. Why would the demons single out our Pellenberg family? Fernan Fallenberg recounted that 1,000 years ago, when the war with the demons first began, humanity was utterly outmatched. until the Pellenberg chieftain sided with the founding emperor. Back then, vast sums of money were poured into the war to turn the tide. You must know about that. Based on that, he surmised it was what put the demons on alert. Fernan Fallenberg further guessed they had experienced how money could sway a war, so they certainly wouldn't want that mistake repeated. Moreover, they set a trap. If the Pellenbergs were implicated in this affair, they'd brand the Pellenbergs traitors to humanity. If not, they'd be deemed more useless than expected. To make ain't doubt me, and then ain't Armian cursed, I'll never forgive Fernan Fallenberg. Thus he knew my foretold doom wasn't random but a trap. Fernan Fallenberg revealed that this time they intended to wipe the Pellenberg family off the board entirely. He summed up that was their plan. At night, Fernan Fallenberg went to the library and rummaged through old dust-covered volumes. He muttered that the yacht had been successfully sunk and ain't had been stranded on the deserted island. Yet Fernan Fallenberg had been there. The spirit confirmed that Lumina Berchef and Bellahone were also there. Fernan Fallenberg guessed they must have grown closer after fighting demons together. However, he suspected 4 people alone couldn't have killed the sea serpent. He reasoned there must have been a gift from the founding emperor on that island. Furthermore, the spirit revealed Ain't Armian had taken that gift and slain the sea serpent. Fernan Fallenberg planned that if he couldn't kill Armian, at least he must make him suspect the Pellenberg. He sighed in dismay. It seemed to be backfiring. This was bad. It thought otherwise, but I believe with this new plan I can turn the tide. Fernan Fallenberg wondered, are you referring to the World Tree branch? The spirit admitted yes. Arya Fridian had just contacted Fernan Fallenberg, but it hadn't verified whether Pellenberg would take part in the transport. He instructed, ensure at all costs that Fernan Fallenberg participates. Fernan Fallenberg whispered that if Ain't Armian is the sharpest sword, then Fernan Fallenberg is the gold wrapping around that blade. He resolved he would bring him down at all costs. Later, when I abruptly canceled the transport work, so I told them to do it a week earlier, Arya Pridian shouted, "What? I'm not doing it." Fernan Fallenberg thought to himself that he knew the request was sudden and rude, so he'd expect them to be angry and refuse, allowing him to withdraw easily, while the boy kept yelling, "You can't just say that." Contrary to expectation, Father fully agreed to your request. "Thanks, Arya," he sent. "He wants to get closer to you." After reading the letter, he roared, "What? Is he stupid or lucky? A normal person would have been angry and refused." Hyde hesitated. "Do you think he's being influenced by demons?" Hearing that, Fernan Fallenberg bristled, "Very likely," and cursed the damn demons inwardly. He wondered how deep their influence really was. "I know what they're doing, yet I still can't stop." And now, despite holding the Empire's largest fortune and being a member of the Electors' Council, I am powerless. This left Fernan Fallenberg internally unsettled, furious enough to go mad. He frowned. "Fine, then I will do it." He asked curiously, "What do you intend to do?" Fernan Fallenberg asked gloomily, "And you?" "I will confront them head-on." Because he believed that if there's a problem, you simply solve it. Moreover, Fernan Fallenberg reminded him that a true merchant must never let himself be shaken in unpredictable situations. Having said that, he left in irritation to see who would win this time. Left alone, Hyde muttered that the man was actually very conflicted. Time passed. After a wait of 6 days, the convoy departed Fridian Manor as planned. 10 horse-drawn carts, 100 golden tortoise trade guards, 50 Fridian elven warriors, and 100 laborers. As expected, and leading them all was Fernan Fallenberg. He told himself the World Tree branch was hidden in the 4th cart. Fernan Fallenberg also thought that apart from the most trusted, no one knew he was transporting it. The chest holding the branch had dozens of magical wards. Only Arya and he could open it. Now he was annoyed. How could it have been detected by demonic aura in this situation? Fernan Fallenberg guessed, or perhaps Arya is a demon. Impossible. He recalled that Arya was supposed to be Ain't's friend, Ain't in the prophecy, following Ain't Armian. At that moment, someone asked how long to reach the academy. Fernan Fallenberg snapped awake. About a month. He laid out the itinerary. We need to cross 2 eastern territories, then board a ship. Arya Pridian laughed cheerfully. "Got it. Ah, I just remembered." Then he suggested, "Would you like to invite me to join the yacht club?" Fernan Fallenberg replied firmly, "No." He was angry. "Why? I study well and my family has standing." He replied coldly, "Some families among the electors don't like." Fernan Fallenberg didn't hesitate to press Arya Pridian's sore spot. "Because you're new." Arya Pridian snapped angrily. "Don't look at me with that pitying gaze." He accused him. "You were the one who brokered peace when the Berchefs sold the golden cow." He admitted without hesitation, "Yes, but that's not acceptable." Arya Pridian shouted, "You're ruthless." On a fine day, sunlight bathed the magnificent castle. Inside, voices rose in conversation. "The negotiations will go smoothly, thanks to your sharing demon intelligence with the council through Jace 1. Orlando believed we would soon receive their support. and rid ourselves of any demons hiding among us. Yvonne Pellenberg changed the subject. All right, any news from Fernan? He should have reached the academy by now. One reported they set out today. He suddenly slammed the table. Yvonne Pellenberg thought, yes, clearly this is the trap the demons set, yet I have no choice but to step into it. He felt dark as he remembered Fernan saying he would prepare thoroughly, but this opponent is demons. If the transport fails, our trade guild's reputation will collapse. Worst of all, I could lose my heir, my only son. How dare they touch me? So Yvonne Pellenberg decided to issue the order. No, gather the Hongui unit at once. Orlando hurriedly intervened. Sir, please calm down. If you act like this, things will only get worse. He counseled that the young master instructed to handle this quietly so the demons won't realize we know their plot. Would you care for some tea? Yes. He also mentioned, don't worry, the young master already knew about the demons and our plan before we did. He hesitated. That's good, but it's also a problem. Yvonne Pellenberg said he had thought of that too, when he discovered the laystone vein that no one knew about. Moreover, he suspected it was as if someone came from the future and saw events beforehand. I have too many questions to ask him when this is over. Aside from that, Yvonne Pellenberg grew irritated. Why not hire a band of mercenaries and send them? Orlando smiled reassuringly. Sir, the young master will be fine. Because he believed that young master Fernan always exceeds our expectations. Meanwhile, on the road, Fernan Pellenberg doubted. Strange, it wasn't supposed to rain today. Orlando remained steadfast in his faith. He's sure this time the young master will do very well. So he told himself to trust and wait for him. Night fell, rain poured. As Arya Pridian watched the downpour, Fernan Pellenberg behind him was talking with Hyde. I guess we can't continue today, we'll camp here. Have the guards protect the carts and follow your orders. Hyde immediately responded yes. Suddenly Arya Pridian remarked that this rain feels strange. Hearing that, Fernan Pellenberg turned to look at him and asked, what do you mean? Arya Pridian removed his hat and spoke honestly. I asked the spirits, and they said other regions are sunny. Only this spot is raining so heavily. Fernan Pellenberg vaguely grasped his thought and asked, do you mean it's artificial rain? Arya Pridian, speculating, replied perhaps someone is trying to play a trick on us. But then he smiled, optimistically dismissing the darker theory. No, it must just be bad weather. From his words, Fernan Pellenberg felt some doubt, thinking that if it's artificial rain, it's certainly caused by demons. The prophecy said we'd reach the academy safely, yet despite his gloomy mood, Arya Pridian cheerfully sang and danced. Rain falls, falling over the village. His lively song went on. Rain falls over the silver peaks, raindrops falling to freshen leaves and branches, but Fernan Pellenberg's thoughts would not cease. Someone had joined the group and defiled the world tree branch without anyone knowing. At that thought, he couldn't help but wonder silently what the purpose was of trapping them in this rain. At that moment, a lightning flash struck the place. The carts shook violently, and the ground split from the shock. A powerful vortex arose, causing the carts, and people, objects, and earth and rock to be hurled into the air. Fernan Pellenberg was swept up by the whirlwind, gritting his teeth and reaching for the weapon at his side. The orb atop the scepter blazed, radiating dark auras. The scepter grew ever brighter. Electromagnetic bolts shot everywhere, whipping up the storm across sky and land. The vortex gradually slowed. Whatever remained on the ground lay shattered and desolate. Those not swept away stood or sat uneasy, unsure what to do, merely frozen and watching. Fernan Pellenberg still flew in the vortex, thinking anxiously, damn it, the world tree branch. Suddenly the vortex vanished and he began to fall. He shouted an order to Arya Pridian. Arya, make sure the carts aren't damaged. Arya Pridian was also falling, curling up in fear, dazed, and shouted back, which carts? Annoyed by his stupid question, Fernan Pellenberg snapped loudly, all of them, of course. At that moment, rocks and carts crashed down. Arya Pridian squeezed his eyes shut and screamed in panic, I can't. Darkness surrounded them, with only a faint shaft of light from a small hole above. Fernan Pellenberg estimated silently, it's deep, I think we've fallen about 40 meters. Pondering this, he frowned and cursed inwardly. Damn demons, is their plan to separate the carts like this? Then he turned to see Arya Pridian beside him unharmed and breathing a sigh of relief. He muttered that everyone seemed okay and glanced at the surrounding carts, relaxing slightly and remarking that even the cart carrying the world tree branch fell here with them. Luckily, nothing terrible has happened. Noticing his gaze on him, Arya Pridian dreamily asked what's up again. Fernan Pellenberg, not understanding, asked back, what is it? After steadying himself, he said we should climb up and warned not to look back. There are red eyes staring at us. The multi-eyed monster gave a low growl and slowly surged forward. Fernan Pellenberg quickly detected the monster's appearance, spun around and thought to himself that he knew things wouldn't go so easily. He then aimed the scepter in his hand at the creature. The The scepter radiated magic against it. Arya Prydian stood behind him, terrified. Fernan, what is that freakish thing? Fernan Fallenberg, focused on fighting, replied tersely, a sade. Arya Prydian, confused, asked what is a sade? Hearing that, he tilted his head and glanced at him incredulously. You don't know what a sade is? Didn't you study them at the academy? He answered honestly, I did study. Then, relying on what he'd learned, he explained that sade aren't classified as monsters. They are spiritual entities. Spirit-type beings differ from monsters. Monsters have inhabited this continent since ancient times, grotesque and ferocious, like humans possessed by demons. Spirit-type beings, however, are brought by demons and are even more violent, with devastating power that can destroy an entire village. They are saturated with demonic energy. That's what sets them apart from monsters. Returning to the present, Arya Prydian urgently and fearfully asked Fernan Fallenberg how such spirit beings could exist in this age. Fernan Fallenberg's expression turned cold, and he answered firmly, if spirit beings are here, it means demons are present, yes. The demons brought these things, Arya Prydian cried out. Demons. He bombarded Fernan Fallenberg with questions. Do demons really exist? How do you know? Fernan replied curtly that he'd explain later. Then he urgently ordered him to get the carts out of there. I'll deal with these. Arya Prydian, adept at provoking him, timidly blurted out that he didn't think he could do it. Fed up with his cowardice, Fernan Fallenberg spun around and launched into a tirade. How can you say you can't before trying? How do you expect to survive in this world with that cowardly attitude? When I was a student, I wasn't allowed to contradict seniors, understand. Despite this, Arya Prydian hesitantly said, I'm very willing to follow you, but I can't because of that, he said, pointing at the shadowy creature before them. Fernan Fallenberg followed his pointing finger and thought in shock, is that? A barca, a massive beast appeared, its two eyes blazing red as it let out a ferocious roar. Fernan Fallenberg fell into this predicament and clicked his tongue in annoyance. As the beast lunged at them, he reflexively shouted, hide. A blinding explosion sent rock and debris flying. Smoke from the blast made Arya Prydian cover his mouth, coughing violently, while Fernan Fallenberg simply stood and watched calmly. Hyde appeared like a god when they needed him, sword slung over his shoulder, stepping between the two of them and asking with concern, are you all right, young master? Arya Prydian looked at Hyde with sparkling eyes, admiringly. Your steward is so cool. Fernan Fallenberg showed no expression, thinking to himself that barca are described in the research texts on spirit beings and monsters. Its outer hide is as hard as metal, thick and sinuous. Its claws are sharper than most swords, razor-pointed and unerringly precise. Its jaws can pierce anything, teeth like saw blades, mouth slick with drool. It's a level 4 spirit being, able to fell trolls and ogres with ease. They occupy a wholly different tier than Sade, which are only level 8, and now one stands before them in living, furious form. After a quick assessment of the creature, Fernan Fallenberg fell silent, vaguely grasping the demon's true intent. They brought an entire barca just to steal the World Tree branch. Those damn demons want to kill us, not merely ruin us. He then tensely asked Hyde, can you kill it? Hyde wouldn't give a definite answer, only promising it won't be easy, but give me some time. Hearing that, he proposed, then I'll stall it, kill it. Hyde acknowledged with a clear yes. Then he vanished at lightning speed. Arya Prydian, bewildered, turned and asked where he went. I thought he'd kill the beast. Fernan Fallenberg had no time for such foolish questions and seriously instructed, Arya, listen carefully while I fight. Protect me in the World Tree branch from the Sage. Arya Prydian, anxious, hesitated and asked if he really intended to fight that thing. Fernan Fallenberg had few words, only stressing, if you don't want to die, do as I say. Arya Prydian then asked, but do you have a plan? Fernan Fallenberg, tense and betting everything, said he'll call James, though he wasn't sure it would work. At that unfamiliar name, Arya Prydian blinked in confusion. James, who is that? The barca, losing patience, let out a savage roar and charged. Fernan Fallenberg cast magic from his scepter, and the orb atop it emitted a blinding light. A magic circle appeared, and from it a figure was pushed forth. Another earth-shattering commotion erupted in that place. Arya Prydian saw clearly what stood before them and cried out in horror. It's a golem. The golem, commanded by Fernan Fallenberg, held a sword, planted its feet on the ground, and glared at the barca with red eyes. Fernan's golems forced the barca back by a considerable distance. Arya stole a glance and thought, damn, I knew he could create golems, but controlling them as a second-year student is truly remarkable. He silently marveled that Fernan was better than he'd thought. Under Fernan's control, the golem James leapt high and charged at the barca. It brought its sword down in a powerful strike. However, the barca blocked the blow with a single hand. It even counterattacked, biting back at the golems. He shouted in alarm, James. Fernan gritted his teeth and snarled a curse. Damn it. He was filled with doubt. What the hell was that struck the monster? After the golem was dealt with, the Barca lunged again toward where the two of them stood. Its speed kept increasing, snarling with chilling growl. In that critical moment, Fernan summoned another golem to block its path. Arya exhaled in relief. He really did have several golems. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. Ahead, besides the Barca fighting Fernan's new golems, countless other creatures appeared sade. They surged forward in waves. Arya hurriedly formed a shield with his staff to stop them. No. He quickly glanced to one side. The Sade were converging on somewhere. Arya panicked. The World Tree branch. He swung his staff in a wide arc at them and shouted, "Let go." However, the number of Sade was overwhelming. Arya began to panic. No, I can't. He frantically cast reinforcement spells, while muttering that he couldn't do it. I can't. Arya bravely charged toward the Sade and shouted wildly, "How long do I have to keep this up?" He swung his staff without pause. "It's too much. I can't do it. Impossible." Finally, Arya raised his staff and unleashed a powerful surge of magic. Truly, I can't hold on much longer. Yet in reality, he was doing very well. Meanwhile, Fernan remained focused fighting the Barca. Arya kept shouting, "Fernan, I've saved your life countless times, so you better repay me properly." He protected Fernan while nagging. "And I'm not talking empty thanks. At least invite me to the yacht club." Receiving no response, Arya groaned in frustration. "Are you even listening to me?" Fernan was immersed in exerting himself to control the golems. A mage is utterly helpless when piloting golems, for they perceive the world through the golems' bodies, not their own. Because of that, it became even clearer to him that, during the fight, Fernan suddenly realized he had no talent at all for swordsmanship. At that moment, the Barca merely raised a claw and seized the head of the golem he was controlling. From the fact the monster so casually slammed the golem's body into the ground, Fernan saw how slow and frail golems truly were when facing an overwhelmingly powerful beast. He clenched his teeth, forcing his mouth shut to avoid spitting blood, but a dark red streak still seeped from his lip. Fernan's body collapsed. He could only brace his staff to stay upright, damn it. Ahead, the Barca was crushing the golem's head, the third one. He wiped the blood away and thought that when using them for mining, he didn't have to concentrate so hard, but controlling them in combat was far more difficult. However, Fernan did not give up and summoned another one. "I can't let myself die." He calculated that he now had only 2 golems left, and his mana was nearly exhausted. Fernan resolved silently that he had to hold on until Hyde returned. The Barca still held the previous golem's corpse in its mouth and glanced upward. Seeing its new opponent, the Barca opened its mouth and spat out the old golem's body. Fernan, controlling the new golem, released its sword. "Better not to use a sword. It only gets in the way when I'm not good with." He closed his eyes in concentration. "I'll focus all my senses into the golem, so that, to feel it as if it were my own body." Man and golem merged into one, a flicker of hope lighting his eyes. The Barca shrieked and charged, each step shaking the ground. Opposite, the golem Fernan controlled also curled its fists and rushed forward. A violent impact made the space explode, sending countless stones flying. Behind them, Arya struggled to maintain the protective barrier. "If this continues, this place will collapse, oh God." The golem's hands began to crack and break under the Barca's claws. Suddenly, a large boulder fell and struck the monster. Taking the opportunity, Fernan commanded the golem to ambush the Barca. A punch landed squarely on the monster's face. The Barca was blasted backward several meters. Not stopping there, he sent the golem flying in with a sweeping kick. The Barca began to regain strength and counterattack. "Right now, oh my." It roared violently, surging up from the rubble. The Barca's maw seized the golem's head again. Fernan silently called, "Hyde." Then he almost wanted to shout, "How much longer?" As if by telepathy, Hyde immediately appeared in the air, wielding a great sword. His gaze was ice cold. A single stroke pierced the Barca, spraying a torrent of red blood. The Barca opened its mouth and spat out bright red blood. Hyde kept driving the sword deep into its body, red light tearing the air apart. He gritted his teeth and poured every ounce of strength, veins standing out on his face. Repeated stabs struck, dark red fluid erupting violently into the air. Another golem was summoned by Fernan. Despite its injuries, the Barca's eyes strained wide open. He spoke coldly, "The final strike." The golem swung its sword. One slash severed the Barca's head, which flew into the air. Everyone sighed in reproach when they saw the monster gasping over there, too slow. Fernan Fallenberg lost his composure and yelled angrily, "I've already lost 4 of my expensive golems. James, Henry, William, and George." Hyde tried to explain that he'd done his best. So Fernan Fallenberg and Hyde stood there arguing. "You only asked for a little more time. I'd been waiting nearly 20 minutes, but I also, Arya Prydian nearby was still fighting. He shouted angrily, "Hey, I'm not done yet. If you want to help, then hurry up." Arya Prydian warned the two bickering over there that the severed head of that monster looked very strange. Both Fernan Fallenberg and Hyde turned to look at the monster. Hyde saw something was wrong and shouted to Fernan Fallenberg, "Young master." He ran to rescue Arya Prydian and warned, "Be careful." Once the three of them were safely inside the barrier, Hyde checked on Fernan Fallenberg. "Are you all right, young master?" Fernan Fallenberg pressed his lips together and replied, "I'm fine." Hyde frowned, thinking to himself, another outburst, always the same. He reassessed the situation with concern and said, "Now there's no evidence left." Fernan Fallenberg raised the pendant he wore and answered, "It's fine, I recorded everything." He held up the pendant and instructed No. 4 here, "Keep this safe, and take along a few corpses of the Barca as well." Hyde, puzzled, stepped forward to ask why. "It's a rare level 4 monster. It should be used." Fernan Fallenberg glanced over and muttered, and he looked at Arya Prydian, pondering, what about the world branch? Then Arya cheerfully raised the box and said, "Fernan, good news, the mother tree is still safe." Arya Prydian explained that the box was slightly cracked but intact, probably thanks to the protective enchantments on it. Fernan Fallenberg reacted with some doubt, a cracked box. Arya Prydian excitedly told Fernan Fallenberg that the other things were shattered by the explosion, but at least the mother tree being unharmed was good. He nodded as if satisfied and said, "I'll go check if it's really okay." Hearing that, Arya urged Fernan Fallenberg, "Hurry, it's fine." Seeing Arya Prydian's reaction didn't surprise him. He only smiled and said, "You can't tell by eye if something is tainted by mana. That's why I had the Institute make this artifact." Fernan Fallenberg thought to himself that despite its high cost, he recalled a previous conversation about whether customized artifacts include royalties, and if so, how much. Arya Prydian was startled when he saw what Fernan Fallenberg had in hand and asked, "You even prepared that? Did you know this would happen?" He replied first. Fernan Fallenberg carefully reminded Arya Prydian to check whether it was truly contaminated. He sighed and added, "I hope not," but then something suddenly drew his attention. While Fernan Fallenberg was speaking, something suddenly startled him. The item in the box right before Fernan Fallenberg and Arya Prydian flew away without a sound. He went pale and cursed, "Damn it, it's over." Fernan Fallenberg's anger twisted into a grim smile as he wondered, is it really contaminated? I've suffered so much to protect this. He gripped the branch in his hand and wondered if this meant failure. Arya Prydian began breaking off branches, prompting Fernan Fallenberg to snap in confusion. "Hey, you, what are you doing? Just cut away the infected parts and it can be saved." Arya Prydian gently reminded Fernan Fallenberg not to underestimate the mother tree's vitality. He was surprised and wondered, can we really save? He kept snapping off branches and explained that just removing the blackened parts would do, though it's tricky. Everyone remained uneasy and warned Arya Prydian, "Hey, don't handle it carelessly. Remember to wash your hands with holy water after." Fernan Fallenberg began to relent and called out loudly, "Hyde, come help quickly." Hyde, fussing with his work, turned and replied, "Yes, sir." Seeing everyone so clumsy, Arya Prydian snapped angrily, "Please, just cut the dark parts." Fernan Fallenberg barked in frustration, "Hurry up, the infection is spreading. Are you going to let everything rot? The most pitiable is probably No. 4, fine." After a busy stretch, Arya Prydian joyfully held up a branch. "Lucky." Fernan Fallenberg frowned and muttered, "But it looks a bit stripped." Fernan Fallenberg said, "You can tell at a glance it was cut. Wouldn't that be admitting there was a transport problem?" Arya Prydian grinned slyly and teased him, "So you want to cover this up?" Arya Prydian went straight to expose Fernan Fallenberg. "If people find out, the Fallenberg name will be tarnished." He shook his head and explained, "Not exactly. I just want to hide that we encountered a monster." Hearing that, he asked, puzzled, why. "That's proof the demons are active. People need to know." Fernan Fallenberg replied calmly, "That's precisely why we must hide it, because..." After the long explanation, Arya Prydian seemed to grasp it and exclaimed, "So you want to keep it secret because you're secretly hunting demons?" Fernan Fallenberg confirmed to Arya Prydian, "You guessed right. If it gets out, they'll go into hiding." Fernan Fallenberg said with interest that if they cover this up, you'll become our ally. He cheerfully declared to Arya Prydian, "We will fight the demons together." Arya Prydian, moved for some reason, covered his mouth and said emotionally, "An ally, I'll share secrets with another influential clan." His eyes sparkled as he told Fernan Fallenberg, "Does that mean we'll meet often?" "Yes, and we'll grow closer." Arya Prydian, filled with fiery determination, shouted, "Exactly, so give me a token to prove it." Fernan Fallenberg, a bit startled, called out, "What?" Arya Prydian stood there fretting that his tongue slips easily. "Who knows when I might blurt out today's events." He told everyone that if he had something proving he and the young master were allies, he'd keep the secret forever. Fernan Fallenberg thought to himself that he'd assumed this would be easy. He nodded gently in agreement with Arya Prydian. "I'll give you an invitation to the yacht club, satisfied." Hearing that, he jumped for joy, delighted. Fernan Fallenberg asked sternly what had happened today. Aryapridian grinned broadly and replied, "Nothing at all. As for the rest, handling it wasn't hard. We replaced all missing supplies and wagons, and arranged people to cover for the wounded." The group traveled together, and Fernan Fallenberg kept feeling helplessly furious at Aryapridian's character. "Thanks to the miraculous medicine we gave the World Branch, it recovered quickly. That elixir is something else. What would a damned tree need those for?" By the time they reached the academy, it looked just like before departure. A month later, the Fallenberg caravan arrived at the academy safe. Aryapridian smiled upon receiving the letter. It meant the merchants' guild's reputation hadn't been harmed at all. "I will keep the secret, and there's no reason for people to suspect collusion with demons." But when that letter fell into Fernan Fallenberg's hands, it was a different story. However, the World Branch had not been tainted by mana during transport, though the cost required to make that true was high. Fernan Fallenberg grabbed his head in anger and declared, "The price was ridiculously high. Those damned demons. I will wipe them out." "Another failure. I'm truly disappointed. One time could be bad luck. The second time might be due to bad timing, but a third time proves your ability is flawed." The man sitting in the parlor heard the report and said, "You claim you don't know where the World Branch is. I don't even know what to say." The shadow confirmed to the man, "But I am certain I contaminated it." He nodded and replied, "If that's true, then we found it. Failing to find it means you failed." The shadow lowered its eyes sadly and pleaded, "Please forgive me." The man, slightly awkward, asked, "You're apologizing?" He continued, "All right, how did Fernan Fallenberg survive the Barca?" The shadow hesitated him. At last the shadow reluctantly reported, "He has 5 golems." The man was startled and looked up. "Golems, not 1 but 5. Could he have anticipated our plan?" "No, impossible." He pondered the events. Perhaps he simply prepared to an extreme. Should I call him cowardly or overly cautious? He told the shadow, "I suppose you failed because he's overly meticulous. Thanks for understanding me." The man swept his hand out and cruelly ended his subordinate, the shadow. "But that doesn't mean I'll spare you." After dealing with the shadow, the man sat and thought of Fernan Fallenberg's face. Fernan Fallenberg, I thought simply toppling his house would suffice. He reflected that the man obstructed him even more than Armian. "I want him dead for that. What a pity. But no need to rush." The man arrogantly thought to himself, "I still have another chance." Returning to the castle, Jace Vines cheerfully called to Fernan Fallenberg, "Welcome back from your long journey." Jace Vines sat drinking tea and asked, "There must be a reason you came to see me even though you're tired." Fernan Fallenberg irritably reminded him, "I'm busy, so I'll be direct." He said that on the way here, he'd encountered several phantasmal creatures. Jace Vines asked in alarm, "Phantasmal creature?" Jace Vines angrily scolded, "The demons no longer bother to hide their existence." He thundered with rage, "How dare they touch guests of the order?" Fernan Fallenberg helplessly warned him, "If you wreck this place again, I'll bill you for repairs." Jace Vines resumed his cheerful, benevolent manner and replied, "Of course." Fernan Fallenberg took out the box and told Jace Vines that they'd dealt with them, but unfortunately something of his had been tainted by demonic aura. He set the box down and opened it, saying it's wasteful to throw it away, so he asked Jace to purify it. "This looks like just a piece of wood." Fernan Fallenberg said it was a cut piece from the World Branch. Jace Vines repeated in puzzlement, "The World Branch." Jace Vines took the box to inspect. "From Phrydian, so this is what the phantasmal creatures were targeting." Fernan Fallenberg nodded and confirmed, "Yes, I had to use the artifact you gave me." He raised an eyebrow and asked Jace Vines to confirm, "Can you do it?" Jace Vines grinned and declared to Fernan Fallenberg, "This is as easy as turning my hand." He waved his hands and recounted to Fernan Fallenberg that he'd once purified Bella with sacred light, a piece of cake. Fernan Fallenberg warned Jace Vines, "Don't use that method." This froze Jace Vines mid-gesture. Jace Vines, displeased, stepped forward and asked why. "That's a proven exorcism magic." Fernan Fallenberg calmly explained, "It's too strong. I feel the branch would burn to ash." He said he needed Jace to use a method other than sacred lightning. Jace Vines muttered, "It's sacred light," and Fernan Fallenberg, not caring much for terminology, said whatever works. Jace Vines squinted at the box and analyzed, "Then only holy water remains. I don't think 1 vial will be enough." He looked up to confirm with Fernan Fallenberg, "Are you sure? It will be expensive." He didn't answer immediately but asked Jace Vines instead, "Do you really believe it will work?" Jace Vines grinned foolishly at Fernan Fallenberg. "You'll only know if you try. I've never purified demonic aura with holy water before." Fernan Fallenberg was outraged to hear that. Fernan Fallenberg lifted his teacup and took a sip, thinking, "What? It's just plain water. You expect me to spend money on something you yourself aren't sure will work, you." Seeing Fernan Fallenberg tense, Jace Vines pointed at himself and declared, "Don't worry. It will be effective, trust me. Fernan Fallenberg set the cup down and replied, I trust you, Jace. He cleared his throat and told Jace Vines that he feared the Order's reputation would suffer if people learned holy water was ineffective. Jace Vines narrowed his eyes at the box and said, but I think it will work. Fernan Fallenberg answered, you only know after you try. Fernan Fallenberg leaned in with a cold look and probed Jace Vines. What if you're wrong? And what if the Order's image is ruined because of... Jace Vines raised a slightly trembling hand to cover his mouth and replied, you're right, a mage should only speak the truth. He wept 2 lines of tears and said, I have been too arrogant, Jace, I repent. Jace Vines fell to his knees and wailed miserably. The Order has always prepared to face demonic races, but because they didn't appear for 1,000 years, were truly inexperienced. He said it would be so much better to have something to test on. While Jace Vines was still sniffling and murmuring, Fernan Fallenberg called his name Jace. Fernan Fallenberg, as if glowing, presented an item to Jace Vines. I'll bring you that test subject. Jace Vines asked in puzzlement, this is... Fernan Fallenberg bent down and said to him, this is the corpse of a level 4 phantasmal creature, a barca. Jace Vines clasped his face in emotion and exclaimed, a barca, so that's what you encountered on your way back. Jace Vines waxed sentimental to Fernan Fallenberg, that this way they could verify holy water's effectiveness in purifying demonic aura, while collecting detailed data on the demonic race and its auras. Fernan Fallenberg, you truly are my benefactor. Suddenly he startled as if realizing something and asked for confirmation. Wait, don't tell me you intend to pay for holy water with just this. Fernan Fallenberg smiled cunningly and answered, of course not. Level 4 demonic creatures are so rare that even in the 1,000-year war they were scarcely seen. He looked up and feigned a grin, so you'll have to give me more. Jace Vines, seeing that expression, didn't understand. So Jace is being led by a smooth-talking merchant's tongue. Jace, think of the future. Fernan Fallenberg produced the vial containing his specimen and asked Jace Vines if he knew how precious this opportunity was. My lord Shenlong, why would you test me? We need to study phantasmal creatures before the demonic race grows more aggressive. Jace Vines was furious hearing this. Fernan Fallenberg added that if Jace truly didn't want it, he could give it to another mage in the Order. Jace Vines rushed up, grabbed the vial and shouted through clenched teeth, no, this is enough payment for the holy water. His eyes shone as he declared he'd find a way to kill them in the most painful way possible. Fernan Fallenberg, seeing that expression, helplessly warned him it's unnecessary. What I want is the world branch purified. Don't act like a madman, right? Leave it to me. Jace Vines and Fernan Fallenberg sat back down at the tea table and continued talking. Jace asked if the world branch was safe, and he shook his head and replied, it's safe for now. Jace Vines, still a bit pensive, asked why he thought the demonic race targeted it. Fernan Fallenberg, slightly embarrassed, answered, I don't know. Jace Vines excitedly told Fernan Fallenberg that the tree carries a very strong mana, useful to anyone. He sat daydreaming and told Fernan Fallenberg they might intend to use it as a vessel to summon a demon. Fernan looked at Jace helplessly. That hits the mark. Jace Vines then smiled wickedly and leaned in to ask his opposite. But Fernan, the identity of the world branch is a secret, which means demons have infiltrated. He asked Fernan menacingly, should we investigate? Fernan Fallenberg spread his hands and warned solemnly, don't rush. Bringing Order forces into the Academy could escalate into political conflict. Besides, apart from Arya Fridian and me. Fernan Fallenberg recounted that those aware of this are senior within the Academy. Hasty action could harm us. Jace Vines remained unconvinced, but the Pontiff is very worried because demons have infiltrated the Empire's premier educational institution. Fernan Fallenberg explained, I'm not idle, don't worry. I've arranged guards for the place storing the world branch. As long as the demons persist in summoning, they'll do everything to taint that branch. Fernan Fallenberg said coldly and sternly to Jace Vines, if we're lucky, soon you'll know who the traitor of humanity is. At the gathering point, a classmate asked Fernan how his final exams went. He smiled and replied, as always, keeping up was probably tough. Fernan Fallenberg cheerfully said, it's fine, I have review materials. The classmate scolded him, materials. You're just taking a shortcut. Fernan Fallenberg, displeased, clarified that it's a treasure left by seniors. The classmate shook his head and dismissed it. Suit yourself. He turned to ask the other student, how about you? The classmate thought and said, I think I did pretty well, only upset about the paired exam. I made a mistake, so we lost first place. At this he became so angry he cried, I thought we'd definitely be top this time. Who knew, winning first place today would have been enough. Professor Rosalia walked up and announced to the crowd, is everyone present? She said she'll explain the rules of the final exam. Professor Rosalia explained the exam rules. You'll be divided into 4 teams. The team that defeats the most pairs or captures the most enemy flags wins. She smiled and urged them, "Your team 3, remember each other's faces. Each team also needs a captain." Professor Rosalia asked the crowd if anyone wanted to volunteer. Seeing such silence, Professor Rosalia sighed. "This team is full of shy people, Luna. I thought you'd step up." Fernan Fallenberg rubbed his chin and thought it's useless. "If I become captain and we lose, all the blame falls on me." Professor Rosalia smiled and told the students if she had to choose, she'd pick Luna. "So let's vote." They all counted aloud together to vote. 1, 2, 3. But what he couldn't have expected was everyone around pointing at him. Their choice was Fernan Fallenberg. Professor Rosalia happily announced, "Then the leader of Team 3 this round will be Fernan Fallenberg." Without giving Fernan a chance to react, she turned and left. "Everyone voted for you, your beloved." Fernan Fallenberg called out from behind, "Professor, wait." Before he could speak with Rosalia, someone behind called Fernan. The familiar voice made him flinch. Those behind, including Annes, all looked at Fernan Fallenberg with admiring faces. "We believe in you." Fernan Fallenberg looked at the eager person before him and felt too annoyed to speak. "Why me? My scores aren't the highest." The young man smiled honestly and replied, "Who doesn't know you're the smartest among us? Don't be so modest." Fernan Fallenberg's expression darkened as he listened thoughtfully. "If not you, who else is qualified to lead? Besides, you run a large merchant guild. Experience isn't lacking." He scoffed and glanced at Luna, suggesting, "Luna, wouldn't it make more sense for you to be captain? Take on this responsibility. Please say something to them." But to his surprise, Luna fully supported him, giving a thumbs up and cheering, "I believe in you, Fernan." Fernan Fallenberg was sick of hearing it. "Now it's your turn too." He had no interest in the title at all. "I really don't want it, but it seems I have no choice. I'll do my best to bring our team to first place." Yet he softened in the end. "I'll win Luna's favor this way." The people in front of him excitedly gathered around. "You'll help us win, right?" For a bit of charm, Fernan Fallenberg relented. "All right, I'll do it. That's enough, you're embarrassing me." Scene change. Professor Grad sat by the cliff fuming to himself. Why did Fernan become captain? He hates things like that. Professor Rosalia called from behind. His team members voted. Professor Grad, intrigued, continued, "Is that so? Interesting." Professor Rosalia chuckled and asked, "Which team do you think will win?" Fernan Fallenberg now studied the map thoughtfully. "The most likely team is Team 1 led by Ledger Schwab. From what he knew about Ain't, he once commanded troops as a prince. He holds the greatest advantage in this trial." Hearing this, Professor Grad anticipated their next move. "I think the other teams will band together to take him down. Team 1 may be eliminated sooner than I expect." His brows tightened with tension. Team 2 has Carrillo. Team 3 has Fernan and Luna. Professor Rosalia smiled and asked, "What about Team 4? He replied seriously, "That team also has many talented kids." That said, Professor Grad also knew this training would resemble a three-way war, and the teams participating in this battle are by no means lacking in strength or talent. It was just that in Professor Grad's mind, it truly felt more like a three-way struggle. His eyes flashed. The greatest mystery was how Fernan and Luna became a pair. Professor Rosalia laughed in agreement. "Right, at first many even thought they were dating." He looked at her seriously. "They're close, but I don't think they're dating. Perhaps the two clans negotiated something." Rosalia said casually that it didn't concern her. Professor Grad paid it no mind. Fallenberg and Berchef are not ordinary clans. He knew the issue. Fallenberg needs no introduction, and Berchef once stood on the brink of collapse. But they worked hard, even abandoning their clan's privileged recruitment status. Now they're slowly restoring their former glory. Externally, that could mean the balance among the 7 Imperial recruiting clans might shift. Professor Grad's analysis sharpened. "Of course, it's not something an ordinary professor like me should worry about. Yet in the end you still worry." Fernan Fallenberg looked at Professor Rosalia and asked each word through clenched teeth. "Isn't that right?" Professor Rosalia Wiender. That intimidation tactic did nothing to Rosalia. She only smiled lightly. "I don't know, I'm not interested in clan disputes." Fernan Fallenberg glared at the map in discontent. "Falsehood, as I see it you're also." Professor Rosalia leaned close and said, "It seems they're starting." Hearing that, Professor Grad nodded excitedly. "You're right." Fernan Fallenberg eagerly examined the key points on the map. "I guessed correctly. It seems the other teams will join forces to attack Team 1, Your Highness." On the battlefield side, Alain Donertz stepped up to Ledger to report. "Recon reports several members of the other teams moving toward us. It seems they're allying to attack us." Hearing that, Ledger smiled with satisfaction. "I see. I noticed Fernan is the leader of Team 3. I guess this is his plan." Alain Donertz added seriously, "We're outnumbered. Shouldn't we come up with some plan?" Ledger stroked his chin and studied the map. "I have a plan. I spoke beforehand with Team 2 and Team 4. They're only pretending to follow Fernan's plan. Alon Donertz, shocked, asked what. He smiled softly and repeated, remember Fernan topped the midterms. Carrillo holds a grudge against him. And from what I surmised, he was visibly pleased when I suggested stabbing Fernan in the back. I'll kill Fernan Fallenberg. Then he analyzed the last team. Team 4 changed their mind as soon as they heard about my cooperation with Carrillo. Agreed. Alon Donertz looked at him in doubt and repeated, so teams 1, 2, and 4 are allied against team 3. Ludger smirked, that's right. His gaze revealed his cunning as he added, so you go to team 4's base and take their flag immediately. Alon Donertz was startled again. What? But you just said we're cooperating with team 4. Ludger's face went cold as he replied, only one team can win. Once team 3 is out, that alliance will collapse. He spoke as if it were obvious. In the end, we'll betray each other, so it's best to act first. We'll take out team 4, then ally with Carrillo's team to strike team 3. Alon Donertz immediately voiced his doubt. You knew from the start Fernan would cooperate with the others. He replied excitedly, I know him very well. Ludger's expression darkened. He's smart, but this time I'm faster. Elsewhere, Fernan Fallenberg was seriously observing the situation beside Lewin. From the binocular feed, the strongest fighters of Team 2 are also advancing toward Team 1. Team 4 is doing the same. Lewin frowned and asked Fernan, why did you tell the other members to return to base? Fernan Fallenberg tilted his head and calmly replied, because we won't be attacking Team 1. She exclaimed in surprise, what? Fernan Fallenberg, still smug, added that while Team 2 and Team 4 fight Team 1, we'll sneak into the other team's bases and grab their flag. Lewina looked at him in disbelief. We were the ones who proposed the alliance. Are you really going to be the traitor? He explained seriously, yes, the weakest will be guarding the bases, so just the two of us are enough. Why? Suddenly Lewina stood up and looked at him seriously. No, I like this plan. Which base do we attack first? Team 2 or Team 4? Fernan Fallenberg wasn't stupid enough to miss the implication and sneered. Do you think I'm a coward for betraying? Fernan Fallenberg added that such an act violates the chivalric spirit. Lewina's guilt rose within her, and she answered, true. Yet she turned back boldly and declared, but you're the leader, so I'll follow you. The important thing is that we come out on top. Saying that, she clenched her fist and proclaimed the important thing is to do well in the exam, not use cowardly tactics. Fernan Fallenberg, fed up with those words, frowned and stood up. You always come second because you care too much about justice and loyalty. Lewina suddenly faltered and hesitated, studying his expression before continuing, so I. The more she spoke, the more grandiose she felt, choosing to be the cowardly winner rather than the righteous loser. Some things matter more than honor. The world only remembers winners, her inner struggle peaked. Seeing her conflicted expression, Fernan Fallenberg asked indifferently, are you sure? You look like you're in pain. Lewina replied firmly, no, I'm not in pain. Even though she felt inner pain tearing at her, she covered her face and turned away. Sorry, I'm really simple, conflicted. I don't like this side of myself at all. Fernan Fallenberg sighed and called out Lewina, you'll become a laughingstock if you insist on prioritizing honor and righteousness in this exam. At that she flinched, hastily wiping her tears. What do you mean? Fernan Fallenberg calmly leaned in and said clearly, I'm certain teams 2 and 4 have already betrayed us. I know Ludger has prepared something in advance. Lewina asked in surprise, how do you know? He smiled as if it were obvious and replied, because that's what I would do if I were him. Fernan Fallenberg naturally knew as well. I know him too well. He must think that by allying with Team 2, they can easily eliminate us. From what I've observed, I'm sure he'll attack Team 4 first. I guess he's already sent people to Team 4's base. And no matter how quick or strong they are, someone has to guarantee taking the flag. And very likely that someone is Alon Donertz. That means Ludger and Alon are separating right now. So you aimed for this from the start. Yes, my target from the beginning was Alon Donertz. If I take him out while he's alone, we can eliminate the biggest threat, Ludger, since they're a pair. Elsewhere, a professor pushed up his glasses and looked toward the group ahead. Team 4 students, please move to the waiting area this way. They followed the professor's directions, but couldn't quell their anger. How dare they betray us after promising an alliance? Fine, I won't disappoint your highness. Suddenly someone stepped forward with a very familiar voice. Alon, long time no see. It was Lewina, staring up at him with a scolding look as she asked, isn't that right? Alon Donertz looked at her calmly, his face betraying no emotion. Lewina, why are you here? I thought you'd attack us, Fernan said you'd come. Lewina taunted him, if you fail the exam, the prince will fall too. At this Alon Donertz finally curled his lips in a faint smile. So you came to make me fail, someone like you. He lifted his hand to grip his sword, pointed it at her, and asked politely, I can fight you if you want. In response to that politeness, Lewina answered politely as well. The outcome of a duel is never predictable, Alon. When the words ended, the two courteous people prepared to clash with each other fiercely. It was truly a spectacle that seared the eyes and reddened the ears of observers. The scene before them was not something ordinary people could often witness. Alon Donertz parted his lips in a half-smile, a spark flickering in his eyes. He then launched a fierce attack straight at Luina. Luina wouldn't let that youth gain the upper hand so easily. She sprang up onto a nearby branch. Her agility could only be described as beyond peak form. Wherever Alon Donertz swung, she dodged. Her agility could only be described as beyond peak form. Wherever Alon Donertz swung, she dodged. One strike blurred the scene so much that the audience could no longer tell what the two were doing. Luina reappeared on a branch, suggesting she had temporarily been in a disadvantaged position. Though slightly shaken, she didn't forget to both praise her opponent and press the attack. That move was strong. Before Alon Donertz could relish the compliment from a beauty, he took a blow that left his face bruised and battered. They say heroes find it hard to resist beauties. In this moment, it's unclear whether Alon Donertz can maintain his composure. But if the two kept fighting a little longer, soon there wouldn't be a single tree left in the forest. Surprisingly, the young Alon Donertz remained calm and asked Luina, "Do you want to continue fighting?" Luina, breathing uneven and angry, glared at him. "You're still polite, you look exhausted." Alon Donertz smiled faintly. "I know you also understand what would happen if we fought one-on-one, but you insist on fighting honorably like a knight, because for you honor matters more than victory." Luina, surprised, asked back, "You don't care about honor?" Alon Donertz, as if incredulous, stammered, I do care, I know it's important. I'm a knight too." He grinned excitedly and said, "I just find it absurd when you cling to that honor while you're not strong enough to defend it." Luina suddenly laughed out loud, her tone mocking. "You speak as if you've already won." She was resolute, her words sharp as she repeated, "I told you so, Alon." Luina, dissatisfied, continued, "The outcome of a battle is never predictable. There may be a surge of power coming from behind." Alon Donertz's guard hadn't even risen before his opponent knocked him flying. His body tumbled to the ground. Then the opponent didn't relent and struck again with a heavy blow, sending dust bursting everywhere. Alon Donertz sat dazed on the ground, glaring across with hatred. "I don't sense any presence." At that he hissed through his teeth and shouted, "You waited for me to let my guard down, so this was your plan from the start." He growled out Fernan, only to see Fernan Fallenberg grin down at him like a benediction. Fernan Fallenberg's face was supremely smug as he proclaimed, "You've never beaten Luina, right? And if she's definitely alone." Luina interrupted irritably, "I even had you help me take down Ludger easily." Fernan Fallenberg said calmly, "But if we had attacked you all at once from the start, the result would have been the same. It would only have prolonged the fight, that's all." Fernan and Luina left after saying that. Before departing, Luina couldn't resist smiling at the polite young man. "Right, I have no time or energy to waste on just you alone. We still have to deal with Team 1 and Team 2, we're off." She bowed her head as if admonishing herself. "From now on I'll live more practically, more flexibly." Then she gave a gentle smile toward Alon Donertz, because in war, victory is the only glory. Scene shift to behind the bushes. Meanwhile, at Team 1, Carlos hid behind the bushes and whispered. Team 3 must have discovered them and fled. Ludger felt uneasy, strange. Returning to base now seems meaningless. The more Ludger thought about it, the more he felt something was off. If they aren't here, then where is Fernan? After a moment, Ludger clenched the paper and shouted angrily, "He's gone to take down Alon." He looked at his teammate and said, "Basim, I've been trapped. Your Highness, was that a mistake?" Behind them, Carlos clenched his fist and raised his face as if he were the savior of the world. "Your Highness, I don't know exactly what's happening, but it seems Fernan has captured him. I knew it. Only I can stop Fernan. This is my duty." Carrillo led the teammates to Team 3's base. From what happened, Team 1 followed Team 2 to avenge their captain. Their momentum resembled a revolutionary army. No one could stop their fervor. The professor then announced, Team 1 has been entirely eliminated for failing to protect their flag. Therefore, Teams 1 and 4 are out. Teams 2 and 3 remain. Please proceed to the waiting area. Annoying, no, we still haven't avenged your Highness. Eliatortiga said sternly, "I thought Team 3 would be at our base, but apparently not." Carlos replied, "Probably only Fernan and Luina attacked Team 1, not the whole team. Those two are taking teams down one by one. They've defeated Bait, Alon, and Team 1. He stroked his chin and analyzed. If Team 3 is waiting at their base, then we're at a numerical disadvantage, since most of our teammates stayed at our base. It sounded fairly professional in Carlos's voice. I think we should assess the situation first, but before they finished hearing him, Fernan Fallenberg's team arrived. Those nearby gritted their teeth in annoyance. Team 3. Could they have been ambushing us the whole time? Carlos turned his back to Eliatortiga, looked around and cursed, damn it, we're surrounded. At that moment, someone outside called his name excitedly, Kirillo Denev. No one else but the one he longed for day and night, Fernan Fallenberg. Fernan Fallenberg stood above and looked down. Are you planning to steal our flag? They were clearly at a disadvantage now, but still spat back. Fernan, why are you here? Fernan Fallenberg asked calmly in return. What unfair trick are you pulling this time? What are you saying? Do you think everything I do is cheating? He stroked his chin as if they were beneath his notice. How sad to hear. I wonder what I did to make you hate me so. Then he sneered and glanced at them. Is it because I'm with Luina? You jealous? The more he spoke, the more pleased he was inside. Jealous. Or because I knew your tactic before you used it in the previous exam, jealous. Or because I topped the midterm. Carlos, unable to let anyone deface his shining face, clenched his fists in anger. He didn't hold back and pointed at Fernan Fallenberg, shouting, I dare you to a magic duel one-on-one. If you're a true mage, you must accept. No, the youth, full of fighting blood, shouted, why wouldn't you? Fernan Fallenberg curled his lips in a faint smile. I'm a merchant, not a mage, and merchants always prioritize efficiency. He added calmly, I don't need a one-on-one duel to take you down. What else? Fernan Fallenberg then gave an insinuating smile. Clearly he had a larger scheme. Without making his opponents wait, Fernan Fallenberg shouted, attack. According to the spectators' logical analysis, the battle was extremely fierce, and Team 3 initially held the advantage. But an unexpected event occurred, and the fight shifted when the remainder of Team 2 entered the fray. And Professor Grad's conjecture was that the world-saving battle dragged on in a stalemate. We thought neither team would win. Professor Roslia behind them smiled with satisfaction. Both sides had lost many comrades, so they probably thought holding the flag defensively was better than continuing to attack. She added that they also needed time to recover. Professor Grad remained somewhat displeased, but that would lead to no progress. Fernan Fallenberg studied the map in his hands seriously for a while and suggested altering the rules slightly. Hearing that, Professor Rosilia agreed, indeed. A depth of resolve flashed in her eyes as she announced entering the battle. I declare a partial change to the rule. Everyone inside fell silent to listen. First, the test area will be narrowed. New clauses were presented. Second, one member of each team will be chosen to carry the flag. If the flag bearer is eliminated, the entire team is eliminated as well. The rules were very clear. If you leave the designated area, please return within the allotted time. Fernan Fallenberg stared at the documents. We only have half an hour left. Lunia frowned and said, I feel the shrinking area seems to favor Team 2's base. Saying that, she shouted angrily, isn't that unfair? Fernan Fallenberg sighed. They won't give us any rest. Gert, you carry the flag, take it and fall back to the rear with your teammates. Fernan Fallenberg already knew and kept the item with him. A man looked in amazement at his palm. Oh, defensive artifact. On the other side, Fernan Fallenberg added that it was a very good one too. Wait, I still feel uneasy. Seeing the magic device in hand, the youth grew more surprised. Yeah, add this too and we're set. Fernan Fallenberg smiled meaningfully. I feel like I could buy a house if I sold all of these. Aren't they extremely valuable? No. He laughed confidently. More importantly, as captain I must lead the team to victory. This made the youth behind him admire to the point of tears. I used to think he was just a miser obsessed with money, but it turns out he's a good person. Yet Fernan Fallenberg was also pained and held back his tears. I'll treat this as an investment. Lunia will be happy if I take first place. But at that moment, Fernan didn't know at all that Fernan Fallenberg grandly ordered, let's go, and Carlos was eagerly waiting. A great danger was looming for Team 3. Carlos approached with a confrontational mood, glaring at his opponent. You're here. Every word carried contemptuous implication. We've been waiting for you, Fernan. With a mocking smile, he said, you just walked into your own grave. What a fool. Fernan Fallenberg paid little mind in reply. If I hadn't come, I'd have been eliminated for sure. Idiot, didn't you know the rules changed? This wounded Carlos's pride. He shouted angrily, I know everything, you bastard. The more he cursed, the angrier he became. I'm just saying this time you can't beat me anymore. Fernan's attitude provoked more, and he indifferently asked, really, planning a new trick. Carlos was teased again and angrily pointed at his opponent. Again, that bored look. Fernan Fallenberg, fearing the youth might lose it, hastened to explain, you misunderstand, I'm not bored. But someone with a sensitive soul is not easily appeased. Carlos switched to full-on berating mode. Don't lie, why suddenly try to compete for first place? You're so talkative, you've always been a shadow, so why not stay that way? Fernan Fallenberg patiently explained, I really don't intend to take first place. Carlos was not easily convinced. He ground his teeth and shouted, are you still going to pretend to be indifferent? Then without giving Fernan Fallenberg time to guard himself, he attacked. Let's see how indifferent you stay when you see this. The assistants behind him simultaneously raised their magic relics, ready to fight alongside him to the end. A stunned murmur rose from Team Fernan Fallenberg. Fernan, that's a combined magic, when multiple mages pool mana into one spot to amplify a spell's power, but it consumes so much mana the casters are nearly exhausted after a single use. Fernan Fallenberg perceived the situation. They're concentrating everything into a single strike. This is bad, Lunia panicked. This is like trying to take down a horde of monsters at once. She kindly warned, don't do that. What if something goes wrong? Carlos replied with a sinister smile. The assistants and professors standing here will handle that. Fernan Fallenberg stepped forward. Lunia, stop them. The combined magic requires intricate calculations. It's a magic formation and takes a lot of time, so if we take them out before it's complete. Carlos had already been ready and shouted, don't even think about it. Alia Tortega smiled triumphantly at the scene. You won't get past me easily, Lunia. Shouts rang out, those bastards, capture them. Attack, round up all of Team 2 from each charge. Fernan Fallenberg thrust his hand forward to activate his relic. Too late, the spell had completed. He watched the excited group before him and smiled inwardly. You used relics to shorten the casting time. I really didn't expect that. Fernan Fallenberg had clearly seen through their trick early on. You're not the only one who knows how to use relics, Fernan. Before him, everything seemed to reset. An endless loop unfolding. Fernan Fallenberg looked at his opponents seriously and instructed his teammates, everyone get back. A single attack bearing immense destructive force struck straight toward the enemy. After that glorious strike, Carlos laughed loudly in celebration. Die, Fernan. A rune-laden sound echoed through the space, suffused with heavy pressure. The scene before them was chaotic. It was unclear what had happened in the battle. In the end, Fernan Fallenberg escaped, though somewhat battered. Damn it, if I hadn't shattered the ground at the right moment we'd be done for, Lunia said. It seems we haven't been eliminated, the map is still there. Immediately his teammate had already arrogantly raised a white flag. Oh, then my flag bearer should be okay, nearly died, but survived thanks to those relics. Fernan Fallenberg asked suspiciously, but where are we? Lunia replied. I think the ground collapsed and we fell with. Fernan Fallenberg calmly instructed, we should check on the others, I fear they might have been eliminated. At that moment Lunia noticed, Fernan, behind you. She pointed to a rock behind them and said, there's something there. He turned to look and said, huh. On the cliff wall was a strange emblem. He gently touched it to inspect. What is this? The shape became clearer, bearing marks like both the sun and the moon. Lunia's eyes widened. Isn't that the Armian clan seal? Fernan Fallenberg's face turned serious. This is. It seemed he already knew. It was a message from the founding emperor. Why is it here? Why would he place the clan seal here like this? He sighed at the thought. Shouldn't it have been hidden so no one could find it? He even recorded the coordinates. How considerate. Lunia speculated. Clearly this is a secret vault. It seems the Armian clan stored something important here. Fernan Fallenberg suddenly remembered. Why does Ain't never find these things at the right time? He cheerfully said, I'll report this to Ain't Lunia. Lunia turned away. Yeah, it's Armian property inside. Fernan Fallenberg watched happily. I'm really glad you're the one with me right now, Lunia. He turned back to the seal. If it had been anyone else, they'd have looted everything. At the same time, someone called, hurry up, Fernan. The figure was Carlos. He struggled to stand. The exam isn't over yet. Even Fernan Fallenberg should have died from that explosion. His smile twisted, eyes full of killing intent. This time I'll definitely take first place. Hearing that, Fernan Fallenberg's anger exploded. Fernan Fallenberg, what are you waiting for? Finish him off, Lunia. Carlos hadn't had time to swagger before he was hauled up like a chicken about to be slaughtered. Lunia poured all her fury into striking Carlos. We nearly died because of you. I'm taking Team 2's flag. Team 3 has won the Practical War and Combat exam. Fernan Fallenberg Academy also issued the announcement. Midterm and final scores were quickly tallied to publish the results for Semester 1. At the top of the list was Lunia. Semester 1 final rankings for Year 2 Knights first, Lunia Berchef, second, Almond Donuts, third, Alia Torta. Among the crowd still wailing over grades, someone froze before the scoreboard. Do you see the rankings? I'm in the Roovers Hall checking next term's schedule. Fernan stepped closer and asked, you finally got first, congratulations. Lunia turned in surprise. Oh, thanks, Fernan. He noticed a strange expression on her face and asked, you don't look very happy. She touched her neck and admitted, I feel like getting first wasn't entirely my own doing. Fernan reached out and affirmed, regardless, you're still first. Lunia hesitated. If not for your help, it wouldn't have happened, but she avoided his gaze and looked sad. I'm afraid I'm becoming a burden to you. He could only sigh helplessly. Good grief, you're so rigid. Fernan could do nothing but shake his head and stand with his hands on his hips. Not like kids these days. Lunia, a bit annoyed, turned and stomped off. Fine, my fault for bringing it up. He still managed a parting admonition. Don't think like that anymore. Lunia looked back puzzled. What? Fernan looked at her directly and smiled brightly. I never thought you were a burden, so don't worry. Lunia fell silent at those words and just watched him without replying. Fernan beckoned and admitted, besides, I also got first with your help. Lunia stopped and listened intently. Is that so? He brightened at her reaction. Yeah, so don't worry. Fernan spoke gently. If you keep working hard, you'll grow even stronger. Hearing that, her cheeks flushed with pleasure. All right, I'll try harder next time. Fernan praised her. Good. Friends ahead were calling them to leave. Lunia turned back once more and promised, then I hope to continue being your partner. Fernan recalled her awkward expression when they first met. She clearly liked him more than before. Before partnering Fernan, her attitude brightened after a while. After partnering, her expression was clearly different. All right, let's keep it that way. Suddenly, a voice came with an arm thrown over his shoulder. You look really happy. A blonde youth with a fresh face approached to chat. Feels good being first, huh? Fernan didn't dodge and answered frankly. I wasn't aiming for it, but it feels pretty good. From behind, sharp eyes were fixed on Fernan's back. He felt the former top-ranked person staring at him with murderous intent. The blonde youth teased, I told you to go easy on. The blonde grinned and tilted his head toward Fernan. This test had too many unexpected twists. I'm surprised you and Bershef took first. Fernan looked up confused at the finger pointing, but what shocked me most was this guy. On the chalkboard, the rankings were clearly listed. Ain't Armian was second. He matriculated at 38th, yet after one semester he'd climbed to second. Fernan alone had surged to the top red bar. You never disappoint me, Ain't Armian. Amazing, keep climbing. He inwardly rejoiced and grinned, humming that Ain't was probably on his way to the spot I found, where the founding emperor left his legacy. Once he claimed it, he'd become. With that thought came another. Ain't was studying the paper as he walked through the woods. Stronger still, why didn't you mention this sooner? I used to come here for practice. He suddenly recalled their conversation. I forgot, I think I discovered a secret of your family. Yes, there's something there. Gardner's spirit looked weary and bored. He remembered when that nouveau rich mentioned. Ain't reproached him a bit as he recalled the items. You shouldn't forget things like this. The founding emperor's legacy was lost, submerged, stranded in the southern marshes. He flipped out in indignation, but there was simply too much to remember. He wanted to let it go now that things were settled. Luckily, Fernan found it. If it had been someone else, it'd have been stolen. Gardner's spirit turned away without looking at him. Honestly, I'm surprised that rich kid came to tell you he's the type to steal. Ain't sighed in exasperation. When will you ever believe him? He's not a thief. Gardner angrily shouted back, believe it, don't be ridiculous, I just want his money. He kept yelling at him, even if I died, I'd never trust him. Ain't calmly reminded him, but you've already died once. Ain't glanced at the map in his hand and toward a direction in the forest. Ah, I think this is it. I've heard this place was messed up by the year 2 exam, but it's probably fine. Gardner's spirit joined in. I guess the professors restored it. Ain't then realized the legacy was underground, a pitch-black passage beneath an ancient tree root. There's the path to the legacy, he said excitedly. He slowly approached, braced himself on the edge, and peered in. You've been sealed in a cave like this before. Aren't the markings too blatant? He suddenly got angry and caused a ruckus. Hidden is fine. The point is that it's hidden. He didn't want to linger and stepped inside. I'm coming in. A blinding light shone into the dark cave entrance. Ain't was startled and froze beside him when he suddenly realized someone had already been here. Impossible. He panicked because he knew how hard this place was to find. Ain't clung to the rock rim and groped deeper into the cave. Fernan had cast a concealment spell, and he'd advised him to follow to see if the legacy remained. His foot touched the ground and stopped. He seemed to sense something and grew wary. Gardner, this aura. Gardner's spirit also grimaced in disgust. It's demonic energy. How did those damn demons find this place? They stood before a horde of grotesque monsters. But first, deal with them. Ain't. At sight of them, he recognized they were 7th-tier abyssal creatures, not easy to handle. Each matched a knight in strength. Ain't stood in silence and quietly reached back to draw his sword. Can you handle it? Light blazed from the sword, and his eyes affirmed sharply, of course. The light radiating from the blade affected the monsters inside the cave. After turning the place into a battlefield, Gardner's spirit cheered joyfully, praising, well done, you were fast. A few months ago, I couldn't have done that. But suddenly something lunged at them, making him shout, Ain't, get out of the way. A wave of red energy slammed down, sending rock and debris flying. Ain't wiped his mouth and gradually emerged from the smoke. I get it now. A new foot touched the ground. You really are a hindrance to our plan. A bald figure with a deathly pale face appeared, grinning with a demonic smile. I wouldn't expect any less from a cursed bloodline. Ain't stared over there and muttered, a demon. The pale bald man suddenly lunged forward, claws extended, long and razor-sharp. His gaze narrowed, as if closing in on the tip of those claws. Immediately both of them struck, clashing to halt each other. His arm clenched around the sword hilt in his hand. Gardner's spirit growled a warning. I sensed that colossal demonic aura from the moment it appeared. Focus, aim. The pale, bald man's face twisted into a sinister grin. His eyes were blood red. This demon is stronger than any foe you faced. A curse spat from his mouth. Die, ain't Armian. Then he vanished instantly from where he'd just stood. He realized and warned him to look upward as the attack came down. Above, a burst of energy erupted between them, knocking both apart in opposite directions. Ain't stepped back to observe, but suddenly couldn't find him. Where did he go? The pale, bald man reappeared with a mocking laugh from an unexpected side. To your left. A flurry of slashes was unleashed in an instant. Unbelievable. Those successive cuts drove straight into his body. He was too fast. Ain't tried to parry with his sword amid the onslaught, but struggled. I can't track his movements at all. One strike hit his arm, causing the sword to slip from his grasp. The pale, bald man drove his razor nails into Ain't's arm, pinning him to the rock wall. It's useless, die. Just as Ain't gritted his teeth to endure, something slammed into his body. He opened his eyes in shock, not understanding what had happened. Good thing I came to check this out. Fernan appeared holding a magic staff with an expectant smile. Seemed like the right decision. Ain't slumped to one side, clutching his arm, soaked in blood. Ain't, are you okay? Looks like not. A vial of medicine was tossed at his feet. Thank you, Lord Fernan. He depressedly buried his face where he sat, not expecting such severe wounds. Fernan slung the staff over his shoulder and said, the demons have sent another one. His gaze sharpened as he assessed the situation. Also, that one, I've a feeling he knows more than the other. He stood to one side, grinning with those sharp claws on display. Last time he committed suicide, we learned nothing. Fernan gave a faint smile as he looked toward him and guessed, this time is different, we might be able to interrogate him. Things are getting interesting. Ain't surveyed the scene and warned him, be careful, Fernan, don't underestimate. The pale, bald man chuckled and aimed at him. Fernan Fallenberg, have you come to offer your life? Fernan's face went solemn and he looked at him with cold eyes. You know me. He even cheerfully admitted it in conversation. Of course you know me. You've meddled with me many times. But he seemed displeased and annoyed. I've spent a lot of money rooting out the demons you planted in my guild. It's truly troublesome. The pale, bald man bared his claws and taunted. You discovered my plan and ruined everything. I meant to toy with you a little before sending you to hell. But if I kill both you and Armian today, my lord will be very pleased. His mouth twisted in a cold smirk. At first, I would have killed you gently if you'd named who was behind this. Suddenly, a rage flared within him, making Fernan's eyes turn terrifying, but it seemed impossible. A stream of opposing force clashed right between the two of them. Instantly, both of them launched forward. He somehow appeared behind him. Fernan glanced back and saw red slashes, cutting dangerously close. A flash sparked in the bald man's eyes. Fernan hovered, using his staff to block every strike. As the bald man landed, heavy objects began to fall from above. They both quickly surged at each other, clashing with their techniques. Ain't left his sword planted at his side, and only watched them fight. While he was still dazed, Gardner's spirit suddenly commented, impossible, Fallenberg is not holding back at all. Fernan in front was using an enormous energy output to confront him. Such movements require massive mana. The bald man above wouldn't yield and lunged in. Does he have limitless mana? But with every collision, the shockwaves kept ringing out. I knew he was skilled from the demon fight. I didn't expect it to be to this degree. After ranged strikes, they closed, using energy to fight at close quarter. The pale, bald man swung aside and judged, you're a bit better than Armian. Suddenly, he broke into a sinister smile, as if hiding something, but Fernan quietly planted his staff and emitted movements around him. This childish game ends here. He stuck out a long black tongue and licked his sharp claws. You have talent, but after all you're just an academy student. You can't beat me. Fernan Calmer looked straight at him and sneered. Is that supposed to be funny? A magical circle formed at his feet. Do you know what you're standing on? Only then did he suddenly look down and notice something amiss. A formation, since when? Fernan stood still and immediately called forth a coming storm of fire from within the circle. He somehow burst out of the smoke and crazily charged. Bastard, you dare. He snarled in anger and yelled, die. His body was knocked back as Fernan swiftly attacked with magic. The pale, bald man, now smeared with dust, found it difficult. How can an earth mage cast flame magic without a focus? Fernan flashed a grin and quickly revealed his trump card. Actually, fire is my highest affinity. He pressed his throat against the wall and readied fire. It's the fire element. He still refused to yield and stubbornly risked his life. You dog, I'll kill you. Fernan, having finished, merely wiped a small charred mark off the wall. You talk too much. A barrage of rocks continuously compressed against his body. Stay still. His whole body was pressed tight against the wall, locked in a magic seal. You can't do anything now, so can we talk? With rock pressure dominating, Fernan demanded, tell me, who are you working for? He still refused to submit and shouted back, nonsense. Fernan remained calm as he gently unscrewed a glass vial. Nonsense, are you still angry? Seems you haven't suffered enough. He silently watched as Fernan poured the vial's contents into his palm. Demons have strong endurance. Well then, this should work. The pale, bald man looked puzzled. Fernan smiled faintly and extended his hand. Want to know what this is? A spurt of blood suddenly flew from his mouth. I'll tell you this. A torrent of his blood flowed down onto the floor. He howled in pain as Fernan pressed his palm harder into the center of his chest. This is holy water. It will slowly burn your organs. It will hurt a lot. A spark still flickered in the pale, bald man's bloodshot eyes. Do whatever you want, I won't tell. Keep going and I'll self-destruct with you. Fernan's hands suddenly clenched in front of him. Enough, you're mana node. If I apply pressure here, you won't be able to self-destruct. Fernan pressed his smug face close. I told you, I won't let you die easily. Remember when you said you'd toy with my family and me before killing us? Immediate, excruciating pain forced him to open his mouth and vomit blood. I'll do that to you myself. Fernan flinched slightly at the man's defiant warning. Fernan Fallenberg, don't think it's over. The pale bald man leaned close and whispered in his ear. I've decided to strip you of everything. Wealth, honor, power, your family, and your life. His face went pale hearing the final threat. Soon you'll lose everything. That is your fate. In fury, Fernan struck a killing blow that sent blood spraying from his body. His whole body slumped limply, face downward. Fernan tightened his hand and pounded the blood-soaked pool with a fist. He suddenly gritted his teeth and glared in anger. Bastard. Ain't knelt on the ground, the sword leaning against the rock beside him. He whispered, Fernan. He thought about the fate of the monsters that met Fernan. Burned, blown to pieces, stabbed, crushed. Ain't trembled, thinking he was terrifying. Gardner murmured, good heavens, how can he be like that? And Ain't immediately replied, indeed. Gardner suddenly leapt off the sword and shouted, I know he's a damned demon, but that's too cruel. That guy is huge. Ain't stared blankly, huh. It remembered Fernan fighting and said, infinite mana. He can freely wield two elements and even use the environment to his advantage. Gardner's eyes seemed to shine as he admired. More importantly, the way he coldly tore that demon apart was truly a work of art. Ain't hesitated to me, it's a bit too cruel. Gardner snorted coldly. How can you say such foolish things about a reliable ally? You still have much to learn. He muttered, ally, didn't you say we only need his power? Gardner rushed forward, clamped his hand over Ain't's mouth and said, a man shouldn't dwell in the past. Imagining Fernan as an idol, Gardner declared, it's fine. From now on, Fernan will be our most trustworthy ally. From now on, Fallenberg is Gardner's favorite. Ain't sighed in dismay. What a quick switch. After a while, Fernan used healing magic on Ain't. I've just given you first aid. I'll send a healer from my guild soon. Fernan bowed his head to look at Ain't's hand as they exchanged. I can go to the Academy's infirmary just fine. This isn't an ordinary wound. What if someone finds out you fought a demon? You've done too much for me already. That's enough. Truly a kind senior, taking good care of junior. Fernan advised, we're allies, don't feel indebted. He smiled and replied, all right, thank. Then he walked while surveying the area. Hey, is it normal for this place to be so empty? Ain't sheathed his sword and answered, there is more space below. The founding emperor knew demons would return. He continued, so he hid the holy relics in many places, and this is one of them. Fernan pretended not to know and said, oh, is that so? Ain't bit his fingertip to explain, but this only reacts to Armian blood. Then he smeared blood on the stone wall and said, maybe that's why the demon couldn't get down. The two slowly entered a large cavern. Fernan asked, is it really okay for me to go in? Ain't replied, of course. After all, you saved my life. He descended the steps and said, if you say so, then fine. Ain't looked at him and asked, I think if you specialized in fire, you'd be a much stronger mage. Why did you choose Earth? Fernan answered, leaving him speechless, to find minerals. Being powerful doesn't help a merchant at all. He asked again, right, can I take the dead demon's body? Ain't looked at him suspiciously. It's fine, but what do you intend to do with it? Fernan smiled and explained, I handed the demon that died before me to the order. They love it. I heard it will be excellent research material to make anti-demon equipment. He continued while Ain't was terrified. They dissected that demon. Gardner muttered quietly, damn, the order's people still act like maniacs. Fernan asked, what did you say? Gardner immediately slipped away. Ain't awkwardly scratched his head. Oh, I didn't say anything. I thought I heard something. The two stood before a sword. Ain't exclaimed, Fernan, it's here. This is the place. He asked with some surprise, Oh, is that white object the founding emperor's holy relic? Ain't replied cheerfully, yes, it's an ornament for my sword city. Fernan noticed something else, though. They both looked up at a painting depicting demons seducing and enchanting one another. Fernan murmured, this painting, demons. Ain't looked at one frowning figure and said, that's demon number 72, Andromalius. He glanced at a grinning figure with two faces. And that is demon number 71, Dantalion, Fernan quietly repeated, Dantalion. He wondered, they're glaring at each other. Aren't they on good terms? Ain't tested his sword and answered, yes, demons also have factions like humans. He adjusted the small gem on his sword and explained, 1,000 years ago the founding emperor exploited that to turn the tide of war. A flash of light shimmered around him. Ain't gripped the sword and smiled. Fernan, surprised, said, oh, you leveled up. He scratched his head and laughed. I feel a bit guilty. You saved my life, and yet I'm the only one benefiting. Ain't offered, I want to give you something too. Fernan immediately waved him off. No need, it's fine. I only did my duty as a friend. He smiled, I don't do this expecting anything in return. In Ain's admiring awe, Gardner quietly praised, Fernan Fallenberg truly is an extraordinary figure. What a cool senior. Ain't suddenly said, no, knights must repay their debts. He clenched his fist determinedly and continued, so tell me what you want. Fernan shyly answered, if you're that determined, there is something I want. He asked, what is it? He pointed to the lamps mounted on the wall, those magic lamps. I counted them from the entrance. He inwardly rejoiced. There were exactly 100 magic lamps installed here. Essentially, this was a treasure trove. Ain't anxiously asked, just a few magic lamps. Are you sure that's enough? Fernan silently retorted, a few magic lamps. These are luxury items. Ain't suggested, I'll earn money as a mercenary during the break. You can ask for something more expensive if you want. Hearing that, he said, no, that should be enough. Ain't scratched his head and agreed, all right, take as many as you like. Fernan sighed inwardly. He was still so naive. After a moment, Fernan looked at the magic lamps and quietly said, thank you very much. As he removed the last lamps, he asked, but are you really going to become a mercenary? Ain't helped him take the lamps and replied, yes, consider it a form of training. Fernan nodded, I understand. He said, being a mercenary is great for gaining experience. Fernan froze as he sensed danger. He let out a small cry. Ain't called, puzzled Fernan. Ain't's voice faded inside his mind. Fernan, you have 70 days off. Go be a mercenary. Throwing yourself into real situations will help you a lot. Find a suitable mission. The voices kept flooding Fernan's head. The hall had a wall plastered with notices and mission requests, guides on one side, a crowded mercenary guild on the other. He scanned for a suitable request. Ain approached the counter inside a bustling mercenary tavern, dozens of tables and a low bar. A name he couldn't recall. Monsters were steadily expanding their territory. Demonic creatures, no, were they demons? A female figure sneered, thank you for this opportunity, Ain't Armian. Her hair flew wildly everywhere. She tilted her head and smiled. For leaving the safety of the academy and stepping into danger yourself. Fernan silently screamed, then jolted awake. Ain't ran off. Ain't walked over and seeing him holding his head asked, does your head hurt, Fernan? He inwardly blinked. Huh. Strange voices echoed in Fernan's ear again. Ain't, you have 70 days off. It would be very useful if. The academy can't teach you everything. You should go be a mercenary. Demonic creatures know demons. Thank you for leaving the academy's safety and stepping into danger yourself. Ain't ran off. Fernan sighed inwardly. This guy always gets into trouble. Ain't anxiously asked, were you injured while fighting? A few days later, the afternoon sunlight streamed through the window. A man stood pensively in front of the book counter. He flipped a book and muttered, Cometas is dead. The brown-haired man called, Cometas. A shadow appeared and replied, yes, the moment Cometas was about to kill Army. It brushed past a glass of water, causing it to fall and shatter. It announced, Fernan Fallenberg has appeared. The brown-haired man ground his teeth. Again. He muttered angrily, that damn Fallenberg. The brown-haired man muttered, even Ain't Armian is improving extremely fast. He questioned the shadow. Cometas must be a tough opponent, but you say Fernan Fallenberg killed Cometas. It hesitated and answered, I didn't expect it either. The shadow said, I didn't think Cometas would be defeated so easily. The brown-haired man, teeth clenched, asked, easily. The brown-haired man recalled, I thought it was just luck. He remembered the demons, when he trapped the demons infiltrating the yacht club, and also the monster slayings during escort missions, and also the monster killings during escort mission. The brown-haired man wondered, could he have been hiding his true strength? He smiled dangerously. I've underestimated. He suddenly said, we must readjust our plan. The shadow exclaimed in surprise, what? The brown-haired man closed the book and said, from now on, treat Fernan Fallenberg on par with Ain't Armian. Watch him closely. All our plans must account for Fernan Fallenberg and his family. He continued, if he exposes even a momentary weakness, you can strike and kill him. The shadow objected, but that could reveal us. The brown-haired man said, silencing it, we're already exposed. Thinking of the two of them, he said, both Ain't Armian and Fernan Fallenberg, if they know of our existence, and the Academy remains silent despite knowing. He thought of people in the Academy and explained, it indicates they've realized we've infiltrated the Academy. Perhaps they're gathering forces to deal with us. He continued, if the whole world learning about us is only a matter of time, striking first is reasonable. He furrowed his brow in anger and said, our top priority is to kill those two at all costs. The next day at the Academy, two people were talking. Ain't Armian's bodyguard. Ain't is stronger than me. He ranked second this term and I'm fourth. You won't need to intervene much. Fernan smiled and said, while he's working as a mercenary for training, he doesn't need excessive protection. Just stay nearby and make sure he doesn't die. He asked, can you do that, Baris Dinur? The man with a long scar across his face was Baris Dinur, fourth-ranked first-year knight. Baris wondered, what if his limbs get cut off? Fernan immediately replied, not allowed, injuries are okay, but not losing limbs. He looked at him thoughtfully, young, yet a disciple of the mercenary king and leading the mercenary guild. He pondered, I hired him to protect Ain't because Ain't will surely encounter fiends on missions. He's the most reliable person for this task. Baris scratched his head and smiled brightly. You're right, a knight can't lose hands or feet. Fernan recalled, because in the future Baris Dinur. He thought of Ain't's group, who would become close friends of Ain't Armian. He pondered, according to the prophecy, they'd become close much later, but it's fine if they become friends sooner. Baris asked, so you mean I must make sure he doesn't realize I'm his bodyguard while still preventing him from dying? He hesitated, then suddenly paused. What about the payment? Fernan gave a faint smile. I thought that would be enough. Baris's eyes filled with joy at the mention of money, and he shouted, no way, the Fallenberg family is on another level. He bowed and promised, I won't let you down. Fernan waved and turned to leave. Good some luck. Fernan thought after the final exams the Academy would enter a long break. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement for the holiday. A student ahead of him said, have a good rest, see you next term. He thought of Varen, some stayed to finish unfinished tasks. Varen hugged a pillow and sobbed, anyway, at home I'm treated like trash. Fernan thought some stayed because there were things they had to protect. Arya clenched her fists and said, I have to protect the mother tree. He thought some temporarily left the Academy to research. Jace grinned dangerously and declared, I'll dissect the corpse of the new demon you bring me. He remembered Luina and he blankly asked, what about me? She said, I'll go home. Fernan folded his arms and asked, when do you plan to return to the Academy? Luina was silent for a moment, then answered, about 2 weeks before term starts to prepare for the new term. Fernan calculated inwardly, 2 weeks. He pictured the demon tearing the school apart. Andromalius would be summoned just before term began, so he wouldn't need to do anything to get Luina involved in the battle. Luina asked, what about you? Fernan immediately smiled and replied, I'll go home too, I have business to attend to. He pulled out a small box and said, if anything happens over the break, contact me. This is a direct communication device made in the form of an earring. He continued, it lets us communicate freely within a 3-kilometer range. Luina took the box and asked, 3 kilometers. She asked, but our homes are tens of kilometers apart. Fernan laughed, I know, just keep it for now. He mused, this is to guard against incidents at the Academy, not during the holiday. Luina looked at the earring and murmured, I'll take it, but Fernan turned toward the door. Then goodbye, see you in 2 months. Luina placed the earring in her other hand and replied, yeah, have fun. Nurse Serene appeared behind Luina and asked, Fernan gave you something. She exclaimed shyly, Nurse, you're here. If I'm packed then let's go. The nurse looked at the box in Luina's hand. It looked like a ring box. She asked, an engagement ring. Luina replied flustered, not that kind. Elsewhere. Orlando asked respectfully, I heard the young master has returned. Shall we have tea together? Yvonne glanced out the window and replied, it's fine. He showed his face briefly and left, saying he had things to handle. He clicked his tongue and muttered, I meant to praise him for ranking first in class and to have a proper father-son talk. Orlando asked, but what was so urgent? Probably just tired from the trip home. Yvonne said, obviously he went to check on that thing. Orlando immediately asked, oh right, that thing he's been working on for months, still not finished. Yvonne frowned and answered, it's not something that can be finished easily, but he said he'd complete it before the break ends. They chatted, where is he planning to sell it in such a hurry? I don't think he's selling it, then why the rush? Yvonne watched Fernan's figure walking across the courtyard and said, I'm not sure either. He ordered, keep an eye on him for now. Just then someone called, Fernan, young master. Hyde looked at him curiously. Why did you hire Baris Dinur to protect Ain't Armian? Fernan replied, I wanted to do it myself, but I have too many things to handle. Hyde walked beside him and advised, sending someone from our guild would save a lot. There are many capable knights in the Crimson Order. Fernan replied, "That's true, but Baris is the most reliable among them." Hyde asked, "Are you close to him?" He answered, "No, hearing him is the first time we've spoken." Hyde sighed, "You think he's trustworthy even though you don't really know him. Besides, Ain't Armian is not easy to kill." Hyde wondered, "Do we really need to spend money to hire a bodyguard for him?" Fernan replied coldly, "Yes." He muttered, "We don't know what will happen from now on." He thought, "The future is gradually changing because of my intervention." Fernan recalled that Ain't nearly died at the hands of an extremely powerful demon, something not mentioned in the prophecy. He pondered, "The demons once tried to ruin me financially. Now they're aiming straight for my life." He walked toward the laboratory, thinking that from now on the demons that appear will likely be far stronger than the prophecy described. Fernan calculated inwardly, and moreover, the summoning of Andromalius was imminent. He opened the door and stepped inside. Because of that, he entered the center of the room. Fernan smiled proudly. "I need to prepare for the future much more thoroughly." He looked up at the device he had created. By preparing the most powerful weapons, the kind only a merchant could own.